That is so special. I love that. I love that. Texas Ranger, I want to thank you for your Cash App the other day. I'm sorry I didn't see it. Belinda Buckner, thank you for your PayPal. You guys are so generous. And I feel so unappreciative because I didn't notice it right away. And I'm so sorry for that. So thank you very, very much. Tracy, also thank you for your Cash App. I didn't see it. Thank you. Thank you. You guys are awesome. Hey, Marcy. Hey, Bert. Bert and Ernie's here. Okay, so let's take a listen because they're going to be looking at specific things as they round the moon, if you will. So as we like kind of get, it's going to be a little, you know, kind of like hours going on. However, I want to listen to Jeremy because Jeremy's in there. So, Astro Girl Cross Stitch, holla. Callie wishes we could see a UFO. Wouldn't that be wild? They're going to tell us, though, about these craters, these lakes that they're going to be looking at. Hello, Ark. And then we're going to, like, step away sometimes and go back in time to this documentary I found. And it's going to be a great discussion because it's kind of like it was the moon landing a hoax or was it not? It's kind of like a back and forth, if you will. Like a he said, she said of the original moon landing. But I just want to remind you a little bit of what that spaceship looked like when it landed on the moon in 1969. Hello, Miss Jenna. I know Sin likes the space sex.
I didn't come to fucking dance, okay? I came to party.
I hope they make it safely around the dark side of the moon. I'm kind of nervous for them. Yeah, me too. Patrice, I'm excited too. Is that Elon? Yes, Elon's here. Elon has come along for the ride. We are all ready. We're all ready. Okay, so this is what they landed in. And we're going to find out in this little documentary that Dr. Macy's here. That there was no dust on these landing pads. What do you guys think of that? All right, let's see. Let's go to the real time now.
Say that again, Kelsey.
Just saying that the sir was really excited about that. That annular ring was something we were really eager to hear about. So thanks.
Oh, the angular ring. Leo, what's your question?
Yep, you bet. And now Victor and Christina are moving on to Oriental. I got them situated over there a little bit late.
Janelle, no, you're not. You're not. You're not the only one that doesn't believe any of this shit. I would love to hear why. The rhythm, the rhythm method is no good in zero gravity, says Bruce. I'm assuming Bruce has tried it, like doing it on the moonwalk. You know, like Revenge of the Nerds. You ever done it on the moon?
That was NASA
Hey,
astronaut
nerd.
Reed Wiseman,
You ever done it on the moon?
providing a science sit rep as he is away from the windows most of the time. He is working as the support person along with Jeremy Hansen in the spacecraft as Victor Glover and Christina Cook are now at windows 2 and 3, able to photograph the moon.
Creep town, dude.
Hey, Jay, I'm Haley's daughter. Well, hello,
Christina
Haley's
and
daughter,
Victor
Jenna.
are also providing recorded information to their portable computing devices. That's their PCDs. And the science team
Thank
will
you
have
for your
access
super
to
chat.
that at a later time. They will then review it and compile all of this data to help further our understanding.
Wait, let me
of the
make sure
moon.
I'm in HD.
One of the items you heard
I'm
mentioned
not.
was Oriental Basin.
All right,
You
we're in
heard mentioned
4K.
Was Oriental
Doesn't look
Basin.
any
This
different.
has been a very exciting
Why doesn't it look different?
opportunity for the crew. They have all been very excited
Tiffany,
about
I
seeing
hope this is
Oriental, as well as the science team has been looking forward to it. It is known as the Grand Canyon of the Moon, as we discussed earlier.
Okay, so this is one of the Grand Canyon of the Moon. Here we go. This is what they're looking at. See this? Isn't this cool?
From the pictures, the science team is hoping that the crew will take centered images of the entire basin and surrounding craters in a single frame, but also use those 80 to 400 millimeter zoom lenses to create a mosaic entire basin.
Oh, That's so nice,
With
Ostrich.
their unaided eyes, the science team is hoping the crew will describe southern dark annular ring, which you heard Reed just describing, as well as any color, albedo, texture, or topography across the mare patches and ring mountains.
Okay. So
Science team report.
I'm going to mute her for a second because I want to show you in this documentary where they show, we're going to watch this little clip. And this thing's a little bit corny at times. But if you look, okay, this is where I found out, this is where I discovered that they had this thing orbiting the moon, this rover type thing, okay? They're flying around it. They're not landing. Learn and grow. They're not landing. So what they're doing is they're doing like going around the backside of the moon, which is the dark side. Haley, I'll join membership when I get my inheritance from you. So they're going to tell you about how this thing recorded and how they said, oh, we have video proof that there was remains on the moon that the astronauts left behind. Take a listen.
The Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter is a robotic spacecraft launched by NASA in 2009 to orbit the moon.
Using some
These are the landing site. How the fuck? What? Look at this. See, this is Apollo 16 landing site.
In 2009
Watch.
to
Apollo 12. What?
orbit the moon.
Apollo 14's landing site. Let me move my cursor. Where?
using some very high resolution cameras and being relatively close to the moon's surface, it has actually been able to pick out each of the 6 Apollo landing sites. And not only the descent stages where they landed, but locations of the flags, the experiments, the 3 rovers.
What? This is supposed to show us this thing? And does anybody think that this thing is altogether too fucking clean and well put together? This is supposed to be a film from the rover showing where this thing landed. And then if you see these little marks, they say they're going to tell you that's where Buzz drove the rover. Those are his track marks. Listen.
Rovers that were left on the last 3 missions.
But some argue that these satellite images aren't as detailed as they expected when they were taken in 2011.
The Lunar
2011? Why wouldn't these be clearer?
Reconnaissance Orbiter was deliberately flown over what is purported to be the Apollo landing sites, and from a height of 12...
Okay, so let's note this. This is
purported...
This is inside the Little West crater. Was that on their little... I'm curious. Where's that thing that they just showed? Right here. Little West crater. Is that on here? We have the Apollo Basin, Copernicus crater. I don't see that crater. I want to see that. Look, they already have it. Look, they already have it all mapped out. That's not sus. It's like it's pre-programmed. Deep Space, number 29. Eclipse Moon, number 28. Okay, hold on. The Little West crater.
to be the Apollo landing sites. And
did they go by this yet, or will they go by this?
from a height of 12 miles, i.e. not very far at all, what do you see? A couple of pixels. If you
He said you see a couple of pixels. Did you see the one guy? They were like 150,000 miles away from Earth, and he was texting. I saw the blue iMessages on his phone. I was like, how the hell is he iMessaging? I can't even iMessage in a plane. I can't even iMessage in a plane that supposedly has onboard Wi-Fi. And furthermore, we have rovers up there that could have put the damn flag in there. Let's face it. A robot could have put that flag in there. But he says, what do you see? He says, you see pixels.
At all. What do you see? A couple of pixels. If you looked at these images without NASA putting on a whacking grey arrow, you wouldn't know what you're looking at.
While satellite images of the equipment left behind may not be detailed enough to persuade some, there are other markers of man-made interference in the images.
I have to say, what you see is just 1 or 2 pixels, but you don't get a sharp picture, a nice clean picture of the lunar module. But the LRO pictures do show some discoloration of the area where the lunar module took off, so that seems fairly consistent with what NASA said.
Alongside the lunar reconnaissance images, evidence from other missions have also been able to confirm the Apollo landing sites.
Altitude 4200. Houston, you're a go for landing, over.
Of course, we've also had the Chinese and the Japanese with their own lunar missions. They are able to image the areas in which the landings took place, and there are evidence of soil disturbance. So you do have that third-party verification.
Do you believe the third-party verification? If they didn't follow that we went there, there'd probably be World War III. What's up, Mallory? What's wrong? Where's the damn flag?
That the landings themselves took place.
There's one more big question conspiracy theorists ask about the Apollo 11 photographs. With no weather on the moon, you would expect a spectacular view of space. Yet...
Okay, so we're going to go back to this. But we'll keep going back to that because there's some really interesting talking points in there that can get us discussing, you know? Oh, sand willows. I won't ever take that away from you. I won't ever take that away from you. What's wrong, Mallory? All right, here we go. Let's get an update. Come on. Unmute.
We had one from Commander Reed Wiseman. He and Jeremy Hansen, mission specialist,
Florida. I live in Florida
today to photograph and make annotations of what they were seeing. Therefore, we heard more from Victor Glover and Christina Cook earlier in the day during those first blocks. But now that Reed Wiseman and Jeremy Hansen are on the support side, they are the ones calling down what they are seeing from windows 1 and 4. Earlier, we heard that the Earth is so bright in window 4, they have had to temporarily cover it with a t-shirt.
There's Haley. I didn't see Haley before. There was witnesses worldwide.
The moon preserves a near-continuous record of solar system history that has been erased on Earth because the moon doesn't have an atmosphere. So things that we experience on Earth, like weather or plate tectonics, don't really apply. So the lunar surface retains evidence of ancient impacts, volcanism, and solar activity that scientists can study today. And
can you guys hear it?
Helps scientists understand how planets formed and evolved, how the moon influenced our own planet Earth.
We are running on Starlink right now, by the way.
Across the inner solar system. The moon
Why can't we see out of the, I don't know.
As a unique platform for studying the broader universe. Artemis science is designed around questions best answered by humans, working alongside robotic systems, combining decades of robotic lunar data.
Did she just say that we're not going to hear from them? Ark, is that... I think I heard that. Oh, and have you guys hit the like button? I always forget to ask that. What a professional YouTubeist I am. And I'm on Top Chat. I suggest you go over to All Chat. You heard another ransom note was received. Where'd you hear that, Dav? Did they cover the window with a Metallica t-shirt? Yeah, but why can't we hear and see them now? Where did you hear that about the ransom, for crying out cats?
We're in the swap right now. They're wrapping up their last comments, and they'll switch over and change guards from the long lens.
The long ones.
Copy.
The long lens. TMZ. Oh my gosh. James is partying with Elon.
I am very uncomfortable sitting here.
Whoops. I didn't mean to hit either one of those.
As you heard in that call, it is now time
scared me.
for the team members at the window to swap positions. That means Victor Glover and Christina Cook will be switching roles. One of them has been photographing the moon with a Nikon.
I'm going to look on
400 millimeter zoom lens, while the other was making annotations on their portable computing device.
It's a repeat sender.
And both are recording audio that the science team will be able to listen to.
The science team, not us? We paid for this mission. Okay, according to TMZ, yet another ransom note from a repeat sender this morning concerning...
We are now 2 hours and 10 minutes until we expect to lose signal with...
Okay, we got 2 hours before we lose signal, even though we're not seeing shit anyways. TMZ, yet another ransom note from a repeat sender this morning concerning the abduction of Nancy Guthrie as viewers watch Savannah make her return to the Today Show anchor desk. So let's see. There's like a small clip on X. Let's go over there and check it because we're still checking the news on Earth. Even though we're checking the news in space, we're on Earth and in space because we care. TMZ popped right up before. Oh, of course, they have it pinned.
The person who has been incessantly contacting us.
Although it stopped for a while.
Incessantly? How many fucking times did they contact you? I cannot. I was doing research on my genealogy on famous people, and my 14th cousin is Neil Armstrong. Mallory, that's amazing. How cool is that? That is so cool.
You know, I will share a little bit of news with you. The person who has been incessantly contacting us.
Although
saying,
it stopped for a while.
Stopped for a while.
Yeah.
We got another letter today from this person, an email saying, I know where her body is and who the kidnapper is. Give me half a Bitcoin and I'll tell you. And this person has been really persistent, knowing.
Why aren't they arresting this person? They can arrest Derek Kalila? A half of a Bitcoin now? And I have not missed his voice.
That if it's a scam, it's a federal crime.
Right. But they also made the point that they wanted to make it clear that they have nothing to do with it.
Right.
They've been out of the country, but who knows?
We forwarded
we forwarded it to the FBI,
right,
as we have in the past.
Right.
And for whatever reason, and this is the thing we haven't figured out, you have to assume that the law enforcement, they believe that this person is not legit. Otherwise, they would have advised Savannah to pay the money.
Can we just be really transparent?
Uh-huh.
I think you're right that the law enforcement doesn't. There's something.
I just can't figure out why.
There's
why not
something.
take a flyer? The price of Bitcoin is much lower now. These are like, you could just take a flyer and see what the person knows. The most you lose is 20 grand, 25 grand.
I'll tell you why. My spidey senses tell me that there's something about this guy, because one of the emails he sent said early on, time is of the essence to do this. And then the next day he said, time is no longer of the essence. If he was pulling a scam, why would you say time is no longer of the essence?
Right. You want to keep the value high.
You want to keep the value high.
Yeah.
And the fact that he said this made me think, this guy knows something.
Yeah, it's a way to look honest as well, though.
I'm not, look,
right.
I'm not FBI.
We're not privy to all the information they are, but
you're talking about
just
the
from the outside looking in, it sure seems like this person knows something.
Thanks for that load of horse shit, TMZ. My God, I just cannot. I don't know. He's a short little guy, isn't he? Jason, thank you for becoming a member over here. You are so supportive. Jason, welcome to Cooterville. I forgot we were in Cooterville for a minute. Guys and gals, welcome in Cooterville.
She says, welcome to Cooterville. Everybody close your legs. Everybody coming in, close your legs.
Close your legs.
Hey, Ausane. So bored of TMZ at this point. I know. They're terrible. Wonder if Savannah will say anything. You think maybe they expected this on her first day back? I'm wondering. We're going to be getting a situation report soon. Let me refresh this.
Just help a brother out here.
Kelly has been a cooter for 3 months. Hi, Kelly. Good to see you. Thank you for your continued support.
On the right side of your screen, the Science Evaluation Room, or SIR, where team members are looking real time at what the crew is seeing. And even earlier, we're...
Houston Integrity, you ready for a science zero?
Here we go.
We'll take it.
We'll take it. Bring it on in.
Okay.
I called Gigi.
Swap positions. They're in their crew choice element. I've been listening to both of them for a little bit, and they're really enjoying. They both decided to pick the Terminator, and they're spending a lot of time looking at the Terminator, just talking about the resolution that they can see, the depth of the craters, and the various interesting and unique excavations that they can see.
It's bullshit. We can't see it.
So Victor is on the long lens, and Christina is just looking out the window. And I'm sneaking a peek in T-shirt window. It looks like, I don't have the best angle here, but it looks like Aristarchus is on the limb of the moon now. It's amazing how quickly it changes as we speed around the far side of the moon, stuff that's leaving our field of view. And now we have a lot of the dark side of the moon that, it's missing for us right now, but it would be in view if it was lit at all.
Jeremy, Science, thanks for that sit rep.
Lucepi.
I do have a question. A few times we've heard you and the other crew describe change during the course of your flyby. Would be interested in future descriptions of more verbosity about how it's changing. Thanks for the great sit rep.
Well, this is one case where I say pictures or it didn't happen does not count. Live or it didn't happen. I don't trust pictures. I'm sorry, I'm such a skeptic.
Sounds good. We are definitely keeping an eye on that. My eyes have just not readjusted. The moon is so bright when you come back to the window. I was just in the interior of the cabin. I've come back to T-shirt window, and it's just overwhelming brightness. And my viewing angle is a bit challenging, so I won't be able to give you great observations from this window. But I will talk about something that I was talking a lot about in my recordings earlier.
Hey, Stevie.
Which was...
Hi, my friend.
We've been talking about some shades, and so we have obviously the dark and the light gray, and then we've talked about naming some colors, a brownish hue and a greenish hue. And I'll tell you, like right now, Aristarchus, the plateau is hard for me to see from this window, but that had greenish hues to me and was very unique. I didn't see anything like that anywhere else on this side of the moon. And then I see a lot of these, what I would call brownish hue areas. There's a number of them. And they, for example, in the northwest corner of the highlands, to me, it looks like the brownish hue is caused by ray or ejected material landing on the highlands, and then we obviously see the ray areas as a lighter albedo, but in between the rays where the the deposit would be thinnest, that is what it looks like is causing the brown to me. So I saw that on the northwest side of Aristarchus, or sorry, that dark area of the highlands. Northwest side of the highlands. I saw it in the highlands to the east of Glushko. And then I see those same brownish hues west of Oriental. And I drew a contact there on OneNote, but that's a huge region, kind of like a piece of pie with the point of the pie pointing at Oriental and then going up towards the northern side of Hertzsprung. And that is an area that just looks like a different.
Where can I find it? Sin, can you up? Can you like?
Fantastic, Jeremy. We had heard rumors of
The brownish albedo.
Really read my mind on asking about those.
Sin, where can I find that
didn't
video?
have any contact with each other the way that you described them, but please correct me if I misunderstood that. And then last thing, I'll make the same offer we made to Victor earlier. If it would be helpful for us to verbalize any targets so you can stay at the windows and keep your eyes adjusted to the moon, please let us know.
It's my DMs. I'm scared to open Discord on this. Okay, I know what I'll do. I'll get it from my DMs. I'll upload it to YouTube. That way it'll be easier.
If you got something you want us to look at, Kelsey, you can send it on up.
Definitely not looking to interrupt your flow, Reed and Jeremy, only offering assistance if you guys want to keep your eyes off of the PCDs.
PCDs? I want a refund.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay.
Chances are it'll look like the other side. How are they going to see it if it's dark, though?
Not really science related, and we definitely learned this in Apollo, but the thing that is just most fascinating, I think, to me and Victor right now is even as rugged as the far side looks, when you look at Oriental and Home, it's rugged. But man, when you look at the Terminator, it is just like impossibly rugged, and it reminds you that the whole far side is that way. And just the Terminator is really bringing out the shadows and the hills and the valleys, and it's unbelievable. It's like no surface of the Terminator is not marked by meteor impact, and it is very impressive to look at that, and you realize that is true across the whole far side. You just can't see it due to sun illumination right now.
Mm-hmm. Exactly, bossy.
Copies, and we were commenting on the same thing. Even from our view, the Terminator looks absolutely alien because there's just so much texture in there that we're just not used to seeing. So thanks for sharing that with us.
There's also, I don't know the name of it, coming out the south-southwest of Oriental, right on the southern Terminator, is just a massive crater. I don't know the name of it. Maybe you can look on the solar array wing video and tell me it's right. It's the southernmost crater you see on the Terminator right now.
We're looking for you.
This is weird that we can't see what they're seeing at all. Can't we see inside? I think we're going to have to break for space sex a lot in the next few hours. And they're just quiet. Like, okay, I guess this would be a good time to cruise over here for a second. And I want to show you this part in this documentary about their cameras. Let's see. I'm going to pull up the transcript. Okay, here we go. We're going to start right here. Get ready.
Pat Norris is a former space system and software engineer hired by NASA to analyze the challenges of navigating to the moon and back.
In the 1950s, computers didn't really exist. But by the mid-1960s, computers were available that were powerful enough to do the calculations needed for such a complicated mission. Of course, by comparison with today's computers, they were very primitive.
While these advancements should surely encourage a new line of missions, conspiracy theorists argue that this is enough to question if we ever could have gone in the first place.
We're talking about the mid-1960s here, when computers occupied rooms. The sort of computing power that you have in a mobile phone today would be greater than the computing power that was alleged to have been used to land man on the moon.
One of the reasons that we had difficulty in navigating close to the moon was that the computers available weren't able to provide a sufficiently detailed mathematical model of the moon's gravity. Perhaps there wasn't enough information, but even if there had been enough information, the computers probably wouldn't have been able to cope with it. They were adequate for the mission at the time, but only just.
Unlike modern-day PCs, the Apollo computers didn't have to store files or process images. Most of the number crunching was done at mission control, and the information transmitted back to the astronauts. In their attempt to disprove the missions, conspiracy theorists have analyzed the footage of the moon landings frame by frame. One of the most famous pieces of footage in history is Buzz Aldrin's dance across the moonscape.
Near the end of the 2.5 hours, in front of the television camera, I did have an opportunity to prance around and hop and
Old Twinkle Toes. Old Twinkle Toes was prancing around.
demonstrate different methods of moving around. The movement, because of the restrictions of the spacesuit, was basically like being in slow motion.
The famous Lunar walk shows Aldrin experimenting with the restrictions of the spacesuit.
So-called kangaroo hop does work, but it seems your forward ability is not quite as good.
Conspiracy theorists have claimed that the footage was actually filmed in slow motion in a studio, and that the astronauts were supported by wires to replicate these movements on the moon.
The astronaut is dangling on a wire to take off, if you like, the difference between...
He said he's dangling straight up, dangling on a wire. Him prancing?
Dangling on a wire to take off, if you like, the difference between the Earth's gravity and the moon's gravity. The wire was between the backpack and the body. The problem is the astronauts tended to rely on this wire. So you see lots of jerky movements.
Astronauts were wearing pretty big and bulky spacesuits, and the weight distribution isn't the same as you or I walking around on the surface of the Earth here. The astronauts had to really cope with that and work out if they're top-heavy, how to move around such that they weren't going to fall over all the time and be unbalanced.
You do have to be rather careful to keep track of where your center of mass is.
You can see that astronauts really adapted really well to that and started to kind of develop this new walk.
While the exact conditions of...
Hence the moonwalk. All right, we're going to go back to Artemis, or to Orion. But we will pick this up back in a few minutes. Because I want to find the spot about their cameras. And they're talking right now, so I want to hear their descriptions. So let's see what they're describing as they reach the dark side of the moon. Please hit the thumbs up with your little alien fingertips. It really helps the channel. So, E.T. phone home your fingers onto the like button. And then E.T. phone home your fingers on the subscribe button. And it's perfectly okay to question anything. I question everything. I always feel like I'm going to be fucked over. So I question it just in case I get fucked over. I don't know why. It's just the way I've always been. So, if you look at this big picture on top, now they're quiet, of course, but if you look at the big picture on top, right, this big crater right here, which they call the Grand Canyon of the moon.
This view showing...
She's going to tell us, smarty pants.
A camera coming from Orion.
Okay, lady. You do it better than me. Do it, lady.
The moon. We have 3 more flyby observation blocks after the completion of this one.
Hurry back, Leo.
Down on the bottom left of your screen, that's the SIR, the Science Evaluation Room, where team members are continuing to work through all of the targets that the crew is photographing today.
She's so quiet.
Identify some of the,
you think she'd be on the moon?
Some of the craters and some of the other items that the crew has seen on the moon's surface. Down on the right is Artemis Mission Control here in Houston. Those 2 rooms down at the bottom are just down the hall from each other.
Down the hall? That sounds so weird and cheesy. Those rooms are just down the hall from each other. You could just walk down there and knockety knock, knock, knock. Like Trisha.
Pound, 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 ding dong, ding dong, pound, pound, pound. Away from the next cabin and window team swap. That means Victor and Christina, who have been at the windows, will fly to the cabin, the background essentially, and be their support crew for Reed and Jeremy. Reed and Jeremy will move back up to the windows.
Well, okay then.
The moon couldn't be replicated on Earth. NASA introduced methods to adapt the astronauts. One of their favorite methods was parabolic flight, or as the astronauts called it, the vomit comet.
The vomit comet. JSAC McNasty. Nice name.
These nuts.
This is exciting. I'm really hot. It's really hot here all of a sudden. It's really hot down here in Florida. You question everything since COVID? Yeah, I question everything since the beginning of time. I pretty much was born this way. I was born a skeptic. Don't know why. Yeah, it sounds like when you get on the tram at Disneyland. Make sure you keep your arms and legs in the tram. We will be taking off momentarily.
The crew is continuing their discussion portion of the flyby in the lunar targeting package, where it says far side albedo / color. They are looking.
Thanks, Global Vortex,
looking
for
to get a good
subbing up.
understanding of what the crew can see on the far side at this point. And
Let's
its brightness
open
as
up
well
our
as
chat
any
to everybody
colors.
today.
We did hear earlier. Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen reporting that they could even see browns and even greens.
Brown?
I'm really looking forward to seeing those photos. And in just a couple of minutes,
She's describing the toilet.
the teams will swap from the cabin to the window.
Swapperoo. Everybody switch seats. Okay, we're opening up the chat.
Another rundown of just how this flyby is choreographed inside the spacecraft today. So these activities have been timelined, and there are these 5 blocks of time during which the crew is going to be observing the moon from Orion's windows. Now we are just coming up on the end of the 2nd block, and we'll start the 3rd soon. So at any time during those blocks, 2 members are at the windows.
Okay,
working in a
thanks,
pair.
Mel.
One is taking photos from window 2 and has a blue shroud over the window to help prevent any reflections from inside the spacecraft. They are also using an 80 to 400 millimeter zoom lens. And the other astronaut on the window team will be in window 3 using their portable computing device to make annotations. Now, again, both of those crew members are making audio recordings of what they are seeing, and we are not hearing that right now. Those are going to be downlinked later to the science team, who will evaluate them and use that data to inform our understanding of the moon.
What the hell? We
Those
should
2
be able to
crew
hear
members at
that
the
in real
windows
time.
swap roles.
I don't like it.
Houston, it is time for another swap between the cabin
Why
and
can
the
we
window
hear all
team.
this?
So
But not the good
we have
stuff.
15 minutes of handover time, and then we will expect Jeremy and Reed at the windows and Christina
I'm mad.
and Victor at the cabin. I have no new vehicle updates for you. but I do have a photo location for some photos on Ike's PCD, and I want to let you know that Jeremy's family have arrived in the viewing gallery.
Jeremy's family is there. This is NASA. What do you mean it's on it?
Okay, Jenny, we copied most of that. The only thing we're missing is what you meant about the photo location on Victor's PCD. And hello to my family. I think that must be Catherine and Devin that are there. And I'm glad they made it into the viewing room. And,
Well, they can probably see more than we can.
Time for crew swap. The A team's coming out of the windows and the B team's going in.
I'm mad because we can't see anything.
Okay, copy. All I meant to pass for Victor's PCD is that there are some late load photos that were requested that are now in his favorite photos folder. And you're exactly right. We have Catherine and Devin here. They give you a big wave, and they're super excited and happy to see part of what you're seeing.
They aren't showing us what they're seeing. This is what we see. I don't even know if this is real, Flo. I don't even know if this is like a visualization or if this is real, because it's not really changing. I was really excited. He's been asking if his family was there.
Okay, copy, Jenny. We're not sure what we're looking for in the PCD, but we're going to poke around and we may be calling you back about that one.
All right, that's no problem, and it's unrelated to flyby.
Is it me or did we just bounce closer? I don't know. I don't know. I don't like it. I wanted to see out the window while they were seeing out the window. Like, I thought we were going to see their views, and that was... Now we have to wait? Sin is even questioning it. I think these are all
This is Artemis Mission
experiments.
Control here at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. And as you just heard, Capcom, or capsule communicator Jenny Gibbons, Canadian Space Agency astronaut, and Artemis 2 crew backup, relaying to the teams in Orion that it is time for a swap from the cabin to the window team.
Can we see it?
We're now at the tail end of the second lunar flyby observation block. Again, we have 5 of these today. Most recently, Victor Glover and Christina Cook were at the windows photographing and making annotations, while Reed Wiseman and Jeremy Hansen were in the cabin providing support, whether that is SD card help, but also science sit reps calling down any situation reports for what they are seeing on the moon or anything about the vehicle status.
Because it's called the dark side of the moon.
To make a swap, Reed and Jeremy will be back at the windows, making observations for what they see at the moon and taking photos.
Well, I mean, we saw earlier they were inside the capsule. We saw their food. They showed off their food. They showed up how they puffed up their suits. Well, Quinn, they're up there iMessaging. Quinn, is that a koala bear? What is that in your picture? Is that a koala bear? It looks like it's in duress. What is that? My eyes are kind of bad. Bruce, if the Earth was flat, the cats would have knocked everything off the edge by now. That's funny. After 5 days invested, I expect to see the moon. I know, Crystal, me too. They can send iMessages but can't show us a picture. Oh, it's a sloth. I thought it was a koala. No wonder it looks like it's in duress. It's a sloth.
Again, you're watching live coverage of NASA's Artemis 2.
But something that's really awesome up here is we now have the moon and the Earth in window 3 simultaneously, and the moon is a gibbous, and the Earth is a crescent. And I'm guessing in about 45 minutes we'll have 2 identical crescents as we change our position in the universe.
That is pretty darn cool. Thank you.
I'll see you on the dark side of the moon, people.
That's the Artemis 2 crew, the first astronauts to fly by the moon in more than 50 years, reporting that when they look out of window 3, one window, they're able to see both the Earth and the moon at the same time now. Now, obviously, our view is from a camera on the solar array wing pointed at the moon, and we hope to see that view of both the Earth and the moon soon.
Okay. We'll wait.
Some upcoming times for what you can expect. In about an hour and 40 minutes,
Tell
we will
us.
have Earth set. And during that time, we will have a view of Earth going behind the moon. Shortly after, just a few minutes later, we will lose signal with the Orion spacecraft. This is tracked as it is going behind the moon and out of reach of the Deep Space Network. At 6 o'clock p.m., the spacecraft will make its closest approach to the moon at a distance of about 4,066 miles. At 6:02 Central, the spacecraft will reach its farthest distance from Earth at about 252,755 miles. Of course, these are approximate, and we will make sure to provide you with the final distances once those are confirmed. At 6:21 p.m., we will have Earthrise from the Orion spacecraft, but we will not have communications with the spacecraft until 6:25 p.m. Central, when we expect to acquire signal with them after they've emerged from behind the moon.
Okay, I've got another clip for you guys. This keeps changing. This is weird. Is this live? How come the live button isn't red?
Again, before they start their third timelined flyby observation for today.
It keeps changing, Austin.
We've heard great calls from the crew so far describing what they're seeing, all well trained by the science team here on the ground.
It's something I have in the background. What are you talking about? I don't have anything in the background. I have this because I want to show you guys.
Another major milestone for the crew today will be to experience a solar eclipse from their capsule. No one on Earth will experience this solar eclipse. To the astronauts, this will look a lot like a total solar eclipse on Earth, except the moon will be huge compared to the sun. Whereas if you're standing on Earth and looking at a solar eclipse, the moon and the sun appear to be about the same size in the sky. As the moon begins to cover and then uncover the sun, the astronauts will see a partial solar eclipse, so that's before and after totality, and during that time frame they will have to wear eclipse glasses so they can safely view this phase. They also intend to capture images of the sun's corona during the eclipse. This is a rare glimpse at the innermost corona that will only be captured by the astronauts' cameras.
We can't get through the Van Allen radiation belts. Do you think we can?
During the eclipse, we also look forward to the crew members describing what they will see, which includes unique light features like the shape and size of the corona and potentially even lunar dust. At the same time, Venus, Saturn, Mars, and Mercury will be near the
Ooh.
sun, so they may be able to identify what part of the sky they're looking at.
Cool, but we
This
won't
can
see
help
it.
train future Artemis astronauts on what part of the sky they're seeing, which is useful knowledge in challenging situations when they may need to rely on that information instead of instruments for navigation and orientation. That eclipse window will last about an hour, and it'll happen.
It's
near
Disney
the end
World
of the
voice,
day
I
today,
swear.
closer to 7:35 p.m. Central, 8:35 Eastern.
Got a couple hours. Smoke them if you got them. We still have more to dive into in the past, too. This looks like something from 2011 that we're looking at. So the question is, can they use Starlink from where they're located? Might be a stupid question. It's probably a really, really, really stupid question. My Corona. It's my Sharona, isn't it? Apollo never used Eclipse glasses? No? They didn't? Okay, so let's do a little more history. Want to? I have no idea what's going on here. Oh, there's my screen. Oh, I had it scrolled up. Shit. All right, hold on. We're going to have a little history lesson. We're going to put Orion. Let's put Orion up here. Orion. And then we're going to do a little history lesson with Jay. So check this out, guys. This guy here is doing this test. It's just a test to see if the moon landing was faked, okay?
As you can see in this live view from Orion, the Earth is, the spacecraft is maneuvering around the moon, and the views of the moon have changed since we started our broadcast.
Well, they sure have.
The near side is now very far to the right side of your screen. This is the side that we can see from Earth. That darkened portion are ancient lava flows.
Lava flows.
The crater down towards the bottom of the moon is Oriental. And this is a crater that was previously never seen before by human eyes until this mission.
Oh, a new crater.
You'll notice the telemetry graphics has split.
Capsule body rates look good.
Okay, so before Sin eats dinner.
Everything to the left of Oriental is considered the far side. And this is what we typically do not see from Earth.
Okay, so this is what we typically would not see. Are we going to go this away then? All right, hold on. Let me play this for Sin first. Then we'll go back to Orion. Orion will stay in the corner here. Here is the video from Jeff Bezos, Blue Origin. Blue Origin went up, and it seems like when the people went up, they had orgasms. Take a listen. This was earlier this year.
One for the booster, one for the capsule to follow their respective journeys.
Wow. Oh, yeah. Wow. Look at 3 minutes, 30 seconds into flight. Oh, look at that. Oh, God.
You'll notice the telemetry graphics has split.
Capsule body rates look good.
One for the booster, one for the capsule to follow their...
Maybe that's why we're not getting any audio. Maybe that's why we're not getting audio from them.
Respective journeys.
Listen.
Wow. Oh, yeah. Wow. Look at 3 minutes, 30 seconds into flight. Oh, look at that. Oh, God.
You'll notice the telemetry graphics has
That
split.
never gets old, dude. That's so funny. Oh my God. I'm so glad that we decide to watch those when we do. There's a live feed of the telemetry. Is that right? Right. It's not really dark. It's because we don't. Oh, did you guys just see that glitch? Oh, Sane, did you see that? We're rewinding. The chat's going nuts. The chat's going nuts.
Block, they will switch position.
Watch.
Observations.
Watch. Oh, what the hell was that, NASA? You can't get nothing by me. Watch. Watch. Oh, what the fuck just happened? How did that just, what? Watch again. Literally glitched. How are they moving the camera? It's on the outside of the damn craft. They what? I want to know what that is. I knew Sane would love that. All right, let's get up to real time.
We really enjoyed our discussion time. That was a great innovation on the lunar targeting plan. We were both able to describe a lot more kind of with flow, I would say, when we were talking to each other. And it was also, we sort of were able to bounce ideas off of each other and come to new conclusions. We had, I think, a very successful talking through of some contacts between different color areas, both in the mare and in the highlands, and we identified some really unique texture areas as well. At one point, towards the end of the images,
no, they're going towards it.
I just had an overwhelming sense of being moved by looking at the moon. It lasted just
this is Christina.
And I actually couldn't even make it happen again. But something just drew me in suddenly to the lunar landscape, and it became real. And the truth is, the moon really is its own body in the universe. It's not just a poster in the sky that goes by. It is a real place. And when we have that perspective and we compare it to our home of the Earth, it just reminds us how much we have in common. Everything we need, the Earth provides, and that in and of itself is somewhat of a miracle, and one that you can't truly know until you've had the perspective of the other. I'll switch into some logistics stuff. The Peltors, both their batteries stopped providing the active listening, but we have verified they are still recording, and so we are able to have discussion time and hear outside our recordings by just moving the ear cup off of the ear. Other than that, everything's working well technically, and we've been able to find all our targets, and we're having a really great time.
They're having fun.
Thanks, Christina. We copy those logistics for the Peltors, and also thanks for bringing us into the cabin with you with that description.
Okay. I don't know if Christina's done. I don't want to miss anything. You tell her. You tell her, Sparky.
Right on time.
Debbie
NASA
Downer.
astronaut Christina Cook, a mission specialist for Artemis 2, calling down a science sit rep, a situation report. Good news, reporting that she and her teammates have been able to capture all targets that were listed. Christina also gave a vibrant description of just how it feels to be there and to see the moon up close and not just something passing in our night sky. Currently, the team members at the window are Reed Wiseman and Jeremy Hansen. Meanwhile,
Integrity cabin team for window shroud.
Window shroud. Crack-a-jacka, not yet, little Smurf. We're almost there. Look at, we're close to the moon. So the thing is, guys, it's called the dark side of the moon because we don't ever see it. The view we see from Earth is one side of the moon, but it's not dark necessarily on that side all the time. That's how I understand it. Anyways.
We're listening. Go ahead, Jenny.
Hey, Victor, we have a temperature constraint on the windows, and the shroud might be getting us close, so we just want to check on the state of window 4's shroud, whether you believe it's still necessary because maybe things have changed with our viewing, and if so, we would like to request to have the shroud removed.
Are those like shades?
Houston, we believe it is necessary. We pulled it off just as a corner. It is very bright. It definitely would affect our night vision and maybe comfort. But is there a time? Can you tell us when we would have to take it off by?
Yeah, they're built-in shades that allow crew members to take photographs of deep space without glare from the internal cabin lights.
Unfortunately, since it's been on for a while, we are going to have to request that the shroud is removed, and we can recommend something that could block the light but just create a bit of distance between the window and whatever is covering it. Something like a T-shirt would do the trick and help.
A T-shirt? It says window shrouds on the Orion.
Okay, we're removing the shroud, and we'll make it work. Thanks.
Are specialized built-in shades designed for Artemis missions to allow crew members to take photographs of deep space without glare from interior cabin lights. They block sunlight and cabin light to enable high-quality photography.
Thank you, Victor. We know it's pretty bright in there now with that window uncovered. We will also offer that airflow on the window would be helpful. So if you want, you can also retrieve the condensation hose, which should be friction fit onto one of the diffusers. And that on the window would also help.
So bright.
We can easily point a diffuser at the window, so we're going to start with that, and it's pointing at the window now.
Watch, we're going to have glare photos because they didn't have a diffuser.
Okay, we'll take that, Victor. Thank you. Please keep us updated.
Temperature on the window is rising, so they want it uncovered. Yikes. I know, it sounded like she was like, yeah, go ahead and crack the window, roll it down, get some fresh air.
Wake up.
Ooh, we just got ooh, look at that. We just got a different view. It just changed again. Look at how many craters are there. Hey, listen, JSAC. Coke Zero is my
That
go-to.
call from Capcom, Jenny Gibbons, CSA astronaut and Artemis 2 crew backup to the crew aboard Orion, letting them know that they will need to remove the window shroud they had placed on window 4. They initially placed that shroud there to block out some of the light from the Earth. It was extremely bright coming in the cabin and interfering with some of their viewing opportunities out at the moon. This was a request from ground teams to ensure that they are protecting other systems, and the crew has been offered the opportunity to use something else to cover the window. Meanwhile, Reed Wiseman and Jeremy Hansen continue with their lunar flyby observations. They have just looked at Glushko crater. That's about when we heard that call down from Christina Cook with that description of everything she had been seeing during her observation period and what she was seeing at that time. The science team asked this crew to take centered images of the entire crater and their ray system in one frame. They're also interested in knowing the brightness, texture, and extent of Glushko's rays and how they differ in the mare, or that
This is a visualization. This looks real. Look, this isn't even real. And this looks like exactly what we're looking at. So how do you expect me to believe it? Glushko. I mean, they could have got all these images from the lunar thing that goes around the moon.
Science, integrity. First, I wanted to start off with connecting with what Christina said, that it was very moving to look out the window. I had the unfortunate sequence to start looking out the window and then moved to the long lens, and it was hard to speak looking through the zoom because I went straight where Christina went, and I was walking around down there on the surface, climbing and off-roading on that amazing terrain. I also want to underscore something that she said. As we continue to explore, when we actually do go down there to the surface, I know for safety reasons that we would never send someone alone, but I just want to really emphasize how important the discussion time was. When we started to talk, we not only got better science discussion, we got better human connection, and so doing this as a pair, we just learn and grow together, and that's just super important, so thank you for adding that to this plan. Reed just passed me a note that the Oriental Basin annular ring has a similar albedo to the center, but a different color. It has more brownish tones in it, and he said it's very distinct now that he's been staring at it.
Victor, thank you. You got a cheer from science there, and we all just went on that moonwalk with you, so highlighting how important it is to talk about these things. I also want to let you know that we have Deanna Glover with us in the viewing gallery. She's all smiles.
She's all smiles.
Well, you just got a bunch of cheers up here. Hey, babe. I love you from the moon.
We love that we got a hey babe too, and we also have one of your lovely daughters here watching you guys work.
Hey, criminal mindedness.
Thank you guys for doing that and for supporting them through this. And to all of you, Genesis, Maya, Joya, and Corinne, I love you. And Deanna, I love you. I'm glad you get to be there.
What's up, Angel?
We've had some really sweet words from the crew members aboard Orion today, as their families have been able to filter in and out of the viewing room here at Artemis Mission Control at Johnson Space Center in Houston. Victor Glover also giving a great science sit rep and just a description of how it must feel if you were down on the lunar surface while he was looking through that 80 to 400 millimeter zoom lens. He also expressed how important it was to be able to talk through that real time with Christina Cook and stress the importance of that on future missions, that it not only made their discussions better, but also more human.
Oh, Leo,
Glover
you're
and
back.
Cook are in the support roles right now, not taking photos or making annotations at the windows, but they are also encouraged to have their midday meal at this time. For lunch today, those two crew members have options of beef ravioli, salmon, butternut squash, sweet and savory kale, pickled beets, cherry blueberry cobbler, tuna noodle casserole, tomatoes and artichokes, broccoli, and chocolate peanut butter bar.
Ugh. Then they get to go use the toilet. That's a lot of different kind of food. I wouldn't be able to eat.
Once Glover and Cook return to the window portion of their flyby today, Reed Wiseman and Jeremy Hansen will get into their midday meal. Again, this is the third of 5 scheduled blocks for our lunar viewing today, and if you were watching at the start of the broadcast, you can definitely tell the difference in the distance from the moon. We are now 5,518 miles away from the lunar surface, and again, expecting the crew to get about 4,066 miles away.
I'll replay it.
They are currently 252,050 miles away from Earth, and every mile is a new record, having surpassed the Apollo
That gives me
13 milestone
anxiety.
for furthest distance earlier today.
So they've gone further than any other human at this point. Well, that was earlier, too. But earlier, this is what it looked like. Here's a
It's
scene.
a little bit different than what it looked like on launch day. After
Okay,
ascent,
that's earlier. Then we're going to skip forward. This is about 3 hours ago. Then we'll skip to about 2 hours and 40 minutes ago. Let's go right at 2 hours.
Your missions.
2 hours ago.
Glover also mentioned that he is now wearing his glasses now that he's in space and that his eyes have shifted a bit. This by observations,
1
meaning
hour
they are
ago.
using the Nikon cameras to photograph the moon, and their PCD, or the portable...
30 minutes ago.
Okay, Jenny, we copied most of that.
And now.
Later about that terminator, that's the line between light and darkness while on the moon. It is really exposing some of those craters at this time. A couple of the other features in view right now are Hertzsprung Basin and Vavilov Crater. Hertzsprung Basin is nearer to the center of the moon, closer to that terminator line right now, and Vavilov Crater is just on the outskirts of it, closer again to the terminator. Towards the bottom of the moon and to the left of the terminator line, or currently shadowed in darkness, is Apollo Basin.
Oh, Apollo Basin.
Science from integrity. Let me find out how far we are from the moon right now. But our view is about a third of the moon is in eclipse. That beautiful terminator is out there calling to me. We're 4,691 miles from the moon. And what looked like in the terminator, about a third of the way up from the southernmost part of the terminator, looked like a dinosaur print if one was running to the northwest. Now is clearly a crater with a bunch of craters around it. And that terminator, I can only see about half of it. I'm looking through the docking hatch window right now because we have the Z9 in window 1. But that terminator has moved. I guess I've been using Vavilov the whole time, so it's gone 2 more Vavilov craters to the west. And so a few more features are starting to peek out into the sunlight there with that low sun angle, and so you still have ridges and valleys showing up very clearly, a very jagged terminator, and a few islands of light out there with some high elevation shining in the sunlight in that darkness. And on the eastern side of the moon, let's see, Grimaldi appears to be one of the farthest east features, and that is maybe 5 degrees from being right on the limb and going off over the horizon. It is interesting, just looking at Oriental, that my first impression of it is all of the dark areas appear lighter, which I think makes sense because it is now facing, well, it's still relatively the same to the sun, but my angle to it is different. So I'm looking at it from a little more, even further to the side as we pass it. But all the darker features appear to be just a little bit lighter from this vantage point. The darker ring structure in the outer and inner ring and the interior, as well as the annular ring portion, everything seems to be just a smidge lighter at this point.
Thanks for that description, Ike. Any additional words you can provide on Oriental would be wonderful, as that is such a high priority target for us. And while I have you, as we get closer to target 15, which is the Terminator target, if you can find Zeeman Crater again that you were looking at earlier, everything to your left of Zeeman would be getting into the South Pole Aiken area to help you orient yourself.
Zeeman is a great waypoint out there. I definitely see it.
Uh-oh, what happened?
Yeah, Zeeman is very easy to find, and that is awesome. Thank you for pointing that out. Feel free to do that as often as you think of things. Let's see, looking back at Oriental. Okay, another thing, after looking through the zoom camera, man, you guys are smart. You probably did this on purpose, but after looking with my plain eyes and then going to the 400 millimeter zoom, now looking at it, I see the cliff face as if you were standing in the center. That inner and outer ring have definitely some real terrain to them, and now I can see that as terrain. Now that I look at it even with my naked eye, I can tell that there's a lot of elevation and that, like I said, a cliff face on that eastern edge where all the darker deposits are. And it's just the scale now. Looking at it from far away before, it seemed like flat with color painted on it, but now that I look at it, I can definitely see that there is, different depositional characteristics, and so the darker is some other material, but there's also some shadowing going on because of the cliff face that is a part of that crater wall.
Great description, Victor. Thanks, and really interesting to hear now the distinction between shadow and color. Before I let you go back to other observations, you mentioned that Reed saw a browner hue to the annular ring than the rest of Oriental. Are you seeing that from your vantage point?
The way that I'm looking at Oriental, again, I'm still in the docking hatch window.
Wait a minute.
There's like
I have a question. I'm going to type it.
Thermocouple right here in the center of the window, and it is the orange Kapton tape color, and so it is unfortunately, it's like trying to look at stars, next to a metropolis. I think it's drowning out any color that I could pick up from the moon. I am not able to see that color, but I have not looked at it through one of the forward face, from one of the windows 1 through 4. I think when I get away from this Kapton tape strip that I would be able to see the variation that Reed's talking about.
That is great feedback operationally. Thanks, Victor. I'll leave you to it.
Okay, I think we can take a little breather for a second anyways. Leo is back. So first I want to show Leo the space sex video because she missed it. And then I want to see, look at this view. This is allegedly from the rover. Oh, they have a question. Hold on. To the question.
Yes, they have a question to help inform a theory that they're sort of tossing back and forth. What is older, the Mare seas of the near side or Oriental?
Stand by, Integrity. We're going to get you a little geologic history here.
Okay, so the big screen is my documentary. That's the view from our rover, allegedly from 2011. The moon, from the moon looking at the Earth. Yeah, that's a different image. That's my thing. Orenthal? I guess we're waiting for an answer, so. All right, listen to this.
The Apollo landings. The Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter is a robotic spacecraft launched by NASA in 2009 to orbit the Moon.
Using some very high-resolution cameras and being relatively close to the Moon's surface, it has actually been able to pick out each of the 6 Apollo landing sites. And not only the descent stages where they landed, but locations of the flags, the experiments, the 3 rovers that were left on the last 3 missions.
But some argue that these satellite images aren't as detailed as they expected when they were taken in 2011.
The Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter was deliberately flown over what is purported to be the Apollo landing sites. And from a height of 12 miles, i.e. not very far at all, what do you see? A couple of pixels. If you looked at these images without...
See, I was really hoping that this wraparound would be, you know, show us this stuff again. Because this is supposed to be 2011.
NASA putting on a whacking grey arrow, you wouldn't know what you're looking at.
While satellite images of the equipment left behind may not be detailed enough.
As far as Mare
Okay, we're getting an answer.
Is younger than almost all of the Mare on the near side. The exception are features like Aristarchus, which really pop out to you guys and really pop out to us here on Earth. That is younger, but other than that, Oriental is pretty young as far as Mare go.
Well, that was an exciting answer.
To persuade some, there are other markers of man-made interference in the images.
I have to say, what you see is just 1 or 2 pixels, but you don't get a sharp picture, a nice clean picture of the lunar module. But the LRO pictures do show some discoloration of the area where the lunar module took off, so that seems fairly consistent.
So these, like I said, are supposed to be the tracks from Neil Armstrong, and this is the landing site. And I don't know what this is. Like, I want to see this again.
With what NASA said.
Alongside the lunar reconnaissance images, evidence from other missions have also been able to confirm the Apollo landing sites.
Altitude 4200. Houston, you're a go for landing, over.
Of course, we've also had the Chinese and the Japanese with their own lunar missions. They are able to image the areas in which the landings took place, and there are evidence of soil disturbance. So you do have that third-party verification that the landings themselves took place.
There's one more big question conspiracy theorists ask about the Apollo 11 photographs. With no weather on the Moon, you would expect a spectacular view of space. Yet, there are no stars in the Apollo photograph.
Okay, here's a lot of you said, why can't we see stars? Okay, so listen.
Some of these conspiracy theories, they think that if you go to the Moon, you should be able to see stars because there's no atmosphere there, so space should be nice and black, so you should be able to see a lot more stars than are shown in the Apollo.
Yeah, the ham foil. I'm sorry, I can't get down with the fact that this thing went through the atmosphere. I mean, it looks like it wouldn't even make it riding in the back of a pickup truck without falling apart. I mean, do you guys agree with that? Why is my chat frozen? Oh, I can't play this documentary. I got blocked. Did I get blocked? Uh-oh. I got to stop playing this. Are we still live? Why is it doing that? Put a 1 in chat if we're live. I just got a thing. Heads up. Did it cut us off? Can you hear me? 1 if you hear me. Oh, there you go. Okay, the chat just came back. Oh, thank God. Well, thank God. I guess I can't play this stupid free documentary. Look at free documentary. But I can't play it and I get cut down. Did it cut off for a second? Yeah, it said heads up. Okay, well, fuck it. We're going to watch some space sex then. Enjoy.
Rates look good.
One for the booster, one for the capsule to follow their respective journeys.
Wow. Wow. Look at 3 minutes, 20 seconds into flight. Oh, look at that. Oh, God.
You'll notice the telemetry graphics have split.
Capsule body rates look good.
One for the booster, one for the capsule to follow their respective journeys.
Oh, we got a position swap coming.
Wow. Oh, yeah. Oh, my God. Wow. Look at 3 minutes, 20 seconds into flight. Oh, look at that. Oh, God.
You'll notice the telemetry graphics have split.
This one there at zero
We found a
G.
way that we can reinstall the shroud on the window. We understand it's pretty darn bright compared to everything that you're looking at. So in order to reinstall it, we will ask that you retrieve the condensation hose and you install it on
They're making them redo. I'd be so
fit on the
irritated.
cap and air outlet port. That's right by one of your diffusers.
I'd be like,
You're
make up your
going to
mind.
point that little condensation hose such that the air is flowing over the window.
Thanks, Molly.
pane.
We'll
Let
be
me know
here
when
this
you're ready
evening.
for the stowage location.
It just said that it detected. Oh, look, there they are.
Ready.
It said it detected copyrighted content, and just a heads up. And I stopped it, and it was fine. No, that wasn't Katy Perry. That was just some random people that paid a lot of money.
Christina, the hose is in locker A1.
Why does Christina have to do everything? And furthermore,
the crew has gotten a go to reinstall that window shroud they were using to block some of the earth shine.
Copy.
This view coming from inside the Orion spacecraft as the crew members are swapping windows, specifically Reed Wiseman and Jeremy Hansen. They've been our crew members at the windows taking photos, making annotations, and making recordings that'll be downlinked later to the science team for review. The science team will have a conference tomorrow morning with the crew to get any fresh perspectives or things that they learned during the flyby.
where's the light from the moon? Is that the light from the moon coming in the window? Why is it so dark? I thought it was too bright for them. What's going on? Seriously, what is happening? I love she's the space plumber. It said on the NASA channel there was a temp warning. Okay, well, they took it off and now they're taking it back on. They said it's too bright. Where's the brightness? I'm failing to see the brightness. I see one light that they have on. Right, but they said the moon was too bright. Where's the moon?
Again,
brightness?
we are now in the third of 5 observation blocks for the crew scheduled for today.
Why can't
During
we
this
see out the
flyby,
window?
Orion is passing around between 4,000 and 6,000 miles from the moon and providing the crew with a full view of the lunar surface. It's a higher vantage point and much farther than Apollo's lunar orbits on average. So from this view, astronauts can observe both the North and South Pole and large-scale geologic features
I'm
in
grabbing
one
something to
single
drink. I'll be
view.
right back. NASA is not being transparent.
We are now
Just a
under
shot of
an
tequila
hour
and a nice
until
blunt.
Orion passes behind the moon, and we lose communication with the crew. They will be out of reach with any of our deep space network antennas. That loss of signal will last about 40 minutes, and we expect to regain communications with them once they fly behind the other side of the moon. While they are behind the moon, they will also reach their max Earth altitude as well as their closest approach to the lunar surface. The view you have right now is a live stream from a camera on Orion's solar arrays. You are looking at a live view of the moon, and 4 people are inside that spacecraft taking pictures
I'm so happy y'all are
telling
here.
us everything that they are seeing. The first humans to do so in over 50 years.
Sorry, Karen.
They'll be sending those pictures down for all of us to enjoy, and of course, especially
You're
the
being a
science team who
Karen.
are very excited for what they are learning today.
See, if they can show us the inside of the spaceship, they could show us this all the time. Or they could show us a camera that's in the window.
It appears the Artemis 2 spacecraft, Orion, is now under 5,000 miles away from the moon. Again, we expect their closest distance to the moon be about 4,066 miles.
I mean, isn't
That
it
is
our
an
tax
estimate
dollars?
at this point, and we will make
this
sure
point?
to share that closest approach distance once we receive it.
Body rates look good. One for the booster, one for the capsule to follow their respective journeys.
Just want us to cool the window with the condensation hose, or did you want us to put the shroud back on and cool the window at the same time?
Huntsville in the house. What's up, Ryan V? Yeah, why can't they show us Earth?
Victor, we definitely want you to cool down the window with the condensation hose. It's
What,
your
Georgia
preference
Dog?
whether
Wider.
you put the shroud back on. The hose will allow you to do that if it helps with your lunar flyby.
Georgia Dog, have you heard the SpaceX video?
Okay, copy. We're going to do both at the same time. Thank you.
Houston copies.
Houston, copy. Georgia Dog, you want to see the SpaceX video? You ever seen it? This is Blue Origin. Again, going up with just random people that have too much money.
You'll notice the telemetry graphics has split.
Capsule body rates look good.
One for the booster, one for the capsule to follow their respective journeys.
Wow. Oh, yeah. Wow. Look at
3 minutes, 20 seconds into flight.
Oh, God.
He said 2 minutes and 30 seconds into the flight. Did you hear him? We're about an hour away from the moon, yeah.
Wow. Oh, yeah. Wow. Look at
3 minutes, 20 seconds into flight.
Oh, God.
You'll notice the telemetry graphics has split.
Capsule body rates look good.
One for the booster, one for the capsule to follow their respective journeys.
Wow. Oh, yeah. Wow. Look at
3 minutes, 20 seconds into
No, they're feeling the G-force 2 minutes, 30 seconds in.
flight.
Oh, God.
It says, oh, God, up there. Oh, shit. It's funny. It's really funny. Thank you, Sin, for clipping that. You can't make that stuff up. You really can't. Just like this, the current situation here. I wonder why we aren't seeing like a view from the back of the Orion to show us what Earth looks like from here. And yeah, they were very vocal. No, because they hit like the G-force or whatever. Zero gravity. They hit zero gravity and they were like, oh, wow. Oh. Yeah, it's funny. All right, let's see. We're talking again.
It starts to get into more loose-looking terrain, and smooth interior also causes the craters that are inside of the larger crater, the smaller craters, to have really sharp edges, sharp, distinct edges. And just a general comment on that area, Hertzsprung, that whole area, the average albedo there is darker. That is, I would say, 3. And the average albedo around Oriental and between Oriental and Ohm, excluding the wedge, the darker wedge, is more on the 6-7. And
6-7?
they also seem to be different texturally. Christina described it earlier around
6-7.
Hertzsprung, and then from Hertzsprung toward toward Oriental, there appears to be a frozen, a rippling pond, but frozen.
High tech.
Or like choppy waves.
Tech
so
death,
it's windy
and we've
out,
got
choppy
Leo
water,
tech.
and it freezes instantly. That's the texture. If you walk down there barefoot, it looks like it would be hard on your feet, like lava. After it's cooled, it would be pokey.
Hot lava.
Except for right there in the center of Hertzsprung, it looks paved, like a paved road, nice and smooth.
Victor, that's a wonderful description. Going from a paved road to lava reminds us of the Icelandic highlands. Thanks for that.
Hey, if you guys haven't hit the thumbs up, let's hit the thumbs up. Let's get some more space nerds in here to chit-chat with us.
And science, another, in the interior of the very intact, the interior
right, Carrie?
of the intact crater at Hertzsprung is albedo variation. I think I heard one of the window crew maybe say color variation, but definitely albedo variation. There's lighter patches and slightly darker patches. It's not swirling, it's just patchy. It just has spots that are lighter, and I would say a predominantly darker average area.
Great descriptions, Victor. Thanks. Not swirly, just patchy is really helpful for us.
Oh, lucky rabbit. We're being played in the Vets parking lot. Thank you all for your service. We love you. God bless the USA, and God bless our military vets. Are you going in to have some fun tonight at the Vets Hall?
Really great descriptions coming from...
Oh, thank you.
The window team is hitting all the targets. They are on the plan and starting the discussion of the Terminator. And boy, I am loving the Terminator. I think I know it's not purely a moon feature, but what it does to the features of the moon, to the terrain, I've probably spent the most time describing into my recordings and thinking about and looking at the Terminator. There's just so much magic in the Terminator. The islands of light, the valleys, what look like black holes, you'd fall straight to the center of the moon. If you stepped in some of those, it's just so visually captivating that the Terminator is the most striking thing that I've seen so far.
Terminator.
We've been loving your evocative descriptions, Victor. You really are bringing us along with you, and we're following along with visualizations that pale in comparison to your descriptions. Thanks.
Me too, Flo. The Vets Halls are so fun.
Integrity Science, one more question on a status of what the window team chose to observe for crew choice.
Oh, yes. Vets' wives as well. We can't forget the wives. Sparky comes back, and we're talking about G-spots. Sparky, have you seen the space sex? We want everyone who visits tonight to see the space sex. It's very important. He loves the Terminator. And just as a quick reminder,
what you are witnessing is real. The participants are not actors.
We're back. We got the full screen now. Sane, I just love your commentary. You're so funny. Truly. Crack me up.
Window 2 talked about Vavilov, looked for suspended dust, and the Terminator. And window 3 about the experience and about the three-dimensionality of the moon this close.
Georgia Dog uploaded a video of his drone footage at Fort DeSoto. You guys want to check it out?
the features going off to the southwest, the two large, almost look like scratches in the surface. I don't know if they're rays or canyons or collapsed lava tubes, but two distinct features that are almost parallel going off southwest from Oriental Basin. They are the first things that made me notice parallax of our trajectory looking out at Oriental. That and in the inner walls of the east side of the crater rings, you really get a sense that we're flying over something with elevation and terrain, and they look different from this orientation.
I'm in 4K. This is
Love
not
to hear
4K.
It, Victor, and you had it that those chains are actually crater rays, secondary craters formed from the formation of Oriental.
Yeah, speaking of crater rays, the crater rays that are going off to the northwest, that run off toward Hertzsprung and I believe toward Vavilov. I'm not looking at it right now, but those crater rays are very interesting. They're all very small. I know you've imaged this, but they're all small and they look like, you know, a big impact launched rocks and things that made smaller impacts down the way. But something very interesting, and again, you can see this in imagery, but some of them are parallel, and then some of them converge toward the center of Oriental. And then I think I even saw some that maybe diverge, not diverge, but that are convergent, which indicate multiple large impacts that created a lot of secondary impact crater rays.
Fantastic, Victor, and I'll note that we can infer that you're looking down at your freshly named Integrity crater, which is near the end of one of those beautiful crater rays from Oriental. Thanks for the description.
Integrity crater?
Yeah, you're welcome. And Integrity is easily identifiable with the naked eye from this point.
Did China release their footage? I'm gonna see because I don't really pay attention to that. I find Russia's space explorations very interesting to watch when we're allowed to watch them. China has achieved historic milestones by becoming the first nation to
We've been
land
hearing some great situation
and return
reports
samples from the far
Glover,
side of the
pilot
moon.
of the Artemis 2 mission, calling down to the science team, letting them know what he is seeing. And one of those things is Hertzsprung Basin. If you look just to the right of the Terminator, that is the difference between light and darkness on the moon. You can see what he's describing when he says Hertzsprung Basin and how it looks a little bit paved in the middle there. It's almost in the very center of the moon in this view, coming from the Orion spacecraft and a camera mounted on its solar array.
I'm putting info about China, what they did. They explored the South Pole at Aitken Basin.
Now 4 days, 23 hours, and 23 minutes into the flight of Artemis 2, and we are standing by for their lunar loss of signal in about 43 minutes. Again, the spacecraft will fly behind the moon.
43 minutes,
that time,
so we
won't
lose
have
signal?
Communication with them.
They
will
know
be
they're
out of
gonna
reach
lose
of
it?
our deep space network. However, we will regain communication with them approximately 40 minutes later when they come around the other side of the moon.
I've got some history coming up in the chat.
The crew aboard the spacecraft are currently discussing the Terminator, that difference between day and night. The science team is interested in learning about the topography and the color of the lunar surface. And it's already been very interesting to hear that they have seen colors like greens and browns while looking at the moon. Some of the questions that they are hoping the crew will discuss are how do the quantities and sizes of craters and mountains vary along the Terminator, and they are looking for the crew to describe the topography of features along or near the Terminator. They're also looking for more information on any color or tone variations, and they're hoping that the crew will take images to illustrate their findings.
No,
Glover
I think
reported earlier that
her
the
name's
crew
Jennifer.
has missed none of their targets when they are photographing at the window. We aren't hearing the conversations that the crew is having right now, but these are being recorded to their personal computer devices, PCDs, and those will be sent down to the science team. The science team will have a conference with the crew tomorrow morning to discuss their findings and experience when looking at the moon today.
But we can't see the shit yet. That's bullshit, man.
We have a few minutes left while the crew is discussing the Terminator. And if you're just joining us, you're looking at a live view of the moon, our moon, from the Orion spacecraft and a camera on its solar array. Inside that spacecraft, 4 astronauts, Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina Cook, and Jeremy Hansen, the first 4 people to fly around the moon in over 50 years. This is our lunar flyby day, and the crew has already surpassed one record today. The crew passed the Apollo 13 distance record at 12:57 p.m. Central, 1:57 p.m. Eastern. Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen calling down that he hopes it's a record soon broken by other explorers.
Hey, Brooke. Did you know that 59% of the moon's surface is visible from Earth at one time or another? Yeah, they're going around one time. They're doing like a figure 8 from when they took off, and then they're like, and then they're going to swing around behind it and then come back around to Earth. I didn't know about that either, the tidal locking.
We are live in Artemis Mission
Learning
Control
a lot.
in Houston, Texas, monitoring the flight of Artemis 2. All of the flight controllers here, each monitoring a different system aboard the Orion spacecraft.
Integrity Houston, we are ready for our cabin and window teams to swap again. We have a 15-minute handover time here, and I have a couple of items I want to read up to you. They'll require you to write something down on your knee boards, so let me know when you're ready.
It's supposed to be real, yeah. Now we're back in the space. Thank you, Salty, for your super sticker. Thank you for your support, hon.
Okay, Houston, we are ready.
Copy, Integrity. First of all, once you start this next shift here, during this lunar observation shift, we will begin our lunar LOS, so you can expect a call from me a few minutes prior reminding you. And second of all, Fido just sent us updated altitudes and METs for lunar closest approach and max Earth altitude. Let me know when you are
way too
ready
calm.
to write those down.
I'm
They
sorry.
differ slightly from Optimus.
They are way too calm.
Thanks, Jenny. We are ready to copy.
Lunar closest approach will be at MET 5 days, 0 hours, 25 minutes, 34 seconds. And the altitude will be 4,067
thank you, Flo.
statute miles.
Yourself a brother
Earth
out here.
altitude will be at MET 5 days, 0 hours,
Cooter Clippers,
27 minutes,
Beach,
39 seconds, with an
Just help a
altitude
brother out here.
of
Thank you so much, Flo. If you got a membership, thank Flo, Cooter Clippers.
756 statute miles.
Beej's voice cracks me up. So now we're in the capsule, in the Orion capsule with them. And it's dark. Seems like it would be a lot fucking easier to do it with lights on, but
really
hey, what do I know?
For that in kilometers and in parsecs, but thanks
Fucking
for
red
that.
light.
That is great. Thanks for that update.
I'll send Fido to work, and I appreciate the metric.
What?
Other than that, I have no new vehicle statuses to pass
Fido?
to you. Enjoy your handover time, and we're looking forward to picking back up with you shortly.
Good, Zach, can you take me over to the liquor store and then take me to the Nazis?
I mean, turn some fucking lights.
Talk to you shortly.
You want to hear about the smell shortcake? Didn't we already get a no pun intended. Didn't we already get like a sense of the smell on yesterday's report? Did you guys miss
Those words
yesterday's
called
report?
from Capcom Jenny Gibbons, CSA.
All right, it's going to be Jenny
and
Gibbons.
Artemis 2 backup crew member to the crew working aboard the Orion spacecraft. Had a little bit of a view inside the cabin. As you can see, it is very dark. The crew has turned off the lights, and the light that you were able to see is coming through the window, a reflection of Earthshine and from the moon.
That's Earthshine and Moonshine? Show us, prove it. Show us out the
crew is
window.
moving into their next observation block, meaning they are taking time to switch cabin and window teams.
This is
we
wild.
had Reed Wiseman and Jeremy Hansen at the windows taking pictures and making annotations and recording audio files that will be downlinked later to the science team. Meanwhile, Victor Glover and Christina Cook were in the background
Leo.
serving as support. They were also timelined to enjoy a little bit of their midday meal.
Who can eat?
Now that we are
You're
swapping positions,
3,000 miles from the moon.
Support team becomes Reed Wiseman and Jeremy Hansen. They will be in the background helping with SD card swaps, as well as providing those situational
Right, Shortcake agreed.
reports to the
Sorry, I'm
science team.
buffering. Russia is attacking my internet at the
Victor
moment.
Glover and Christina Cook will be the astronauts at the window, photographing and speaking into those PCDs, portable computing devices, about what they're seeing on the moon. As you heard Capcom
Right
Jenny
back out
Gibbons
here.
call to the crew, this block is also when we will lose communications with the crew. That LOS, or loss of signal, scheduled to be less than 35 minutes from now. We anticipate to be out of signal with them for about 40 minutes, and will regain that
40 minutes.
communication once they've flown around the other side of the moon.
See, bullshit. Bullshit. China landed on that side, collected things. Why are we losing signal? I don't believe it. I just don't believe it. China literally landed on the other side, right? But they're going to lose communication.
Now, even though the crew will be flying behind the moon, their observation period does not stop. They will still be taking pictures and making annotations of what they are seeing. They'll be looking for the limb of the moon, Earth set, and then Vavilov crater, which we have previously seen. They'll swap positions at the window before moving into a crew choice option. They will get to pick things that are interesting to them on the surface, take pictures, and explain why they find them that way. They'll also be looking for any impact flashes. These are short-lived flashes on the lunar surface caused by impact bombardment. Just before Earthrise, the crew will be looking for lofted lunar dust. This may be lofted just above the lunar surface, and we could only see it just before Earthrise along the dark western limb. Any Earthshine would illuminate potential lofted dust. But once the crew is all the way around the Earth, the brightness of the Earth will wash out any of that dust they might be able to see. These were based on observations from Apollo missions and orbital spacecraft, and so we're very interested to see if the crew might be able to capture some of that lunar dust today.
Lunar dust. Okay, so I told
Following
you guys.
That
never
lofted
mind.
lunar dust target, the next will be Earthrise. We will regain communications with the crew shortly after Earthrise.
Earthrise. Okay, what the hell is Earthrise, Jennifer?
There will be a short observation break period where the moon is not in view. That's because we are also anticipating the crew seeing an eclipse today. The moon won't be in view because the team here in Mission Control Houston will need to change the attitude of the spacecraft and ensure that its solar arrays are gathering light from the sun heading into that eclipse period. So we will have communication with the crew, we just won't be able to see the moon. However, we will have views during that eclipse time frame. During that time, the science team is looking to know, it will only be illuminated by Earthshine at that point. So they want to know what the whole moon looks like overall, but they also want the crew to look into deep space and potentially see if they can spot any
There's
planets.
no dust on the landing pads. Look at that from the Apollo. There's no dust on the landing pads. We just heard about lunar dust. Where the freak is the dust? It's clean.
Once the eclipse is over, the lunar flyby period will have ended. We are live through the whole thing, and even once flyby is over today, we remain live 24/7 on NASA's YouTube.
Go ahead.
Oh, we're back in the shot in the
Catherine and
thing.
Denver are still there, but if they are, just wanted to just let them know how much fun
Colleen.
here. It's extraordinary to be on the far side of the moon right now, just see it hanging out there and looking back at the Earth. And Ashley and Kaylin, I know you're back in Canada, but if you happen to be watching too, just wanted to say hi to all you guys. Love you guys, and we'll be heading back your way shortly.
This is moonshine. That's as close as we can get. Show us the goddamn window.
Thanks, Jeremy. I hear they are watching, and your family is still here. So thanks for passing that along.
I feel like this is all one big experiment. Do you guys see this? This is the landing pad of the Apollo 13. It looks like a ham that you get for Easter. It looks like a ham that was just picked up at the grocery store. That just landed on the moon?
But
Look, but they got all these footprints, but there ain't no dust. There seems to be no dust on the landing pads. And this guy has an excuse for it because he's a physicist. I don't want to hear your common sense.
The Orion spacecraft, and it's a little hard to make out, but on the left there, that is Jeremy Hansen just calling down some well wishes to his family, joining us in the viewing room and watching online. Currently in the window are Victor Glover and Christina Cook. They are taking pictures outside of the window as they are now in their flyby observation block.
They're at the window. We can't see it, though.
Jeremy Hansen are serving as support crew members, and they are also going to have an opportunity to enjoy their midday meal at this time.
Hey, Casey. Shaw, did you argue with them about the moon landing?
For Reed Wiseman and Jeremy Hansen, we have vegetarian chili, salmon croquettes,
Kalina.
chicken with peanut sauce, sweet and savory kale, pickled beets, chocolate pudding, barbecued beef brisket, spaghetti and meat sauce, Italian vegetables, butternut squash, candy-coated chocolates, and maybe even a little bit of coffee.
I got that message again, just playing that little clip. That is crazy. Crackerjacks? I don't know. How did that make it through the atmosphere?
If you look closely, you can see it looks like they are getting into some of their food for the midday meal. All of the food on the spacecraft is rehydratable. We don't have an option for fresh food as there's not a refrigerated section of the Orion spacecraft. So all of this food can either be rehydrated or eaten straight from the package. Just depends on what the food actually is. And for food that needs to be rehydrated, there is information on each package of how much water needs to fill that bag and what temperature it needs to be.
Okay, I have the smell update.
Wastewater dump. The Universal Waste Management System, or basically the space toilet on the Orion spacecraft, typically dumps that wastewater every day overboard. It's vented overboard, much like what happened during the space shuttle era. And we're currently about 2 days, 4 hours, and 51 minutes into the Artemis 2 mission. The Orion spacecraft carrying the 4 crew members who you currently see on your screen are about 134,000 miles away from Earth, and they have about 137,000 miles between them and the moon.
Jackie, for the EMERCOM DFTO, I am ready for your go in instruction 76. I understand we might be pausing to address this issue. And regarding the smell, I just wanted to be sure you all were tracking the EGS notes of the kind of burning heater smell that was coming from toilet several times. It was never identified as the source, what it exactly was, but it was identified as a known smell. So that's one reason why when I smelled it earlier, I didn't report it. It was kind of a lighter odor than this time, though.
Ugh.
Copy all, Christina, and yeah, we'll discuss at least for a few minutes here before we continue on with the EMERCOM DFTO. And yep, we are getting the information about the pre-flight smell now, so thanks. Hey, we just wanted to follow up on 2 items. One is related to the hygiene bay odor that you reported earlier. The ground teams do believe it may be related to the orange gasket material around the hygiene bay door. So perhaps it's related to, open and closes of the door or, different operational situations there. But you're welcome to continue to call down your observations and changes in the odor strength or frequency. But overall, we don't have any major concerns. I'm sure some folks will continue to talk about it, but I just wanted to kind of close that topic out.
She wants to close it out.
Okay, we got both of those. And just about the orange insulation around the door of the hygiene bay, we're pretty convinced that's not what we smelled today.
All right, thanks for that data.
He's like, it's definitely not that.
And Jeremy, just since we're talking about it a little bit, if you want to give us one final set of observations on that smell for today, we would take it.
Yeah, I'm not sure what else we can tell you, Jackie. It was described before as when you turn on, before we flew, what we might expect is when you turn on a heater that's been sitting for a while and you feel that sort of burnt, or you smell that burnt smell that comes from that. And I do think it smelled similar to that. For me, it was, some sort of burning odor. And then it was definitely in the hygiene bay, and when I opened up the hygiene bay, the rest of the crew could smell it pretty much immediately.
That's so true, Beans.
We copy, Jeremy, and is that...
Yeah, 2 things out there.
Yeah, we're curious if it is still persisting, and we'll take your 2 things.
That one on the delay. Sorry about that, Jackie. I think 2 things to add from my perspective. Number one, we had a similar smell on flight day 1 when Christina first fired up the toilet, and then we haven't had that at all since. And then this was a more acute moment of this compared to flight day 1. Similar, but definitely more acute.
The simplest of problems can't be fixed.
Okay, we copy. And is it still actively have that odor today, or has it dissipated?
It's been used since, and there was no odor the next time.
Houston copies. That helps. Thanks.
That helps.
Okay, thanks, Jackie. And window 2 photos are complete. But feel free to leave the Earth in the windows.
Oh my God, I'm crying.
Yeah, unfortunately, we've been pretty exploratory in our attitudes today, and we're going to have to head back to something more standard. Let us know if you have anything else to report just on timeline status or things we need to know overnight. Otherwise, that's all we had for you.
We can fly to the moon, but damn, we can't figure out that toilet. For anybody who missed the SpaceX, here is the Blue Origin. Jeff Bezos of Amazon, you know, the owner of Amazon, sends people up. If you're filthy rich and you have nothing else to spend your money on, you can go up to like the atmosphere and back down. Float. Toilet burn in 3, 2, 1. I wonder if Febreze sponsored this NASA trip. You know how they used to have all those brands? Do they really do that anymore? You know, it's funny because these astronauts aren't heroes like the astronauts were in our day. Like, the astronauts in our day, we knew their freaking names. How come we don't know their names? You know what I mean? Like, we do, but you know what I'm saying? Like, in schools, and we were just, like, taught about this. It was, like, something that was really a focus. Okay, here's the Blue Origin yet again.
You'll notice the telemetry graphics have split.
Capsule body rates look good.
One for the booster, one for the capsule to follow their respective journeys.
Wow. Oh, yeah. Wow. Look at
3 minutes, 20 seconds into flight.
Oh, look at that. Oh, God.
You'll notice the telemetry graphics have split.
Capsule body rates look good.
One for the booster, one for the capsule to follow their respective journeys.
One for the booster. Oh, shit. Okay, let's see where we're at over here.
Are observing.
Back to our lunar mission. Looks like we're further away for some reason. Oh, Jesus, it's so funny. 0G, it's like flashing on the screen. 0G. You never seen that, TM? So this is the Blue Origin. This is one of their recent trips. You know, they took Katy Perry up.
If you've been following along at the start of the day, we did have much more of the moon visible. And even just an hour or so ago, we could see about half of the moon. We are now continuing to see more of the far side and that darkness where the moon is not reflecting light from the sun.
We're still connected to them. We can see them, but God forbid we see what's out the window. But if they blow up, we'll see them blow up, but we won't see what's out the window. This makes no sense. Okay, here is the Blue Origin again. Oh, they put us back to full screen. There we go. Okay.
Journeys.
Wow. Oh, yeah. Wow. Look at
3 minutes, 20 seconds into flight.
Oh, look at that. Oh, God.
You'll notice the telemetry graphics have split.
Capsule body rates look good.
One for the booster, one for the capsule to follow their respective journeys.
Wow. Oh, yeah. Wow. Look at
3 minutes, 20 seconds into flight.
Oh, look at that. Oh, God.
That happened like, I don't know, a couple months ago, Sin? I think it's been a couple months now.
We are now about 18 minutes away from loss of signal with the Orion crew.
She's making it sound like it's definite. We're going to lose signal.
Again, we use the Deep Space Network to communicate with the crew members when they are this far from Earth. This is the first mission since Apollo when we have had humans on the Deep Space Network.
What? The Deep Space Network hasn't been upgraded since Apollo? You use the same system you used 50 years ago? What? The Deep Space Network. I literally cannot. This doesn't even, Do you believe that?
As you recently heard Capcom Jenny Gibbons call to the crew, we expect their closest approach to the moon to be at MET or mission elapsed time of 5 days, 25 minutes, and 34 seconds. At that time, their altitude would be 4,067 statute miles above the Earth's surface. Just over 2 minutes later, they will reach their maximum distance from Earth. At mission elapsed time, 5 minutes, 5 days, 27 minutes, and 39 seconds. The altitude at that time would be 252,756 statute miles.
He did.
These
Nixon
are our
did,
latest
yes.
numbers, and we'll make sure to verify and confirm those once those milestones have been achieved. Obviously, we will be without communication to the spacecraft at that time. So once we regain communication, we will make sure to find out those numbers and report those to you.
Okay, we can see a little better. So is this moonlight? Moonshine? Come on, just give us a little view or something. That is a very uncomfortable position to be in right there. No wonder they want to cut the lights. Ugh. They are so crammed. Oh, look at emergency. This all just looks phony to me. I'm such a pessimist. I'm probably getting on everyone's nerves. That's interesting, Gateshead. Thanks for putting that in the chat. NASA was defunded, yeah, for a very long time. I know, it's very bright. I wonder if China put a flag on the dark side. They don't want us to see it. You're saying what some are afraid to? I love you, Ishi. I love you too. I just feel like, I don't know. There's just a lot. There's a lot to take in. You know, when you figure that the Challenger literally exploded in the 80s, we're sitting here talking about a deep space network that they used 50 years ago. I think anything can be faked, YouTube bad actors. Sure. I think these could all be test missions until we perfect it. I don't know that. I'm sure they can't get a signal on the other side of the moon. Right, but China did.
Creep Town, dude.
China landed over there. You know what I mean? Hey, Indelible Bloom. You never get on our nerves, Jay. Love ya. Thank you. Thank you. And I think I missed your other super chat. Let me check. Yes, Indelible Bloom. NASA making believers out of us. Thank you for your support. At some point, you need to embrace some science. Sure. I mean, look at what they're doing. Look at what we've done. We have real images and shit. I'm not saying we don't have real images. See, that's where you get me wrong. I'm just not so sure we did what we said we did. I think that it might have been embellished. Right, 50 years ago.
Checking in on the lunar targeting package, the crew is now in their discussion of the limb. Seeing the limb of the moon, that illuminated part. Currently at the windows taking photos and making annotations are Victor Glover and Christina Cook. We are expecting loss of signal in about 13 minutes. We will regain that signal with the crew about 40 minutes later.
Hi, stay humble. Hold on, my dogs are barking. Amazon is here. We haven't heard that we've lost signal, but...
A milestone worth mentioning that this day marks the first time in more than 50 years that humans will observe the moon directly, a critical opportunity to practice how lunar science will be conducted during future Artemis missions.
But that's not the first time in 50 years, because China just did it in 2019. So don't lie to us. I don't understand why we can't give credit where credit is due.
I've continued to reference the lunar targeting package throughout this broadcast, which is the primary tool guiding the crew observations, and that consists of two key components. The first of those is the Lunar Geography Review, which helped the astronauts study major lunar features in advance. That also helped them learn to orient themselves during the flyby. The Lunar Targeting Plan provides a detailed timeline of observation targets, background science context, and specific instructions for the picture the crew should take, and verbal descriptions of what will be helpful to the science team reviewing those pictures later. That's what we've been tracking real time and what the crew is using right now to keep up with their next milestones.
I mean, we put a stuffed animal in a rocket, y'all. Penny, you did? Let me check. We put Snoopy in a rocket. I don't know. I think it's a little embellished. Brooke Shields, I don't think it's good pictures at all. I think oh, Penny, thank you so much. I just emailed you back. Thank you so much. Oh, Mallory, this is so cool. Mallory, what some cool pictures. She went to the Armstrong Air and Space Museum in Ohio. Very cool. Scooter McBooters. Hey, I was listening to Soup earlier and I saw you get such a grand welcome. It was so nice to see you get a grand welcome since I'm blocked over there, pre-blocked. I said hi once. Oh, we don't want your kind over here, Jay.
Integrity Houston.
I still listen
10
to her,
minutes
though,
till
for the
the
tea.
LOS will take a snappy sit rep from the cabin if you have one.
What? A snappy what? The LOS will take a snappy sit rep. Okay. Snappy.
Okay, Jenny, that came, we missed most of that, but just a 10-minute warning, is that what you're saying?
10-minute warning for the LOS, and I'll take a quick sit rep from the cabin, please.
I don't know, Southernish. I don't know. She's like, we don't want your kind here.
All right, cabin is still full of excitement. We've got Christina in window 2, Ike in Victor in window 3. Reed's actually been trying to get some images out of the docking tunnel. We can see the Earth and the Moon and part of the Moon out of the docking tunnel, which is pretty good. And I'm just grabbing some footage right now with our interior cameras.
Copy, Jeremy. We'd like to know what camera Reed is using and also the status of window 1. Looks like there might be a shroud removed.
Oh, Lord. Go back to window 1. The shroud.
Okay. Reed was using the Z9, and the T-shirt shroud is still on window 1, but we took the camera out of it. So maybe that's what you're noticing. But when I looked in there, I saw a lot of sunlight reflecting around.
Copy. That makes a lot of sense to us, Jeremy. I want to remind you, coming up on this LOS, that we'll take sit reps in the blind. And as more and more of the moon is in darkness, we will take any report you have on impact flashes.
Yeah, they did. I'm about to put a short up about the ransom note. I'll be right back. I got to focus for a moment. I'm going to be muted. Muted.
All right, Jenny, you have to say again your last. There's a lot of conversation here, and I was on the other side of the cabin, so I missed all of it.
Look out for impact flashes, and we'll take sit reps in the blind.
Okay, impact flashes, sit reps in the blind. We got it. And yeah, just so you understand what's going on with window 1, there is light coming through the outer hall from window 2 into the inside of window 1, if that makes sense. Like, I can see the inside of the vehicle when I look between the 2 panes of glass.
It's called a glare.
Copy.
It's called a glare. I haven't posted it yet, TM. Hang on. Give me a few minutes.
You're getting your first live look at Orion, the moon, and the Earth. Everyone in this picture.
What you are witnessing is
This is a
real.
live
The participants
view
are
from
not
the
actors.
Orion spacecraft. Currently aboard Orion, 4 crew members: Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina Cook, and Jeremy Hansen. And on the Earth, all of us, all of humanity. You can see the moon is starting to get a little bit dimmer as the astronauts are going to pass behind it. Now 6 minutes and 26 seconds away from that loss of signal. Again, we will be out of communication with them for about 40 minutes until they come around the other side of the moon and we can re-establish contact.
Integrity Houston, you are 6 minutes from your 40-minute lunar flyby LOS. From all of us, it's a privilege to witness you carrying the fire past our farthest reach. Thank you. Godspeed.
Thank you for that, Jenny. And thank you to all of you for allowing us the immense privilege to be on this journey together. It's quite amazing. And as we go on this journey, thinking about the NASA mission to explore the unknown in air and space, to innovate for the benefit of humanity, and to inspire the world through discovery. And as you've gone along on this journey with us, hopefully we're doing just those things. And as we get close to the nearest point to the moon and farthest point from Earth, as we continue to unlock the mysteries of the cosmos, I would like to remind you of one of the most important mysteries there on Earth, and that's love. Christ said in response to what was the greatest command, that it was to love God with all that you are. And he also, being a great teacher, said the second is equal to it, and that is to love your neighbor as yourself. And so, as we prepare to go out of radio communication, we're still to feel your love from Earth, and to all of you down there on Earth and around Earth, we love you from the moon.
Houston copies. We'll see you on the other side.
So they're deliberately
We will see you on the other side.
not going to talk. It's not because they're losing signal, but because they're deliberately not. Oh, look it. Now we've got a little glitch in the picture. This is wild. This is just too wild. Summer even thinks so. She's like, I don't believe it. I know. How come they're not saying, I love you to the moon and back? Love from the moon, they said. I love you guys to the moon and back.
Poignant words from NASA astronaut Victor Glover, and a little bit of a love letter from the other side of the moon all the way to Earth. Glover touching on the teachings of Jesus, including to love your neighbor as yourself. We are now less than 3 minutes away from loss of signal with the Orion astronauts. The Artemis 2 crew will be out of signal for about 40 minutes as they are on the other side of the moon, continuing their work photographing the lunar surface, and they will reemerge, and we will also get this view on the other side.
Kels, leave it to you. Kels is going to moon everybody. So is this going to eventually just turn completely black? This is great. They said they have the Deep Space Network and they had it 50 years ago.
Just about a minute and a half now until we lose communication with the astronauts aboard Orion.
Okay, we'll talk
on the
to 'em.
Artemis 2 mission. Now, 5 days and 6 minutes since their launch on April 1st. Again, we'll be out of communication for about 40 minutes. And this really beautiful view of a crescent moon and a crescent Earth. How great thou art.
How great thou art. Call in with your long distance dedication. Oh, what the fuck? We can't even see it? What's going on here? What? Quit with the blue screens. What are you doing?
30 seconds now until we expect loss of signal.
30 seconds? They know to the second? It's been 50 years, but they know to the second. Can we call Trump on a landline, maybe? Oh! The fuck is going on? We haven't seen a blue screen in how long? Now we're getting blue screens and switch-ins. What's going on here? Come on now. Twinkle Toes. I'm going to start calling you Twinkle Toes, Marcy. I think I'm in front of you. You're going to be pissed soon, Jay. Oh, my God. What the hell?
How distant or secluded
what the hell?
We could year regain.
We went to a visualization. Now we've got this girl. I was a little bit behind.
And we have confirmation of loss of signal of the Orion spacecraft as it flies behind the moon. We expect to regain communications with them in another approximately 40 minutes. This was expected as their spacecraft is now out of direct line of sight with Earth and behind the moon. And this is a poignant moment as it's the first time in over 50 years that we have humans completely unreachable by anyone else on Earth. No matter how distant or secluded, we could reach anyone living on Earth, but while the crew flies behind the moon, it's simply impossible to make contact with them.
What?
This will be when the astronauts make their closest approach of the moon at MET 5 days, 25 minutes, and 34 seconds, when we expect
It's like a
they'll
movie
be
set.
4,067 statute miles above the lunar surface. Their maximum Earth altitude will be reached just 2 minutes later, at 5 days, 27 minutes, and 39 seconds, when their altitude should be approximately 252,756 statute miles. Once those milestones are reached and we have confirmation, we will report the official numbers.
Remember war games?
Throughout the Artemis 2 mission, astronaut voice, images, video, and vital mission data must traverse thousands of miles, carried on signals from NASA's powerful communications systems, the Near Space Network and the Deep Space Network. Let's learn a little bit more.
Really? Now it's learning time? Oh,
NASA's
boy.
Artemis 2
Wow.
will send 4 astronauts around the moon, preparing humanity for a long-term lunar presence and future journeys to Mars. Enabling communication and navigation for this test flight are NASA's Near Space Network and Deep Space Network. With antennas around the world and a fleet of relay satellites, the networks will deliver vital data to and from Earth through all phases of the mission. The networks are seamlessly integrated at NASA's Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas, where Mission Control coordinates the network handovers. These transfers represent a delicate dance between the two networks, exchanging support as the mission shoots toward the moon. On the launch pad and during their early orbit phases, NASA's Orion spacecraft and Space Launch System rocket will rely on communications and tracking services from the Near Space Network. After its translunar injection burn, the Deep Space Network's global array of antennas will serve as Orion's primary communication support during lunar orbit. As the mission journeys farther into space and away from Earth, signal strength weakens and bandwidth is conserved for crew communications. The astronauts will have a near constant connection to Earth, ensuring their safety on a journey farther into space than
I mean,
ever
that
before.
looks like what we were just looking
We say
at.
near constant.
Not gonna
because
lie.
as Orion goes behind the moon, a planned loss in communications will occur. The Deep Space Network will be standing by to reacquire the signal as Orion reappears. The Artemis 2 mission also provides an opportunity to test new capabilities. Using laser links, NASA will periodically transmit Orion data to showcase the benefits laser communications could have for future human spaceflight missions. The data from Orion, sent by radio signals or laser links, is massive. The mission is gathering images, data, and video, while also generating details about mission health and crew voice files. All of that data gets processed here on Earth, where systems compress it for efficiency. In the future, we'll upgrade these systems on Earth so that image and video clarity improve.
I'm an adult.
with each moon
This is
mission.
my channel.
With
I'll
the
talk
Artemis
about
2
whatever I
test
want to
flight,
talk about.
We're evaluating the communications infrastructure that will help carry us into the future as we explore the moon and journey forward to Mars.
Yeah, let's end it with Mars. Dude, we haven't even perfected the moon. Show us what you're seeing and then we'll talk. You would think that, wouldn't you, Kels? With a name like Lover of Bad Puns, you'd have a sense of humor. It is normal to question. It's completely healthy. If you don't question anything, that's not healthy. You shouldn't just be spoon-fed. It's healthy to question. And here we are. The film crew's gone. The boom arm's gone. Where did that film crew go? Were we not supposed to see it? You know, that sound was creepy, wasn't it? You have to question everything, man. Exactly.
We are now about 33 minutes until we expect to regain communications with the astronauts aboard Orion.
I am
and in the
very
meantime,
uncomfortable
I've got Dr.
sitting
Kelsey
here.
Young, Artemis Science Flight Operations
See,
Lead
this is-
here with
this
us.
is fluff.
Thanks for joining me, Kelsey.
Thanks for having me. This is such an exciting day.
Oh, no kidding. It has been so cool to hear you communicating directly with the crew. And I know that you have been preparing for this for years, so I am so excited for you and for your team. So just to get into that background a little bit, tell me about your background and what you've been doing on console.
My background is as a field geologist.
I mean, if you don't question why we're not getting live views in 2026, I don't know what to tell you. They do look similar, but I don't think they're twins. We've totally been lied to about a lot of shit, and that's why people don't trust. But it's healthy to question. Don't ever let anyone make you feel ashamed because you have a mind and you think and you have questions. I can't believe my eyes because they aren't showing us anything. There's nothing to see. Okay, hold on. We're back in the SIR room.
Albedo were really exciting targets for us. We've heard several amazing color descriptions so far. Just to highlight maybe one of them, we heard about greenish and brownish hues near Aristarchus, which is actually a feature that we can see here from the near side. And those greenish...
Like, how do we know? And I'm just talking, but there's the boom mic. But I'm just talking. How do we know that they're not, maybe not where they say they are? But I'd like to see proof of where they were. If we're flying around the moon, let's do it, I like seeing things. I'm a seer. My eyes want to see it, Pre-planned fluff, of course. Yep. Oh, we're about 15 seconds away from losing contact. Oh, 9, 8. Oh, we've lost contact. But when people are already skeptics, and as we should be, how do we know they're not just using a super duper telescope and looking at the colors? We don't. Yes, Potato got here right in the dark time. But you know what? That's when we got commentary now. Like sportscasters. At least Bezos gives us some live action audio. Correct. Hey, Perfectly Me. Welcome in. We've lost communication. And we should be back in about 23 minutes and 20 seconds. Oh, that's a good song, Jammers.
The Terminator seems to just be one of their favorite things to look at and describe. So I feel like, that was something we were looking forward to. I feel like we really got some great descriptions. So absolutely, I'm looking to the human.
So we're not even going to see the images tomorrow, they said?
Ain't nobody got time for that.
They said that they're going to have a press conference where they're going to discuss the images. And then, obviously they'll release what they want us to see. But they said tomorrow we wouldn't even see it. And we've already talked about the ham foil potato. We showed the ham foil, and then I kept getting the copyright thing for this damn thing. But I guess we can watch the space food thing while these two chit chat. What a joke.
Good morning. Welcome to Today on this Monday morning. We are so glad you started your week with us, and it is good to be home.
Yes. Oh, this is not what I wanted. What the hell? I wanted this. Play. I think my Starlink's getting... Oh my God, the ham.
We have you loud and clear, CSA.
This is earlier.
Good.
It's you. Thank you, Jeremy. We have many Canadians who are eager to ask you some questions. We're going to start right ahead with those. The first question is from Dia in Mississauga, Ontario.
Do astronauts get special training to do CPR in space? How do you actually do that when there's low gravity?
What? Why do they have a 2-year-old asking questions? What is happening? Wait, Nixon didn't even have this kind of lag back in 1969. Hold on.
Told us something scientifically, but also
look
about
at the room cleared out.
Well, it was so interesting
Hold
to
on.
hear Victor talking about
The room is clear. They're in the
mind's eye being down on the.
They're in the most dangerous part of their mission, and the room has cleared like a fart in church. Like a fart in church. The first question is from a kid. Okay, here we go.
You just have to help me out with that question. Was that about CPR training? Is that what I caught?
That's right, Jeremy. You're asked do you have special training to do CPR in space, and how do you actually do that in zero gravity?
Yeah, it's a great question because we're all alone up here, just the four of us. And if we ever had to do it, we definitely want to plan. And so we talked about it on Earth before we came here. And one of our tests this week was actually to try those techniques out. And we have about 3 different spots in the capsule where we can do it. There's probably one that I can show you in the camera view if I just slide Reed over here. And so what I need to do is support myself and have him against something. So if I put my back here,
we rearranged the wall.
and Reed here, I can push on him. So this is one of our CPR objectives in space. This is actually not the best one, but it's the only one you can see in camera.
What you are witnessing is real. The participants are not actors.
Thanks, Jeremy. The next question is from Liam in Elsipogtog, New Brunswick.
And I wonder, do you still see stars in outer space?
Why is it all kids?
Yeah, I was actually just talking to my crewmates about that today. I've definitely seen stars in outer space, and I was saying I haven't seen as many as I thought I would. So, Reed?
We have so much illumination from the sun on the moon and the earth right now. It is hard at times to see stars. Just like when you walk out in the daytime, you see a blue sky but no stars. We look outside and we see the black space and no stars. But
what are they flipping
tonight
around?
we're going to be pointed into deep space, and we're going to turn out all the lights in the spacecraft for the first time on the mission. And if you give yourself about 20 or 30 minutes, we do this all the time on the International Space Station. Christina and I just have great fond memories of this. You'll start to see the stars, and if you give it enough time, you will see so many stars. It's hard to see the constellations because there are so many stars out there. And the coolest part of those stars is they do not twinkle at all. They are just perfect. They almost look fake. They're just perfect pinpricks of light. So that is our homework for tonight, Jeremy. We are doing that.
We'll take a picture.
Great. We now have a question from students in Sanikiluaq, Nunavut.
What types of food do you eat in space, and how do you cook it?
Yeah, so I've only been eating space food for a couple of days here, but Christina, she lived in space for pretty close to a year. She's eaten a lot of space food, and so we have a few items here to show you. Christina, you want to help me out?
Sure. Let's see what we're going to pull out. So
my dinner.
This is Jeremy's dinner, and in space you really just eat all of your food out of bags of some kind, plastic bags or little metallic bags, because we have to rehydrate a lot of our food. This is actually shrimp cocktail. And this has been rehydrated already. So we added water to it, and the shrimp soaked back up the water, and it's actually pretty tasty. This is an example of a food that has not been rehydrated yet. It got all dried out for flying up here in space, and those are green beans. So we do have to eat our vegetables even in space, but don't worry, they do give us mac and cheese.
Nous avons maintenant une question dans la salle. Émilie.
Bonjour Jérémy, je m'appelle Émilie et je viens de Saint-Bruno au Québec. Sur la Terre, on voit parfois un croissant de Lune. Est-ce que lorsqu'on est autour de la Lune, on voit un croissant de Terre?
And before I answer that question, I got to go back one. Here's the maple syrup that we opened up and had at lunchtime today. So we had a little bit of Canada on board today, and I shared it with my crewmates, and I think they enjoyed that. So it was great. Pour les questions, en fait, oui, on voit des croissants de la Terre, et c'est quelque chose d'incroyable pour moi.
Les incompétents.
Par exemple, la journée avant le TLE, le Translunar Injection, quand nous sommes réveillés, on a vu un déméter, et ça c'était la première fois que j'ai vu quelque chose de magnifique comme ça. Et pendant cette journée-là, on a vu la Terre au complet.
Oui, oui.
Et on a vu la Terre noire. Alors ça c'était une perspective vraiment unique. And the question was, do we see a crescent Earth just like we see a crescent moon when we're in space? And the reality is we do, and we've seen it all. We've seen a half Earth, partial crescent Earth. We've seen a dark Earth, and when we woke up for TLI, we saw just it looked like a bowl of Earth just sitting there for breakfast in the sky. It was really, really unique.
Thank you, Jeremy. The next question is from Joel in Edmonton, Alberta.
You undertook lunar geology training.
Approximately 4,067 statute miles above the moon.
I thought they were back. Hold on. Crescent, not crescent.
You're what the French call les
We're continuing
incompétents.
to track what the crew is doing while around the other side of the moon. They are continuing to take pictures of the Earth, of the moon, the Earth now out of sight.
Oh my God.
What they're in right now
She
is
said
a
they're
crew
taking pictures of
choice
the Earth?
event. The science team has encouraged them to find interesting features on the surface, to take photos of those, and describe why they were interesting. Something else that they'll be looking toward next, just momentarily, will be impact flashes. They've got a few minutes allotted to look at the darkest portions of the moon. They're interested in short-lived flashes on the lunar surface because these would be caused by impact bombardment.
Hi, Rain King. Welcome in.
After their impact flash targeting, the team is interested in if the crew can see lofted lunar dust. This would only be visible just before Earthrise.
There's that lunar
Now,
dust
20
again.
minutes until we expect to regain communications with integrity and the astronauts for Artemis 2.
I thought we were going like behind it, but hell if I know. Look at this is what we're looking at. Oh, we're not looking at it no more. They took it off. They took it off. Christina's hair. All right, let's finish this.
In Canada, Iceland, and at the Lunar Sample Laboratory Facility. Are there any lunar landforms that you're particularly excited to see up close?
We're live in Mission Control Houston at NASA's Johnson Space Center, but there's a team over 750 miles away.
We've
also
done some incredible
today's
geology training on
operations.
Earth,
and of course, just like us.
one of them, as you mentioned, was in Canada at Chemistaston Crater, and I got the honor of training there with Jeremy and Jenny Gibbons.
Look at this
and
room.
A great team of geologists, scientists from NASA and many institutions. We did learn a lot about how craters form and a lot about the mineral that makes up the moon. What we are probably most excited as a crew about seeing on the moon would be an amazing feature called Oriental, and it is sometimes known as the Grand Canyon of the moon because it has all kinds of multi-layered crater rims and a lot of different land formations, and it has mare, like kind of lava fields all throughout it in different shapes. And it's very distinctive, and no human eyes previously had seen this crater until today, really, when we were privileged enough
China
to see
saw
it.
it.
So we can't wait to share more when we get
China's
closer to the
seen
moon.
it all.
Thanks so much. Masab in Vancouver, BC has a question for you as well.
Which movie do you believe is the most accurate representation of space?
I can't believe this is what we're seeing right now, is these two rooms.
Well, there are many great space movies. For our specific example here, one that really captures it, I think, is Apollo 13. Now, we haven't had any major malfunctions like Apollo 13 did, but they ended up on a very similar trajectory to us. And that movie really shows you a lot what it's like with just 3 humans, trapped in a tiny capsule and surviving in space together. So that's just one of many, but it's one of my favorite space movies. You have a space movie?
That's one of my favorites.
Yeah.
I love that movie.
This one's my favorite space movie, the one I'm
All right,
watching.
we have another question, Jeremy, from here in the room.
I'm Adelaide from Ottawa, Ontario. How has your family helped you prepare to go to space? And do your kids get time off school?
A lot.
Wow, that delay.
Yeah, of course, in life you do things as a team, and my primary team is my wife and my 3 kids, and they have been extraordinary in supporting me through this endeavor. Some of the ways that they've helped me is just by giving me grace. Sometimes with this job, I can't be there for them when they would like me to be there. There's a lot of sacrifice from the family, and so they've definitely done that for me. And they've been my greatest cheerleaders along the way. So super grateful for Catherine, Devin, Ashley, and Caitlin. And did they get time off school? Well, yes and no. So they had time to come to quarantine and be with me to support me in the launch. But what it meant was they were doing a lot of homework, doing a lot of self-study, and they were still getting it done. They were just getting it done from quarantine.
Oh, wait, we got something going on here. Oh, it's just another video.
It also recommits us to exploring the solar system in a way that we haven't in a long time. And I think it provides an opportunity for younger generations to understand the excitement of doing that kind of exploration.
I got another video for y'all, too.
Artemis is our return to the moon after 50 years. The emphasis of Artemis is going to be, first of all, science, but second of all, learning to sustain a presence on another world. First on the moon, but we're hoping that that's a stepping stone to Mars and other destinations in the solar system eventually. Artemis 2 will be a flyby mission. It's not going to land. We're testing all of the technology that we've created for flying to the moon since Apollo. A lot of systems have been modernized, and we need to make sure that all of those work. The astronauts will be looking out the window at parts of the moon that have never been seen by human eyes before. They will be flying by the moon at an altitude that's much higher than Apollo's orbits. And so they will see the entire disk of the moon, including areas that are closer to both the North and South Pole that astronauts from Apollo never saw. All of that depends on the lighting, which we really won't know until launch day.
That looks like what we've been watching,
with different lighting scenarios. It's hard for people to sort of picture that in their mind. If you can make a visualization of it, show them a movie, that helps everybody choose the targets and also practice aiming at those targets. The astronauts have actually been looking at these visualizations.
This feels like a mini movie that was pre-recorded. Smiley face emoji. Thank goodness we have you, Jay, to always entertain us and keeping it real.
Aww.
We all really appreciate you. Red heart emoji.
Thank you so much, Carrie Lou. I appreciate you too. And it does feel like a pre-recorded movie. Whew. Thank you so much for using the Cooter chat. You're amazing. Thank you.
That are farther north and south are places that they couldn't see in sunlight, either because it was nighttime there or because it was beyond
this looks
the horizon
like what we
of the
just
astronauts.
Watched.
All of the Apollo
I'm not going to lie, these renditions look like what we just saw. It's kind of disappointing.
At such low altitude, their horizon was actually quite close, and they couldn't see the North and South poles. And this whole area over here was not in sunlight at the time. And it includes this amazing impact feature here called Oriental. Oriental is a very large impact feature. It's about 650 kilometers wide. It's got multiple rings. These are rings that form like ripples in a pond from the impact, but of course it's on a huge scale. The middle of Oriental has that sort of dark basalt lava covering it, like the dark spots that we see on the near side. It's one of the biggest ones that's more on the far side than the near.
Always,
so
Colette.
seeing it with human eyes and sort of picking out features that maybe you don't even see in robotic cameras
I don't
is
have mine
an
on
important
yet, though.
goal for the mission.
We're out of contact with the astronauts at the moment. No signal. So they're giving us this fluff. TM, doesn't it look just like those images?
JB, it's we have to stand down.
This live view in the Science Evaluation Room, or the SIR,
Yeah,
here
the
at Johnson
silent
Space
room.
Center in
More
Houston,
like
Texas, just down the hall from where we're at in the Artemis Mission Control Room. Teams continuing to monitor the flyby.
Is she?
The crew continues their observations of the moon, even though they are out of touch with Earth. We expect to hear from them in 12 minutes and 26 seconds. Again, this is approximately 40 minutes loss of signal while they are out of reach of the Deep Space Network. Right now, they are imaging or attempting to image lofted lunar dust.
Oh my God, we just
Throughout
got
our
laughed
coverage,
at.
we've talked a lot about the
Did you
science
hear
and
that?
engineering behind today's
Oh, we just got laughed at.
imaging
Listen.
or attempting to image lofted lunar dust.
Oh my God, she muted. Listen.
While they are out of reach of the Deep Space Network. Right now, they are imaging or attempting to image lofted lunar dust. Throughout our coverage, we've talked a lot about the science and engineering behind today's lunar flyby, but we also spoke to the crew about what the moon means to them and how they see its place in human history.
Why would they laugh so hard like that?
It represents history.
Oh
It is
my
a
gosh.
witness plate. Everything that's
All right, that's Christina. And these, I don't know if these are real or fake images. I can't even tell anymore. I don't know. But I do want to show you guys this video because now, bear with me because, you know, I'm like this tinfoil hat chick, right? Yeah, they're in danger. They're out of touch and they're ha ha ha. They're trying to get images. Ha ha. Okay, so we heard the lag from when they said, "Hey, wait, what's this? Grandmother Moon, what was that?"
Water around the planet affects the tides. It's something that represents something different for each individual culture around the planet. And that's really neat
never
because we
mind.
all
I just saw like a weird image in the moon. I was like, what is that? So think about the lag that we had. If you want to go back and count the seconds, if Scooters is here, Scooters is really good at that stuff. Tell me the second lag that they had. See, this is an animation. Look it looks just like what we're watching, except that wasn't real. That was practice. Weird, huh? Okay, so ready? Let's see the lag when they talk to Nixon from the moon in 1960 freaking 9. Ready? Here we go.
Neil and Buzz, the President of the United States is in his office now and would like to say a few words to you. Over. That would be an honor. Go ahead, Mr. President. This is Houston out.
I commented a 4-second lag. 4 seconds. 50 years ago?
Hello, Neil and Buzz. I'm talking to you by telephone from the Oval Room at the White House. And this certainly has to be the most historic telephone call ever made. I just can't tell you how proud we all are of what you... For every American, this has to be the proudest day of our lives. And for people all over the world, I am sure they too join with us in recognizing what an immense feat this is. Because of what you have done, the heavens have become a part of man's world. And as you talk to us from the sea of tranquility, it inspires us to redouble our efforts to bring peace and tranquility to Earth. For one priceless moment in the whole history of man,
Look, live images of the freaking Earth. Look!
People on this Earth are truly one. One in their pride in what you have.
And meanwhile, we're getting a visualization from NASA live right now.
Done. And one in our prayers that you will return safely to Earth.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's a great honor and privilege for us to be here representing not only the United States, but men of peace of all nations, and with interest and a curiosity and with a vision for the future.
And thank you very much, and I look forward, all of us look forward to seeing you on the Hornet on Thursday. Look forward to that very much, sir.
Okay. A less of a lag. Did you hear that last one had like no lag?
And thank you very much, and I look forward, all of us look forward to seeing you on the Hornet on Thursday.
Count this one.
Look forward to that very much, sir.
2.5 seconds. I don't know, man. I just don't know. I don't know how 50 years ago there was less of a lag, and he's on a damn landline phone. I'll see you on Thursday. Yeah. Yes. Well, what they did, okay, so Penny Farthing has told me many times, and I'm not trying to be stubborn. She's told me many times. There's the trajectory right there on the screen. But she's told me many times that what they did was take the landline, okay, and patched it into the deep space network. I think, yeah, it was like 2.5 seconds. Potato. But I mean, that just isn't tracking with me. So there was it went from a telephone, like literal line, okay, to Houston, and then it was patched in to the deep space network, and it only had a 2.5 second lag on one. Come on. Patch the call. President Buzz would like to speak with you, sir. I think it's hysterical. This has to be the most historic call. Listen how it starts out. Listen.
Neil and Buzz, the President of the United States is in his office now and would like to say a few words to you. Over.
That'd be great. Look at.
That would be an honor.
They're bouncing around on the moon. That would be an honor. This is supposed to be live, guys. This is what gets me, okay? Is that they're talking and they're showing this to the American people.
Go ahead, Mr. President. This is Houston out.
Hello, Neil and Buzz. I'm talking to you by telephone from the Oval Room at the White House. And this certainly has to be the most historic telephone call ever made.
And then it echoes. I don't know, guys. I just don't know. I don't know what to think. But let's see if we have contact yet.
Days, 25 minutes and 34 seconds. We expect this was the point in which they made their closest approach, 4,067 statute miles above the lunar surface.
We still don't have contact. I hope we get it back. I want to bounce on the moon. That's why we have moonwalks. Let me see if I can find like uncut call. Okay. Buzz Nixon uncut phone call. Let's see if that exists. All I'm seeing are like 3-minute clips. During the Apollo 11 moonwalk, President Nixon phoned the astronauts from the Oval Office. This piece, okay, let's watch this one. This looks like a good one. Let me read you the description. This piece, it says...
We're live in the Artemis mission control room in Houston, but we are not the only room monitoring today's
Oh,
flyby.
Lord, lady.
As you can see, this is the SIR, the Science Evaluation Room. It's
The
in the same building and
SIR?
just down the hall. It's a multidisciplinary science team supporting the Artemis 2 crew in real time, including experts in lunar geology, impact
They're in real
cratering,
time,
volcanism,
TM.
polar science, imaging, and visualization. You can see the SIR here. That's the Science Evaluation Room. It's embedded within Mission Control to provide science input during live operations like what we see today. But additionally, the Science Mission Operations Room is a back room that processes data, evaluates imagery, and supports rapid analysis.
My YouTube is acting
We also
funny.
have our science officer, Kelsey Young, here on console today. She's serving as the primary interface between the science team and the flight controllers, ensuring science priorities are represented during mission execution.
I agree with that, Potato. I totally agree with that. I think it's wild. I don't know why the description's not coming up, though. My YouTube is acting funky. She knows down to the second when...
Coming up on 1 minute and 36 seconds until we contact Orion.
There we go. I don't know why I can't get the... But apparently this is the...
Meanwhile, aboard the spacecraft, the crew has...
Okay, we got a minute to watch this. Okay, so watch real quick.
Camera for a
Watch.
Neil and Buzz, the President of the United States is in his office now.
This
and
is
would
what
like to
people
say a
were
few
watching
words
at
to you.
home.
Over.
People watch this at home.
That would be an honor. Go ahead, Mr. President. This is Houston out.
Hello, Neil and Buzz. I'm talking to you by telephone from the Oval Room at the White House. And this certainly has to be the most historic telephone call ever made. I just can't tell you how proud we all are of what you... For every American, this has to be the proudest day of our lives. And for people all over the world, I am sure they too join with Americans in recognizing what an immense feat this is.
Why are they frozen?
Because of what you have done, the heavens have become a part of man's world. And as you talk to us from the sea of tranquility, it inspires us to redouble our efforts to bring peace and tranquility to Earth. For one priceless moment in the whole history of man, all the people on this earth are truly one. One in their pride in what...
And they did it live from the moon.
Any missed targets or anything?
You know what I'm saying? This, it doesn't make sense, right? That they could do that because we can't even see anything live right now. We haven't seen hardly anything. Yeah, the Oval Office to the moon. How does that even happen? Trump hasn't even called these guys. Yeah, first moon phone call. Moon landing live. Okay, here we go. Oh, we're back. we got our signal back. Oh, maybe. Maybe not. Oh, maybe not. Oh, wait. Where the fuck did the moon go? What was that? OMG. Where's the moon? What is that? Watch this. Watch again. Watch again.
Again, we are standing by to acquire signal from the Orion spacecraft.
Watch. That was weird. Whoa. What's that? Oh, this is a replay. Oh. Another. Oh. Whoa. Oh. What happened? What the heck happened? Hope everything's okay. What's happening? I don't know. I guess they're on their way back. No one's talking.
Johnson Space Center getting our preliminary contact with Orion, that acquisition of signal coming after a 40-minute loss of signal, during which the crew was flying behind the moon, out of contact with anyone on Earth.
Okay, what they're showing this again. So have we turned the corner? I mean, could they? Is she? You crack me up. Okay, if they've rounded the moon. Whoa, it just glitched. It just glitched before my very eyes. Did you guys see that? I'm rewinding. Oh, it's glitching again.
We are getting our first views from Orion after the loss of signal. Orion has come back around the other side of the moon, and that little crescent that you see is Earth, over 252,000 miles away.
Why aren't they at least showing the trajectory matching with where they are? She just goes on like
With
nothing.
this transit complete, lunar flyby continues, but Orion has also technically begun its journey
Well, what's
home.
lighting it up? Where's the moon? What the fuck is lighting up the side of Orion? The moon should be to the right, so why can't we see the moon?
Right now, the crew are getting a few moments to enjoy and take photos of Earthrise for themselves, and we expect to contact them shortly. But we do have good signal coming from Orion.
What other feed? Yes, for sure, Sparky. We're not done. We're not giving up on this. I literally want to know what the hell is going on. The sun is lighting up the side of Orion, but they're not even telling us. I guess we swung around the moon in 45 minutes. Okay, we can
This view from inside the Orion spacecraft, all 4 astronauts now back on the other side of the moon and in contact with us on Earth.
Oh my God.
Their tasks for lunar flyby did not stop as they went behind the moon and out of contact with us. We anticipate during that time they were attempting to image some impact flashes, short-lived flashes on the lunar surface, which would be caused by impact bombardment and potentially even lofted lunar dust. Right now, of course, they are getting pictures of Earthrise. After this target, they will get a short observation break. It's about an hour long, actually.
Houston, integrity, comm check.
How did that feel?
We have you loud and clear. How many?
How did that feel swinging around the moon, Christina?
Houston, we have you the same, and it is so great to hear from Earth again. To Asia, Africa, and Oceania, we are looking back at you. We hear you can look up and see the moon right now. We see you too. When we burned this burn towards the moon, I said that we do not leave Earth, but we choose it. And that is true. We will explore, we will build ships, we will visit again. We will construct science outposts. We will drive rovers. We will do radio astronomy. We will found companies. We will bolster industry. We will inspire. But ultimately, we will always choose Earth. We will always choose each other.
Integrity from Earth, our single system, fragile and interconnected.
I love
We
how they
copy.
call themselves
Those
integrity.
of us that can are looking back.
It's great. Both NASA channels appear to be the same feed to me.
We are happy to say we copy.
They have space stations live, but I don't see any other view. NASA's views from Orion. Yeah, those really make no sense. They did a blue screen on this channel. Here, I'll dual screen it. Let's do that. Save. Let's pull up this second view.
Those first communications back with the astronauts aboard Orion. Christina Cook calling back to what she said just before translunar injection burn. That with this burn, we do not leave Earth, we choose it. The translunar injection burn served as not only what put them on this trajectory to fly around the moon, but what also committed them to splashing down in the Pacific Ocean on flight day 10.
Only 18,000 are watching this view. If I can get it to load up. God, my YouTube is really acting
At
funny.
this time, the crew is entering an observation break. We expect this to last about an hour, and it's probably a welcomed break following their very, very busy day taking pictures, making annotations, making audio recordings.
Seriously, this
and
is the other
communicating all of the
feed?
wonderful things that they are seeing on the moon.
In 720p?
This observation break is also partially
Oh my
due to the
God.
fact that we will be entering an eclipse later. This will be the first solar eclipse that humans have seen from the moon. The astronauts will need to wear eclipse glasses for the first 2 minutes until the sun is completely covered by the moon. And then they have additional targets that the science team is hoping that they will photograph.
This is
we
the
will
other
have
view, guys.
communications with them during that eclipse time frame. Because of that eclipse, Orion's attitude must be changed right now so that its solar arrays are in the sun. This will help it
This is
charge
in
the batteries needed
visualization.
to power it through that eclipse time frame. This view on your screen is a visualization.
I'm live.
The spacecraft now
and I see a blue screen.
4,224
Bert and Ernie, I
miles
see a
away
blue
from
screen.
the moon, and that number will now continue to grow.
This is
While the
NASA.
number of distance from Earth, 252,699 miles, will continue to shrink all the way until our crew is back home.
Oh, there, we got it back. We haven't seen Jack. I mean, let's face facts. What we have here is a visualization, even though we have signal back. Okay? We have signal back. All we get is a visualization. Nothing inside the craft, nothing. And then over here, we've got a camera off the side of Orion. They're moving the cameras? What do you mean? If they have 60 cameras, why do they have to move them? Jammer's coming in with the facts. Seriously, why do they
Again,
need to
we
move
are
them?
MET, mission elapsed time, 5 days and 58 minutes since the launch of Artemis 2. We have reestablished communications with the crew and the Orion spacecraft, now entering a little bit of a break while they are out of visibility, or the moon is out of their visibility. The spacecraft will be reoriented to view the moon ahead of an upcoming eclipse. This current attitude maneuver helps charge the solar arrays and batteries aboard Orion that will power them through the eclipse.
Okay, so we have a visualization, and then we have this other view. I don't know. I think that's space matter. I don't know. I can't make ends of what we're looking at. It's very disappointing, to be honest. Oh my God. Blue screen again. Oh. Right, Potato. We ain't seeing no flag. I'm just confused. You would be confused too if you were sitting in this chair.
Integrity, Houston. In mission control, all of your flight controllers and your flight director have flipped their Artemis 2 patches around. We are earthbound and ready to bring you home.
Okay, they flipped around. They'll share video and photos, yeah, much later.
That's great.
That's great.
See the light of day as we head back to...
$93 million. I mean, it was very anticlimactic. I agree. I mean, where are they? Why aren't they standing up cheering like, yeah, hell yeah? I love how excited SpaceX gets. They are like the most excitable employees. They're like, fuck yeah. They're like fist pumping, high fiving. And they're like, we're bringing you home. He's like, oh, that's great. See you in about 5 days. Hey, don't be nasty to Nasha.
Don't be nasty sometimes.
Is it strange that the president hadn't made a call? Based on the looks of Mission Control Center, it doesn't look too exciting. I mean, Mission Control Center in the 70s or the 60s was amazeballs, right? They were excited too. Jammers. Next mission milestone. The crew will experience a solar eclipse as the sun passes behind the moon from 8:35 to 9:32 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. It's very hard to trust. Very silent and very blue screen. And always spoken science. It cracks me up. It is funny.
A very special moment just now in mission control ahead of the crew's flight to Kennedy Space Center, and during one of their last sims or simulations here, they visited the mission control team in Artemis Mission Control in Houston and brought us each a patch. Everyone in the flight control room has had these on their signifiers at their console. On one side of the patch that you've probably seen is the moon with the Earth behind it. Now that we are behind, we've passed behind the moon and we are returning home, the flight control team has instructed everyone in the room to switch their patch around so that the Earth is closer
That's
and
great.
the moon is behind us.
Go
We are
back
really
to
looking forward to seeing the
Orion.
Artemis 2 crew. And the Capcom, Jenny Gibbons, did call that update up to the crew that the flight control team here has turned their patches around, as was instructed by the crew during that last sim. And we are counting down the days until they get home. They are now 5 days, 1 hour, and 3 minutes mission elapsed time into the Artemis 2 mission.
I mean, nothing is intense about this. It's just so weird. We're going further than humans have ever gone, and there's just no intensity. Just the whole thing just doesn't feel excitable. I don't know. Just a different vibe than I thought it would be, I guess. Ooh, I found an interesting film. If you have not subscribed to Periscope Film on YouTube, they have such good videos. I want Cooterville patches around the moon. Can we do Cooterville t-shirts about the moon since we all watch together? It didn't make you believe it anymore. Yeah.
Joining me here in the room, Artemis Mission Control, I have Angela Garcia, Artemis 2 Science Officer. Thanks for being here,
why'd we bring
Angela.
her back?
It is an honor to be here. What a day. Everyone's been buzzing.
I cannot. We just talked to her. We literally just talked to her. And our live view down here is terrible. Well, hello, Sheldon from Ohio. I just love questioning things because a lot of things are like beyond my brain. And I understand that. I'm not trying to say I know everything because when it comes to physics, I know nothing. Okay. Bella's pissed off. Bella. No, it's not a different girl. It's the same girl. But I do have a video that I want to show you from Periscope Films. This is a film that was made when the Apollo 13 mission was happening. God, it was really anticlimactic. We really dropped like 100 people. They're like, fuck all this shit. I just want to show you this really quick. Hear what? What do you mean?
With us.
Oh, we're talking to them now again.
Our pleasure.
Okay, Angela. So can you tell me a little bit about your role supporting Artemis 2 and the science preparation?
See, I don't want to hear about the science preparations when they just went around the dark side of the moon and all we got was a few descriptions of colors. I don't know, just kind of just disappointing, I guess. But anyways, I want to go back in time because this to me is more interesting than listening to the science behind it because I don't understand it, number one. But number two, we're going to go away from this live view for a moment. Let's see what this video has to say. I like learning I hope I don't get copyrighted for this. Apollo Digest. This is so old, but it's neat because
Start. Reach a lot clear. Status is great. Ascension. Ascension, go. Banana Reef, Houston Network, Net 1.
I mean, this is mission control when we went to the moon. I waited all day too, TM. I'm so glad you're here though, and still here. But this is mission control back then. It's just a stark difference.
Reach a lot clear. We'll go except for that power supply problem, but they can't support with the free radar.
This is Mission Control, Houston, where all the basic decisions are made during an Apollo mission. From here, flight controllers direct a mission from the time the spacecraft is launched until it is recovered. This is the focal point.
I mean, is it because everything is just computerized? But like, this is pretty cool, right?
For all critical information on the spacecraft and the flight crew, where real-time decisions must be constantly made. It is also from here that the world gets news firsthand and can follow the progress of a flight almost as fast as it's happening. There are 2 control rooms. Each can be used independently, and a separate mission can be handled in each at the same time. Apollo flights are also supported by launch facilities at the Kennedy Space Center in Florida.
Florida. I mean, look at that. That's just nuts. It seems so much cooler back then, didn't it? Now they're just like, oh yeah, great, cool. We're on our way back. Sweet. It was, Penny. It was so dramatic back then. You didn't miss anything, Shaw.
Region loud and clear. Our status is great. Rudder.
Launch vehicle monitors at the Marshall Space Flight Center in Alabama, and a worldwide communications network of tracking stations through the Goddard Space Flight Center in Maryland.
I heard of that.
The network of tracking stations and the Mission Control Center are joined by the Communications, Command, and Telemetry System.
Look, Summers.
This message-carrying system is the communications link between the spacecraft and the ground. The system consists of 3 digital computers. 2 of them provide for mission support. While one is in use, the second stands by, and the third is used for Apollo program development. This computing complex, one of the world's largest, collects, processes, and sends to mission control all the information needed to direct every phase of the Apollo mission at over 3 times the speed of earlier systems.
Sounds wild.
The complex works in real time, meaning almost as fast as events are happening.
Dynamics retro.
During the Apollo mission, the main Mission Operations Control Room is supported by 6 nearby staff support rooms. In these rooms, men keep close tabs on the various systems of the spacecraft. They check the information flowing in and establish trends for long-term performance.
So they had 6 control rooms back then, and now they've got, I think she said 2 or something, but that just shows you how freaking more condensed computers have gotten. You know what I mean? Computers used to fill a whole room. Yes, I know, Bert and Ernie. It's so fascinating. Do you guys want me to make it bigger on your screen? Or is it okay? Let me know, because I like seeing things close up, but I'm like nosy like that. I'm always like looking at you. You looking at me.
Throughout the mission, flight controllers constantly check and analyze the status of the spacecraft. Are all systems operating within pre-established limits? Are mission events occurring as planned? The physical conditions of the flight crew are also of prime concern. Are respiration rates normal? Should the astronauts drink more water?
You got it up there, guys?
Yeah, I got it. That looks pretty good.
Okay, I want to go to
How do you digital?
Through all the phases of the Apollo mission, the real...
Look at that. That's their computer, y'all. Isn't that crazy? I don't know if they had floppies. If they had floppies, they were probably pretty large, I would think.
Real-time computing complex provides flight controllers with the display information they need to make recommendations concerning the flight crew and the spacecraft. Near the end of
this doesn't even seem like it's advanced enough technology to do what they did. And I think that's what gets me about this, is that this technology here, I mean, I don't know shit, to be honest, but this doesn't seem like they have enough technology to actually do what they did. But maybe they did. You know, I don't know. But look there's like a rotary, if you look here, there's a rotary dial. And then there's like these buttons that literally look like secretaries changing the extension on the phone, old phones. And then you have this screen that literally is just like I just don't know.
The flight crew and the spacecraft. Near the end of the Apollo mission, when re-entry is about to begin, it is again the computer complex which provides updated information for the spacecraft computer so that Apollo can make a controlled re-entry. Mission Control, through its vast communications and computing resources, finally directs the recovery of the flight crew.
Wait, hold on.
And computing resources
I was just trying to read this, what this says. Lorain County?
Finally directs the recovery of the flight crew.
Okay. All aircraft and ships. Now we got the selected AGC source.
Look at this. I mean, literally all handwritten. I mean, this is pretty fucking amazing.
For high speed from Canaries, and that's reading 107.3 by 101.
Will you say
so we
it
got
again,
a five. They're both
the control of an Apollo mission, be it an Earth orbital flight or a trip to the moon, takes place in this room. Success depends on the flight controllers and the critical real-time decisions they must make for the astronauts and their spacecraft.
We agree. Right on to. Okay. Vital yaw.
Go ahead.
How's it look for nominals, George?
Go with the nominals.
Roger that.
100%.
You bet.
We're home.
Twinkle toes. That is awesome footage, though, isn't it? I love that old logo. That old vintage logo. That's so cool. Love films like this. But are we watching them in real time? Let's go check in with the Artemis 2 flight. Oh, there's our live view. It looks like we have a huge glare. It must be either the sun or the moon shining down on the Orion, making those views a little streaky over here. But let's see if these ladies are still talking.
You can gain a lot of different information. So, like, for example, if you were an astronaut on the surface looking at a rock, and you describe at this micro scale. So in training, we kind of talk about observations from micro to macro, or from outcrop to orbit. So looking at, a rock at this scale, you can describe its components, you can describe what it's made of and its colors and its minerals. And you're like, okay, and this rock came from this boulder, and it's this part of this boulder, and these are the different things that I'm observing around. It gives me context to this sample. And then you zoom out a little bit more, and you're like, okay, well, I can see that this boulder came from, it rolled from this mountain ridge, or this high ridge feature. And then because I can see the trail that it came from. Okay, now let me describe this ridge, and different parts in it.
I don't know if this is live footage we're seeing, but I have another video, a real quick one. Check this.
3, 2,
1, 0. All engine running.
If you know, you know, Gen X.
Liftoff. We have a liftoff. 32 minutes past the hour.
This is from Texas Archives. Shout out to Texas.
Liftoff on Apollo 11. Tower cleared.
At that precise moment, control passes to the Mission Operations Control Room at the Manned Spacecraft Center.
Apollo 11 Houston, you're good at 1 minute.
If the spacecraft in flight is the heart of a mission, the nerve center is this tense room of low modulated voices, muted flickering lights, and electronic hum.
Stand by for mode 1, Charlie. Mark, mode 1, Charlie. 1, Charlie. This is Houston, you are go for staging. Inboard cutoff.
Inboard engines out.
I'm inboard cutoff. Staging. And ignition.
In the 80s, there was crack.
11 Houston, thrust is go. All engines, you're looking good. Roger, you're loud and clear, Houston.
It is here that the radio and television circuits from the spacecraft terminate. From the moment of launch to recovery, teams of flight controllers, medical and systems experts maintain an undeviating 24-hour watch on the spacecraft and crew.
11 Houston. Go ahead.
Meanwhile, we're getting the blue screen.
At this time, and I'll give you a comm configuration here shortly.
18 flight controllers, each an authority on some phase of operations. Watch, study, plan, and advise. Behind each, other experts are standing by. Thus, if a problem develops, several minds instantly converge on it. As well as 2 small TV monitors at each console, 5 large rear projection screens dominate the room. Maps, trajectory plots, systems information, and other data can be called from computers at the flick of a finger and displayed on any screen. Now, at 75 hours, 26 minutes into the flight, the astronauts in Mission Control prepare for LOI, Lunar Orbit Insertion. The flight director checks his team of flight.
We heard about Lunar Orbit Insertion. I know we're all learning about history and being a part of it.
Flight controllers.
Okay, status check, go, no go for LOI. Retro.
We'll go flight all the way.
Green light. Fido.
We're go flight.
Guidance.
We're go with no attitude.
Control. Telcom. GNC.
We're go.
Ecom, are you go?
We're
Surgeon.
We're go.
O&P. AFD. FAO.
Go.
FAFO.
Green light. Network. Recovery, I guess you're go.
Right.
Okay, Capcom, give me a green light, and we'll go for LOI.
Roger.
Apollo 11, this is Houston, over.
Roger, go ahead, Houston, Apollo 11. 11, this is Houston, you are go for LOI, over. Roger, go for LOI.
The maneuver was smoothly performed, and the spacecraft went into orbit around the moon.
Me too, Jams.
On the 13th revolution, the lunar module separated from the command module and was nearing its moment of truth.
Look. The music makes it sound even cornier. Look at, there's the ham foil sin. See, I mean, that definitely looks like something made in a Hollywood studio. Lunar insertion sounds painful.
Okay, all flight controllers, go, no go for powered descent. Retro? Go. Fido? Go. Guidance? Go. Control? Go. Telcom?
Go.
GNC?
Go.
Ecom?
Go.
Surgeon?
Go.
Capcom, we're go for powered descent. Eagle Houston, if you read your go for powered descent, over.
Eagle, this is Columbia. You're go for PDI, and they recommend you yaw right 10 degrees and try the high gain again.
Right, we read you.
Okay.
The cigar.
And as millions throughout the world watched with anxiety and prayer, Command Pilot Armstrong and Lunar Module Pilot Aldrin began the descent to the moon.
Pretty cool video, huh? All right, we're back to our live stream. Let's get up to speed here. Let's see what they're doing here. Are they talking to us now, or? I don't know if we're about to be showing, is that going to be the Earth or is that going to be the sun in the secondary view? A woman at Nancy's is accusing Alex of casing right now. Who's live? Who's live? Nick, who's live? I love that drama. Is it Alex? So we're not getting any.
We're live.
Oh,
in
here
Artemis
we go.
Mission Control at Johnson Space Center in
She woke up.
Houston, Texas.
I woke her up.
It's a live view from the Orion spacecraft with our Artemis 2 crew inside.
Ooh, you guys want to see some drama for a little
Victor
bit?
Glover, Christina Cook, and Jeremy Hansen. We are still live for our lunar flyby coverage. The crew is in a short break while the spacecraft is pivoted away from the moon. We are going to be going into a solar eclipse. This is the first time anyone has ever seen a solar eclipse from the moon. So it's going to be a unique vantage point for our crew. But ahead of heading into that solar eclipse, we need to charge the batteries on the Orion spacecraft. Therefore, we have positioned the solar arrays into the sunlight to allow time for those batteries to charge.
I mean, is it like ongoing?
Pointed at the moon just in time for that solar
eclipse.
It
is. Okay, we're going to mute this for a second. We're going to Nancy's. Nick is taking us to Nancy's.
Zach, can you take me over to the liquor store and then take me to Nancy's?
Let's see how long this has been going on.
So this is up the hill. This is the house that you see from the suspect video. When I get there, show you that. The camera that talked to me the other day. You got your own yards. You got your own patios. Well, you have a fucking chair out in the middle of an island right here. Sad, and I don't know if infrared here. So, right. Some guy brought a few more art pieces. I didn't put them in the box. Do you want to put them in the box or leave them out? Oh, leave them out. Okay. They brought like 5 of them.
I haven't figured out the difference. This is just so clustered now.
You tell me, we move stuff.
Huh?
You tell me, we'll move stuff if we have to. So.
Well, I think some of it needs to just.
Is this her?
Oh, gotcha. Or put more in the box?
I'm going to ask Annie if she wants that box there anymore because it's kind of.
I gotcha.
Hi. How are you?
You guys so Ellen.
You know, you're not allowed to drive in a car. Oh, I understand that. I'm
here
for the family to help try and keep this tidy. Annie knows I'm here. I'd park up on the driveway, but that.
She made sure she had gotten permission. So.
Were you just stuck walking around?
Yeah.
Wait, hold on. She said Annie knows I'm here. That's the friend of Nancy's. Who's Lauren? Oh, the friend. Go back to where Lauren first gets out of her car. Okay.
Oh, they gave me shit all the time. Like, is there anywhere on Earth you're allowed to, you can smoke nowadays or no? Hey, my dad's 80. Right. Some guy brought a few more art pieces. I didn't put them in the box. Do you want to put them in the box or leave them out?
Oh, leave them out.
Okay. They brought like 5 of them.
I haven't figured out the difference. This is just so clustered now.
You tell me, we move stuff.
Huh?
You tell me, we'll move stuff if we have to. So.
Well, I think some of it needs to just go.
Oh, gotcha. Or put more in the box?
I'm going to ask Annie if she wants that box there anymore because it's kind of.
I gotcha.
Hi. How are you?
You guys so Ellen.
You know, you're not allowed to drive in a car. Oh, I understand that. I'm here for the family to help try and keep this tidy. Annie knows I'm here. I'd park up on the driveway, but that.
She made sure she had gotten permission. So.
Were you just stuck walking around?
Yeah.
And can I ask you why you were stopping and looking at our properties?
Because I'm allowed to. I'm walking on a public street.
I would like to know why you were walking. I know you're allowed to.
Because of the reason why? Because we have questions about that upper house up there. So as I walked around there, that's the house that we've been kind of keeping an eye out right there. You know what I mean? So it wasn't I wasn't trying to bother anybody. I was just
sure
up there.
You're not casing the joint for robbery?
No, that's what we neighbors are absolutely
I agree,
worried
and
about.
I wish.
You are casing our joints.
I'm casing.
I'd be
I was
scared
just walking,
too.
I promise. But if that's how you see it, I can't take that away from you. If that's how you feel, good. I wish other neighbors were like that around here.
We are very vigilant right now, and we are documenting everybody that is walking around our houses.
I respect that. I wish you would have done that.
Wow. I really just have to say this is their neighborhood. I would be extremely uncomfortable if a woman in my neighborhood just went missing with no answers. I don't think they should be walking around these people's. Mark the Shark said tomato. No. Patrice, he was wrong. That was an investigator. And he was corrected in the comments. Mark the Shark's not even there anymore. I don't like this. I feel bad for these people. They're scared. They don't know if they're next.
Everybody that is walking around our houses.
I respect that. I wish you would have done that on February 1st.
We did.
Okay.
We started doing it on February 1st.
So you're concerned about me? I'm just sitting here.
Days monitoring.
Okay. So good. Maybe you have the suspect on camera. I don't know. Maybe.
We do.
Good.
And it goes straight to the police and the FBI.
Awesome. And then if you want my name, I don't mind giving you my name, and I'll give you my phone number. You could give my name to the law enforcement. They know who I am. I've been here since this happened.
I know you have.
So, and I'm not here to cause any problems.
But I would like it if you just did not. You want to observe what's going on at Nancy's house? Fine. That's your privilege. But we would prefer you to not monitor our properties.
Sure, I'm not monitoring, but I got you. Point taken. I got you.
Yeah.
This is what they asked about the top house. So on our way back, we were walking down.
There's nothing going on at the top house except construction.
Okay. Well, you know more than us, so I didn't know that. So if it's just construction, we just didn't know who lived there. People said that there was 3 people that rented the house that moved out right after that happened.
No.
No?
That's not true.
Okay. So that's why we're up. That's why we just want answers. We're just trying.
That's one of the reasons why we're so angry, because you guys are posting absolute untruths.
What are the untruths that I posted?
I don't know. I don't read your posts.
Well, so then don't say that we've been posting untruths. I didn't post untruths.
About
and then don't put me in the we in the community. This is me. I'm Alex. Don't put me in the YouTuber community or that community. My name's Alex Zabel. You get on my phone number. I'm not posting untruths. People want to see Nancy's house. People want to see the memorial. That's why I'm here.
They don't need to see our neighbors.
I mean, if she only knew that there's thumbnails with her on it and her name and making fun of her, and yeah, I don't like that. I don't like this. Just my first instinct is I don't like it.
The neighbors' houses.
Well, I'm allowed to walk up the street. I didn't go on your property or anybody's property. I didn't purposely go up there and be like, hey, let's mess with Sue Ellen. No. That's not the part. That's not what I'm trying to do. And if you think I'm casing joint, I'm not. I've never even been to prison, Sue Ellen.
We don't know that.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
Right.
Fair enough.
You could be the robber. You
I
could be
could.
the next robber, rapist, kidnapper, or killer.
You're right. You're right, Sue Ellen.
And that's all we think about.
Okay. I just wish they would be more vigilant when this happened with Nancy, because there should have been answers by now. That's all I'm saying.
It's not her fault.
If you had all the answers and all the video footage, how come they haven't arrested somebody?
Because we don't know who did it. Well, I don't know.
You said you knew who did it.
That's not my purview.
You just said you did it.
I'm not a part of the police. All I know is that we report everything.
I agree.
To
I
the
love
police,
it. We love that.
Including, and the only problem that the upper houses have had is trespassers coming onto our actual property.
And that's not right.
No,
and I didn't do it.
Reported them to the police.
Good, because I didn't trespass. I'm on the street. I just stay on the street.
I saw you
I promise.
On the street. I'm just saying, none of us like having vigilance of our private houses.
Right.
And then having pictures photographed and stories made up about people hanging out at other houses and stuff like that. That is not happening.
Gotcha. Yeah, if you see me, I'm always just hanging out right here. Sometimes I do a little walk because I don't like sitting for too long, but But that's it. But I appreciate your vigilance, and you know what I mean, Dr. Sue Ellen. We hold you in the highest regards. My chat, they all know who you are. We hold you in the highest regards. We know you have nothing. You've done only things to help try to bring Nancy home. I understand that people were parking on your property, and that was rude. I remember you had your cones there. If you remember, we were the ones that were telling people don't park there. That's Sue Ellen's property. Don't park there. So I don't have anything against you. You know, you're awesome.
Good. Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Sue Ellen. And I won't, I won't be up on that street. If that bothers you, I won't go up on that street.
It does bother us.
Okay.
Because we oftentimes aren't sure who the person is that we can see out our windows.
Right.
And
I thought there was, because there's only 3.
But why would he give that information, even if she is a doctor? Why do we need to know that about her? This is, see, in the process of what they say, they're raising awareness. I don't know if she's a doctor or not, but in the process of what they say is awareness for Nancy being missing, these people, in my opinion, are being exploited because it's being live streamed where their new cameras are being put in. If they didn't have cameras before, they're getting them. People are like, hey, look, they're getting cameras. This is where the cameras are at. I mean, it's been 2 months. She's fucking scared. You can hear it.
Houses on that street, and one of them's empty. So
no, none of them are empty.
Oh, so someone lives in the top house?
Everybody has someone
Gotcha.
living.
Oh, okay. Okay, so I didn't know that. I learn something new every day, but
yes, well, lots of fake stories have been
I've seen
traveling
them.
around, and that's why we're upset about that.
Right.
Because we ourselves don't have anything to do with Nancy's disappearance or anything that's going on. What we're worried about is who's looking around at our stuff and thinking about what they're going to do.
Right.
And you, by just walking around, become a candidate.
No, I feel you.
Like it or not.
No, you're right. I know what I look like, so I get it. I don't fit kind of, I get it. So I'm not saying that in a bad way.
See, and this makes me uncomfortable. Like TM just said, she doesn't want to say what's empty or not. Remember, there's a lot of snowbirds. There's a lot of snowbirds, y'all.
Well, yeah, I'm glad that you're vigilant. And yeah, there shouldn't be some stranger walking in your neighborhood. But this is the reason I'm here, I promise you. Like I said, I'll give you my phone number, my name, so you know.
I've seen you.
Okay.
I know you. I recognize you.
Thank you, Sue Ellen.
But I still don't like it when you or anybody else is coming around and looking at our properties.
Gotcha. What I was going to ask you is the truth, the untruth that came out. I'm not going to put Nano's name out there, but don't you think they should have given us a little more? Only because that's how come those.
That's up to the police department.
You're right. You're right. But that's why the speculation happens, is because they give you so much, and people want answers.
We can't do anything about that.
You're right. So that's why we're here. People want to be like, we want to see Nancy's house. I get it. Okay, you're right.
We can't do it's not anything we can manage.
Right.
Right.
One way or the other. All we can do is ask you folks to stay away from the top of the street so that we know if we do see somebody that's walking around.
Right.
It's somebody that's suspicious.
Right.
See, and that makes total sense, right? They're reporting everyone they see. So that means every time one of them walks up there and they don't belong in the cul-de-sac, because the cul-de-sac should really only have the people that live there in it. I mean, let's face facts. You live in a cul-de-sac, it's usually just the people that live there, or maybe if someone wants to turn around every so often. But I lived in a cul-de-sac. I loved it for my kids. They could ride their bikes in it because there's zero traffic. But now they're reporting whoever they see up there because they don't know who took Nancy. Nancy's still gone. So now they're having to report everybody.
Right.
And that's all we're interested in figuring out.
Gotcha. Yeah, point taken.
Yeah. Thank you.
No problem. So thank you very much. Okay, have a blessed evening. Can I help you, Lauren?
No, I'm just raking some of
The weeds?
away so I can move some of the flowers so it's just not so.
If you need to move anything, let me know. I'll help you.
Okay, thanks.
See you guys.
Tomaso's there. He's walking around. It seems like law enforcement was with him.
Right.
And maybe not. Maybe it wasn't law enforcement. Maybe it was a family friend. It looked like law enforcement to me.
Yeah, me too. But remember, they have a lot of people could carry a gun in Arizona.
Where is the video of who they say is Tomaso? Did this happen today? Right here, maybe? This?
You guys, garage doors open.
All right, so I'm just going to keep it here.
Yeah, you're good. You got a good angle, everything. You're good to go. All right, brother. I want to make sure you guys have.
Good job over here. What are you, battery?
Nick, we went there. He was actually, it was me, Nick, and JLR. All he was, man.
No,
Visible. Internet.
That's a different vehicle.
My shit works. I want to see Nancy, so. Well, definitely, I knew it was in. Oh, yeah.
Look, it's Nick. I'm working
Out here. Guys, JLR and me and Nick. We got JLR. If you're listening, they're about to leave. If you want to follow the
they're gonna what? If you're gonna follow
if you're listening,
them?
They're about to leave. If you want to follow them. Okay, sorry guys, I'm trying to keep it still. Okay.
That doesn't look like Annie's.
Car is leaving.
I've never seen that.
We got movement. The cop's still learning how to drive, so she's like, okay, let me see how I can fucking get out of here. Oh, don't hit Tommaso. Tommaso, if you could hear me, if you happen to be watching live, I'm not Mark. I just want to talk. I'm not going to harass you or bug you. I just want to talk, man.
Thank
and
you,
are they going
Kels.
to go out here? I'm going to look to the left so they're not. So it's not like I'm looking at them. Oh, sorry, guys. Oh, I don't know. I was zoomed in.
He missed them. But Kels sent us the video. Mark the Shark caught this. Oh, there he is. So was there a vehicle here at this time? That's for sure him, y'all. Oh, there's the vehicle right here. So where is this? By the garage. Okay. I see.
3, 2,
oh my God.
1.
Auto plays on space stuff. No, he clipped this from someone. JLR, he clipped it from. That's who he gave credit to, JLR. He really swings his arms when he walks, huh? He came from behind the casita. Oh, yeah, that's 100% tomato. He's on a mission. I mean, he's partially jogging. Almost. He's really walking with purpose. Interesting. You do. You get, wow. Huh. He's really walking fast. Did he come in hot? White Lotus said he came in the driveway hot. Watch how he's walking, though. He's, like, walking pretty fast. He doesn't want to be seen, probably. Like, he's trying probably to get to his car. But what's in his hand? His keys? What's he doing back there? He just like pops out of nowhere. He like wipes something away from his face. Maybe a spider web. And isn't it hot there? Why is he wearing a sweatshirt? Interesting. Lindsay, can you put it in 4x? You mean fast? Hold on. Okay, now it's in 1080. You mean like, you meant like better quality, right, Linz? I was in 360p. You want me to make him do it fast? Why? I can do it in 3. Lindsay? Why do we want to see it so fast? Lindsay comes in to clown on the tomato. You're crazy. I always go to the slower speed, and you're like, 3, 2, 1, 0. Oh shit!
Tower cleared.
I'm stuck.
At that precise.
I'm stuck in space. That's wild, though. What was he doing back there, guys? I wonder, like, how much he had to zoom in to get this. Look how much he swings his arms. He's like, woo! I think he's got his phone in his right hand. Like, I'm out of here. I'm old and I'm bald. Remember that video of him? I'm old and I'm bald. All right. I want to see this solar eclipse.
At all of their data and communications.
What's this other view, guys? Is that a spotlight? It looks like
the
a
spacecraft is now
spotlight.
4,632 miles away from the moon, and that number will only continue to grow as the distance from Earth shrinks, now 252,523 miles away.
SpaceX on 4.
Our closest approach to the moon today was approximately 4,067 statute miles in altitude. Our maximum distance from the Earth is suspected to be 252,756.
That looks like a spotlight, like a DeWalt spotlight.
Both of those moments came while Orion was flying in their loss of signal time frame behind the moon. The crew also set that new record today, beating the Apollo 13 record of distance from
Hold on.
Earth.
We got to get back. We're in real time. We're in real time now. This is real time. And we have complete silence. And then in the other view, we have a visualization in the official view. And then let me make sure I've pressed play. Yeah, I did. I wasn't sure. Does make you wonder what he was doing there. I don't know. I mean, these aren't real stars, so I don't think they're gonna twinkle. TM. This is a visualization. And then over here we have a view. Oh yeah, the bite light view over here. This is the bite light view down below me, down there. Is that the moon in the foreground? I would assume, but yes, it's a visualization. So if this really happened, this is what it would be looking like. I'm glitching. My camera's glitching. I have to go to the bathroom. Are you guys going to stick around? Because I'll come back and chit chat. I'll come back and horse around for another hour or so. You guys want to horse around for another hour? Because we're not through the trajectory, okay? I'm not done with this, but I have to go to the bathroom. So I will put you guys on standby in Studio J. Savannah Olstein, that is so wrong. Okay, so you guys hang out. I'll leave the studio open. Be good. Don't get in trouble.
This is Artemis Mission Control. We are in a forward link LOS with the spacecraft. We're not able to send commands or communications to them right now. However, they could send them to us, and we do get spacecraft data. This is tracked as we are on the Deep Space Network. This is the network that we use to communicate with the spacecraft now that we are so far from Earth, over 252,000 miles. We are still in our lunar flyby coverage. The crew still have a very important and very exciting flyby milestone coming up when they will see a solar eclipse from the moon, the first humans to ever do so. Something that we also have to consider when it comes to our missions and launches is space weather. So since the Apollo 16 and 17 missions, there were some solar eruptions near that time frame that could have been dangerous to our explorers. Over those 50 years since those storms, the data, technology, and resources available to NASA have improved, enabling advancements towards space weather forecasts and astronaut protection, which is key to NASA's Artemis program to return astronauts to the moon.
Across our planet, billions of people depend on the invisible networks that connect us to space. Every day, those networks are at the mercy of our temperamental sun and the space weather that it unleashes across our solar system. That's why NASA's space weather program tracks solar storms from the moment they erupt, modeling their paths, anticipating their impacts, and leading the research that the world's industries rely on. NASA's space weather research and modeling is driven by the needs of society.
Dude, what happened?
Critical decision making that equips pilots to reroute around high.
Why are we watching Flight Radar 24? I literally get up, I see John Deere and Flight Radar 24. What's going on? Scooter! What happened? I left Gigi in charge. Who called Gigi? And I come back to what happened to our space flight? You don't know? Every time I get up, something happens.
Oh my God. God forbid, one comment.
Excuse me, I miss my Kanye bites. It just happened? They just automatically switched to this? Oh, wait. Oh, okay, let's see. Are we back?
This is a live view from the Orion spacecraft on the Artemis 2 mission. It's now been 5 days, 1 hour, and 54
now all of a sudden we're live again?
Since we launched.
God forbid.
We are still in our flyby coverage, and the crew is on a short break right now as we have changed the attitude of the spacecraft to help charge the batteries aboard. We use the solar arrays to gather energy from the sun and store it in the batteries. That way, when we are not in the sunlight, we have those batteries to continue powering Orion. Now, we're doing so because the Artemis astronauts are about to experience a solar eclipse from their capsule. And this is a solar eclipse that no one else on Earth will experience. This eclipse is about 54 minutes, and to the astronauts, it'll look a lot like a total solar eclipse on Earth, except the moon is going to be huge compared to the sun. Unlike when you watch one on Earth and the moon and the sun appear about the same size in the sky.
You guys said I looked good in green. I got another green shirt.
We're interested to learn if they see the outer corona when the sun is fully obscured by the moon. And because of how big the moon will be from their perspective, the total phase of the eclipse will last nearly an hour. The astronauts will see a partial solar eclipse as the moon covers and uncovers the sun, which is before and after totality. So, much like us on Earth, they will have eclipse glasses so they can safely view that portion.
What happened? Look at the view.
The astronauts will also be using cameras to capture images of the corona during the eclipse.
They're getting eclipse glasses. I know, isn't it cute? I don't
love
the material,
but there are also
planets
visible during the eclipse,
like
including Venus, Saturn, Mars, and Mercury. If they can identify what part of the sky they're looking at, this can help train future Artemis astronauts on what part of the sky they're seeing. This provides useful knowledge in challenging situations when they may need to rely on that information instead of instruments for navigation and orientation.
It looks like a tent, but it's boxy. I'll probably look like a tent in it, but... Is she? I can see Brian Guthrie from the moon. Dude, I threw away my eclipse glasses. I kept them for a long time. I wish I would have kept them. I'd put them on right now. Freaking eclipse glasses. You know what? Get a cereal box and make your own eclipse viewer. That's what they should be doing, holding up Wheaties boxes. Brian Guthrie.
Confirmation from teams here in the ground that we have reached the eclipse attitude, meaning Orion is in the proper position to observe it.
Kels.
The astronauts' break during this observation period is now over, and we are resuming their lunar flyby observations. The first of these is sunset. This is the solar corona that we'll be looking for. It's the outer atmosphere of the sun. The science team is also interested in if the astronauts can see polar plumes. These are thin streamers that project from the sun's north and south poles. Additionally, they're interested in seeing if the crew can witness coronal loops. These are arcs close to the sun's surface. And something else that we've previously mentioned is lunar dust. This is dust from the moon that is lofted above the lunar surface and illuminated by the sun. It was reported visible by Apollo astronauts.
That other view keeps going out. Plumes. What's a plume? I don't think eclipse glasses are enough. They're straight up looking at the sun, right? NASA Eclipse glasses. Let's read about them. These premium solar glasses. Oh, wait, that's something you can buy in the NASA store. Okay. Oh, no, that's for people on. NASA approved eclipse glasses. 2024, NASA warns of fake eclipse glasses hitting the market. NASA does not approve eclipse glasses, it says. Oh, we're back to our visualization. That was rich. I wonder if they're made of cardboard.
You're getting a live look from Orion as the crew observes a solar eclipse from the moon.
There we go. I would die. They would tell us it's some kind of special
this solar
paper.
eclipse is only visible to the crew on the spacecraft. It's not visible to anybody on Earth. The science team is interested in several different targets for them during this time frame. And we're personally looking forward to getting those images as well. Again, during the beginning portion of this eclipse, the astronauts will need to use eclipse glasses just like we do from Earth to safely view it.
I told you.
Once the moon has completely covered the sun, they'll be able to take off those glasses for almost an hour. Totality on Earth during a solar eclipse lasts only a couple of minutes. So this opportunity gives them a chance to look out into deep space and to look into see if there are other planets nearby.
That's happening really fast, it seems like. Because if you look at the other view, see how bright it's getting? Look how fast that's actually happening. Nah, this is muted. The only one that's open is this one. I don't have any buzz. I don't hear anything. Do you guys? I want to see them wear them glasses, right? Meow. It's buzzing?
What you're seeing right now is the solar corona. That's the outer atmosphere of the sun. And the science team is very interested in any images that the crew can capture of this. They're hoping that they'll take pictures and describe the visibility, color, and shape of the solar corona as a whole and its substructures, those plumes and streamers.
Hasn't been doing it the whole time? Is it the whole time? Well, my little sound bar is
Science, integrity, and the blind.
Tiny bit of noise.
Continues to be unreal. The sun has gone behind the moon, and the corona is still visible, and it's bright, and it creates a halo almost around the entire moon. But when you get to the Earth side, the Earth shine is already shown. I mean, almost seconds after the sun set behind the moon. You could see Earth shine. The Earth is so bright out there, and the moon is just hanging in front of us. This black orb out in front of us, in front of now, not the blackness, but the gray that blends and drifts into the blackness. We can see stars and the planets behind it. And Christina is in window 1, Reed is in window 2 with the long lens, and Jeremy is describing it in window 3. And it is quite an impressive sight. You can still see the horizon lit up brighter where the sun set on that side of the moon. It is bright, and Earthshine is very distinct, and it creates quite an impressive visual illusion. Wow, it's amazing.
I forgot to make my short public earlier about the ransom note. Oh well, it is now. I don't understand why we can't see inside the, Hey, Beans. I don't understand why we can't see inside the spacecraft. You can really only hear it. Okay, let me mute them and tell me if it goes away. Okay, I muted them. That should be gone. Or do you still hear it? Because if you still hear it, it's a problem with my mic. Do you still hear it now? Oh, look, blue screen again. Oh, we're back in mission control. Okay, now I unmuted them.
Again, you're looking at a live view from the Orion spacecraft on the Artemis 2 mission. Orion is now 252,125 miles away from us all on Earth. We're here in the Artemis Mission Control Room in Houston, Texas. And what you had just before
it's them, not
we
me.
Lost that view quickly was the corona of the sun peeking around the moon as the astronauts are entering a solar eclipse for this portion of the lunar flyby. We're now over 5,500 statute miles from the moon. That closest approach today was just about 4,067 statute miles away. And teams in the room beginning to get a little busier and filter in and out as we are stepping through a handover. The Orbit 1 team is handing over to Orbit 2, who will continue monitoring lunar flyby and all of the systems aboard the Orion spacecraft.
I would think they'd have like so many more views than this. Hey, Dan, Islander. They're low on power. I think it's for the effect. They put that to make it sound like things are like really fucking serious. Kind of like the crackle on Nixon's call. You are Buzz. I'm talking to you from the Oval Office. Hello, Mr. President. It is a pleasure to have gone to the moon for you, sir. Jay, I don't think a lot of people know about this. About the moon thing? My daughter had no clue when I told her today. Your grandchildren didn't know about it? Why wouldn't they make it crackle? Why wouldn't they promote this in the schools? Oh no. Kind of weird. She blinded me with science. I expect her to say thank you for flying with NASA. They don't teach space in school in years. Really? My boys grew up loving space. Your grandchildren couldn't care less. You know what? It's weird because there's rockets going up all the time, you know?
You're getting your last few views of the solar corona as the moon begins to take center stage and completely cover the sun. If you see that bright dot up near the top left of your screen, we think right now that that may be a part of the spacecraft, but we'll be
now
sure
we're getting the same
to
view from both
correct that
channels.
If we end up figuring out later that it is something else entirely.
Why'd we lose the view below? Why couldn't they keep that view the same? Does anybody know? Is there anybody out there? We could totally just put this on mute.
It has been an absolute honor to join you here today for the lunar flyby of Artemis 2, the first time humans have flown by the moon in over 50 years. I'm Leah Cheshire Mustachio, and I'm excited now to
shifting around in the windows, and we are transferring settings on the camera to pick up Earthshine, and it is amazing. The brightness where the corona, where the sunset is still bright. I think there may still be corona visible, but that part of the horizon is still lit brighter, and you still have a distinct Earthshine.
Is she? The Deep Space Network. We're down to 120 viewers. Have each of you hit the like button? We had like 300 and some at one point. That was pretty good for space nerds. I mean, to have like true crime friends that are also interested in like true crime and like breaking like stories and stuff like that. And then to have also space nerd friends, like you guys are a unique bunch. You know what I mean? Like when we come together, it's pretty unique to be that like-minded. Like I think we've really narrowed down like a group of people. That's pretty cool.
You know our rules that we don't talk when the crew is talking, so wanted to give Victor Glover a moment there to call down what he was seeing now that the moon is covering the sun. A really amazing time during today's lunar flyby. Again, thank you so much for letting us help tell this story today. I am Leah Cheshire Mustachio, handing it over to my friend Anna Schneider at the PAO console as the Orbit 2 team comes to join us.
Switching mics.
Thank you so much, and I hope you all enjoy tonight. Anna, you can take it away.
Thank you so much, Leah, and it's been a joy listening to your coverage over the last several hours. So as you mentioned, the Orbit 2 team of flight controllers is currently making their way on console and completing a shift handover with the Orbit 1 team of flight controllers. The Orbit 2 team tonight will be led by Flight Director Diane Daly, and she is currally handing over with the Orbit 1 flight director there on your screen, who was Flight Director Jeff Radigan.
I love you guys. I really do. Space nerds, keep your legs closed.
The Artemis 2 crew currently on board the Orion spacecraft. It continues to observe the eclipse that they are witnessing. There's about 43 minutes remaining in that eclipse period.
Tinkerbell, that's funny. I love Ishi. Mustachio. I love that we do the serious true crime and then relax here. Me too. And it's almost like you really need a place when you do that kind of true crime, like going deep into these cases and following them for so long. Like you really do need a place to unwind. And I'm glad that we have a place to do it together. You know? It was Bert and Ernie's. I really like the eclipse. Look, it's almost like a total eclipse. Look, one little dot right here. There's one little dot and then one little thing peeking through. What is that little dot up there? Is that a star? What is that? Follow my cursor. See it? This little dot. And that's almost all gone. Oh, there we are. We're both getting double views. We all need to drink a Tang beverage, says Rain King.
This is Artemis Mission Control. You are currently seeing a live view of the solar array wing cameras on the Orion spacecraft. We spoke with our science team, and they did determine that that dot in the distance is Venus.
Look at Lindsay's cat. So cute. Is it the Earth? Is that planet Earth? Where's the other planets? I was an investigator, but love me some space. I couldn't make the career go in physics. So proud of Christina. Oh, me too. Christina's a smart cookie. Is it a dot or a D? D. I wonder if Trisha's...
We're going to count the money.
Did you see Trisha last night? Why is that so tiny? I guess there's the visualization again. They're like, fuck y'all. We're going to give you this rendition instead. Because we're 252,011 miles from Earth. And that's allegedly Earth, I guess, but they're not really telling us. Dippin' Dots for all. I love that, Crackerjacks. I like watching that. I like watching people that like live off grid and shit like that. It's pretty cool. I'm building the Artemis Lego set watching. Oh, that's awesome, Drift. Very cool.
Science integrity. Let's see, not a huge change in here, just an update. The camera settings for Earthshine are challenging. This one's challenging to capture. What we're seeing, we're just not picking up on the cameras. And after all of the amazing sights that we saw earlier, we just went sci-fi. This has, it just looks unreal. You can see the surface of the moon between, I guess, the Earthshine. I guess Earthshine. You can actually see a majority of the moon. It is the strangest looking thing that you can see so much on the surface.
This animation or this visualization is pretty weak, to be honest. That dot is Venus, says Brooke. It is nice to have fun.
This is Artemis Mission Control. You were just hearing some communications called down from NASA astronaut Victor Glover, currently on board the Orion spacecraft. They are currently observing an eclipse. There's about 39 minutes remaining in that eclipse period. Currently, we are in a forward link LOS, or loss of signal, so the crew can communicate down with...
He's seen 2 meteors, science.
Ooh, cool. Instead of moonshine, we should make Earth shine. Do you feel like we're being played, Angel? I'm your Venus.
So we are in a forward link loss of signal. We do expect to regain signal in about 3 minutes. And at that point, then the ground can communicate back up to the crew on board the Orion spacecraft. In the meantime, the crew can continue to communicate down to the ground. The ground is just unable to respond. So they are continuing to provide some science observations during this eclipse period. They've made some comments about Earthshine, which is the sunlight reflected from Earth when they come around towards the moon's near side late in this flyby window.
I can't wait to see these images, right? We're totally going to go over these images. It's not a Pac-Man quite yet. It's black. It's still black. They said 39 minutes. Evelyn says, I don't think we're being played. Too many people involved. I don't see the Pac-Man. Oh. I don't see anything. I see it's black. I get it. Pac-Man. Pac-Man.
Just a shot of tequila and a nice blunt.
Where do you guys see Pac-Man? Well, they're having a press conference tomorrow to discuss the images. And then I don't know when we're going to see them. Maybe we'll see our first images tomorrow. Are you going to stream the splashdown? Heck yeah. I'm here for it. Pivotal moments. I'm here for it. left screen, the moon. Waka waka. Mercy. An educational channel? At times we are, yes. Well, I think we always are. You're right, Ishi. We will, Kels, for sure. Let's look up when splashdown is scheduled. When is Artemis 2 splashdown? The Artemis 2 mission is scheduled to splash down in the Pacific Ocean off the coast of San Diego on Friday, April 10th, 2026. The crewed Orion capsule is expected to land at approximately 5:07 Pacific Daylight Time, which is 8:07 Eastern Daylight Time, concluding a 10-day mission around the moon. The recovery will consist of U.S. Navy vessels, including the USS John P. Murtha. They are positioned for recovery. Ring. That will be on Friday evening. An AI is a liar. So I asked Google AI, when will we see the first moon pictures of Artemis 2? The first high-resolution human eye photos of the moon from the Artemis 2 mission are being captured and released on April 6, 2026. During the crew's close lunar flyby, astronauts are documenting the lunar far side and surface with images arriving on NASA's gallery and social media. They will put them via NASA, their Instagram. These photos will show the far side of the moon and the Oriental Basin up close for the first time in over 50 years. All right, we're going to go to NASA's gallery. You want to see it? Because all we're seeing right now is a visualization anyhow. So I just ordered pizza. Anyways, so let's go to NASA.gov/gallery/journey to the moon. Okay, this is what they've released thus far. April 6th, in this fully illuminated view of the moon, the near side. This is what we've seen before. This is the near side. This is where
science, integrity,
we've
and the blind.
landed.
The glow around the moon is beginning to become a little bit more even. It's not so much distinct just where the sun set on the moon's horizon. As we're flying through this trajectory, and then the sun's going to come up out of the other side. I think we're starting to see the glow around the moon get balanced out. I still see Earth shine, and the Earth is very bright out there. Still quite an unreal sight.
Integrity Houston, we have that sit rep loud and clear, and we are back with you. How do you hear me?
Oh, this is a video. They have videos up, guys.
Hey, Jenny, we have you loud and clear. Thanks.
Copy. Victor, we're handing you over to science for some critical questions. Thanks for your report. Integrity Science, we were loving your Science Sit Reps in the Blind, and it should come as no surprise that we have a number of follow-up questions. First, you mentioned Reed observing meteors. Can you speak to that? Were you referring to comets or impact flashes or something else?
Yeah, there was a little bit of giddiness. We have seen 3 impact flashes so far. I saw 2, and Jeremy has seen 1. Undoubtedly, Jeremy saw 2, so that's 4 total. Undoubtedly, quick impact flashes. It was not sun glint off of particulate from the thrusters or the purge tanks. It was definitely impact flashes on the moon. And Jeremy just saw another one. Go ahead with your next question.
This was April 2nd.
Amazing news. I literally just looked over at the SIR and they were jumping up and down literally. If you could describe where on the moon you saw them, please.
This is a selfie of Orion with a camera mounted on one of its solar array wings during a routine external inspection.
So they've all been either on or a bit south of the equator and on the Earth side of the moon. Stand by. All right, so Jeremy has seen them kind of on and south of the equator, kind of spread across the moon, and mine were both south of the equator and just a little bit left of center of the moon.
Incredible news, Reed, and reminder, we have citizen scientists here on Earth looking for impact flashes, so hearing you saw them on the near side means that people saw them too.
This picture is also April 2nd. We lost the feed completely again. Before going to sleep, they took a photo of the moon on day 5.
This is Artemis Mission Control. We have regained that signal, so the team here in Mission Control was able to call back up to the crew on board the Orion spacecraft as they continue their lunar flyby. Specifically, they are now in that eclipse period. So the science team here in Mission Control was able to ask some questions about some of the situational reports they were providing during that loss of signal. Specifically, they were interested in some of the meteors that they mentioned seeing and those impact flashes, and they did provide confirmation that they did see at least 4 impact flashes during that lost signal.
Are you still with us, Houston, or do we lose you?
See that?
Integrity, I hear you loud and clear. How do you hear me?
Why does it have 2 different dates?
One of the other things I wanted to describe, which was surprising to me, but the entire moon is lit up. It's glowing behind the entire moon. I thought it would look, dark against the black sky or deep space.
Are they wearing like AI glasses or something?
The sun is lighting up the entire limb of the moon. You can see the entire perimeter of it, and even now with the sun far behind the moon.
This is April 3rd. This says April 3rd.
Like little bits of topography around the entire limb, just bumps as you go around it. And there's about the glow around the moon, once your eyes adjust, is easily 10 widths or diameters of the sun around the entire moon.
That's the moon in the distance in this one.
Incredible to hear, Jeremy. Were you able to actually pick out any discrete features on the lunar surface? And if so, how do they look different than when you observe them in solar illumination?
No, we really haven't been able to identify features on the lunar surface yet. We just see, the topography on the limb. For the Earth glow, we're about a quarter moon, waxing quarter moon, if you will, from the Earth glow perspective, and it's just at a very Just the sight angle. I'm just not able to tell what I'm looking at yet in the Earth glow.
Understood. Thanks, Jeremy.
So everything
one other
from
question for
this
you on the
point
solar
over
corona.
is the far
Were you
side.
actually able to see any structure or color in the
over.
corona before
This is today.
Most of it disappeared behind the moon?
I know you can't add on a mobile on
I
YouTube.
didn't pick out any color, but definitely structure. I mean, there were streamers, and they were not uniform at all. For me, the 5 o'clock position, there was just this constant streamer. It would change in intensity and diameter, but it was always there, and it was always at the 5 o'clock position.
They've
I
already
only saw
rounded
one
the moon.
plume,
We're on our way back to Earth.
and it came out of basically the 3 o'clock position of the sun. That was very short-lived when I could see the plume.
Exactly what we were looking for. Thanks, Jeremy. And a heads up that we, calculated here on the ground about how long you could see the corona for, and we expect it to start to appear again in the next 11 minutes. Thanks for those amazing descriptions.
Kels. Welcome in, Monval. Like I said, we just rounded the moon. Now we're on our way back.
We're excited to see it all again.
Integrity Houston, we're following along as well. That was outstanding. If you haven't already, just reminding you to swap positions at the windows. And that brief LOS we had previously was due to a data rate change expected.
Okay, we copy that, Jenny.
I mean, eventually, Bert, yeah. This is the other side of the eclipse, right?
Integrity Science, one more request for you. While it's still fresh in your mind, any annotations or sketches you want to make of what you're seeing either around the corona structures you just mentioned or even on Earthshine would be so appreciated.
Southernish. Okay, copy, Jenny.
Okay, Kelsey, it's going to be pretty hard to go look at a PCD right now, but
Is it
we'll
one
definitely try
Jennifer
and
or
annotate
two
what we
Jennifers?
And if the annotations come in the next block where you're cleaning up your documentation, that sounds like a good plan to me.
Yeah, sketch that shit up. Sketch up those, whatever it is you're seeing. Where's
This
Ballet
is Artemis
Flats?
Mission Control. On the bottom right corner of your screen, you can see a view of the Science Officer console here in Mission Control. And we've been hearing that communication between the Science Officer. The Orbit 1 Science Officer is Kelsey Young, and she's been asking questions to the crew, specifically CSA astronaut Jeremy Hansen, based on the observations they've been making during this eclipse period. And then in the upper left-hand corner of your screen, you can see a view of the Artemis Real-Time Orbit website, which provides updates on the velocity and the distance from Earth and the Moon of the Orion spacecraft as it continues to make its way back to Earth. The distance from the Moon will continue to increase at this point. So right now, Orion and its crew are about 6,300 miles away from the Moon and about 251,000 miles away from the Earth.
How come the little eclipse down here hasn't changed at all? Watch, it's going to go blue screen and then back to that weird view we had before. And then we won't see that there wasn't a change. Lindsay, I'm sorry, I'm calling BS on this visualization. That's cool. I love looking through a telescope. I think it'd be so cool to go to Tucson because they have that like, that thing. Look, what's it called? Whatever they have, where they have that light ordinance. It'll come back a little at a time as we get around. I've been patient. Janice Ballet Flats wants space sex. We have had so much space sex tonight that I'm surprised my stream hasn't been flagged for 18 and up. Fuck. My computer's acting funny. I just can't believe with how like anticlimactic this is. I mean, it's not like they're worried. It's not like they're scared for them. It's not like they're concerned. You know what I mean? By the way, I liked Ashley's episode today. She was very kind to Savannah. What was I just doing? Oh, yeah, space sex. Oh, you dropped a new one? Again? You did an early one, now you did another one? You overachievers. Who's doing the nasties in space? Don't be nasty. Oh, my God. I hate when I get on a yawning streak.
Don't be nasty sometimes.
We're getting set up for sunrise. The window teams are, Christina is supporting, and also Z9 in window 1. Jeremy's got the long lens in window 2, and the short lens in window 2. And
Kels is a fangirl.
Reed is in window 3, and he has started recordings and is set up to see Coronal.
We were a little hard on her today, but it was a little hard to watch.
Great sit rep, Victor. That sounds like a good config, and we're showing coronal effects start to appear on your video camera. So in the next few minutes, we should start to hear your observations.
You want to hear some observations? Here's some observations from space. Yep, there's that blue screen. Here we go. Space sex time. One for the booster, one for the cylinder.
Capsule to follow their respective journeys.
Wow. Wow. Look at 3 minutes, 30 seconds into flight. Oh, look at that. Oh, God.
You'll notice the telemetry graphics have split.
Capsule body rates look good.
One for the booster, one for the capsule to follow their respective journeys.
Wow. Oh, yeah. Wow. Look at 3 minutes, 30 seconds into flight. Oh, look at that. Oh, God.
You'll notice the telemetry graphics have split.
Capsule body rates look good.
One for the booster, one for the capsule to
It's split. Close your damn legs. Because that shit split. Oh, fuck. You guys are too much, man. What is this? Oh, my God. So this is the Blue Origin, which is owned by Jeff Bezos. Where they take you up to the atmosphere. Remember Katy Perry did it? Well, Katy Perry did it. I'm crying. Yes, I'm crying. Either that, Scooters, or I think you're watching some prawn. but they hit 0G, and well, we watched Katy Perry, so I'm like, I'm down for this for whoever goes up in these things, right? So we tune in, and it's the blue orgasm. One for the boost. That's the best part. It's split. Close your legs.
You'll notice the telemetry graphics have split.
Capsule body rates look good.
One for the booster, one for the capsule to follow their respective journeys.
Yes. Jammers, yes.
Wow. Oh, yeah.
Oh, wow. Oh, yeah. They're so funny. Oh, shit. How'd I get to plunder?
You'll notice the telemetry graphics have split.
Capsule body rates look good.
One for the booster, one for the capsule to follow their respective journeys.
Wow. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Wow. Look at 3 minutes, 30 seconds into flight.
2 minutes, 30 seconds. It had only been 2 minutes and 30 seconds.
Oh, look at that. Oh, God.
Oh, dude, we watched that whole thing live. That was so funny. Uh-oh. What's going on here? Okay.
Absolutely spectacular, surreal. There's
Here we go.
there's no adjectives I'm going to need to
Ooh,
invent
look
new
at
ones
that.
to describe what we are looking at out this window.
This is just absolutely beautiful
What are
and
we
inspiring
looking
to
at?
hear. And Victor, we suspect what you're seeing is
I thought we
Saturn
saw
and
something
Mars. That
spectacular.
reddish object is likely Mars. Good opportunity to look to the future of
What is
where
it?
we're going.
What? What's happening? Oops. Nope, that's my background.
Yeah, we can absolutely see the color of Mars. That's awesome.
Huh? What is this? I thought we were watching an eclipse. What is that? What is that? What is that, Bert? Oh, back to the visualization. Got to be kidding me.
Okay.
Yeah.
And from this vantage point, the 4 o'clock on the Earthshine side is definitely getting brighter. Still no coronal structure.
Well, they sure slingshotted in like 40 minutes. They slingshotted fast.
Houston copies.
Let me make sure we're... Okay, we're live. Oh, I see. See this? This is the light peeking through. I don't know why they keep showing us this stupid visualization. It was a little bit red. So if you look...
And we aren't able to distinguish which Mare is, but we can clearly see Mare in the Earthshine.
This, I mean, at least on this screen, that's what that is.
We copy.
We copy. See right here? I have no idea.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas.
We have not seen an impact flash in the last 5 minutes.
Sounds unlucky, but you had a pretty strong start, so we'll take it.
And actually, right after I said that, right at the South Pole, near the South Pole on the Terminator, Reed just saw one.
Amazing.
I'm not keen on this stupid rendition. This is dumb. Who the hell wants to look at that? Like, why wouldn't they just have the other view that they have on the other channel on there? It's not how you start, it's how you finish. Ishi, you are so funny.
Integrity Science, and as you look around our solar system neighborhood, you should see Saturn setting behind the moon right now.
Shouldn't we also see it in this view?
We do. We've been watching it track close to the horizon, and it's right tangential to the moon at this moment.
Okay, I'm putting this other view up because clearly they don't want us watching this for some reason. It feels like they don't want us watching it. Doesn't it kind of feel that way? Because they're showing us this rendition over here, which is pitiful.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. We are currently 5 days, 2 hours, and 44 minutes into the Artemis 2 mission. And we have about 11 minutes remaining in the Eclipse.
Did you see that?
Latter half of the
she can
lunar
shut
flyby that the Artemis
up
2
for a
crew is
second.
experiencing on board the...
Did you see that? Watch this screen, the one below me. Watch. I'm going to slow it down. Oh, my pizza's here. The dogs are going to bark. Watch. Can you grab the pizza? Yeah. Did you guys see that with me? That dot? Right there. Did you see it? Watch. I'll try to pause it. It happens. Oh, it was so fast. It was like so fast. I can barely stop it. Did you see it? You did? That was pretty cool. All right. See, why is theirs all jacked up, like with little lines in it? See that?
Hey, the light is continuing to grow in intensity.
Look at the one on the left compared to the one on the right.
On the, sorry, but the 8 o'clock position on the Earth-shine side. Saturn has set. Mars is tracking towards the moon's horizon.
Leo, I know I don't miss much. Why does it say video
Integrity
actions?
Science, we copy, and we're starting to see it on the vehicle stream. Looking forward to any coronal observations you can share with us.
What the world? Hold on. Is that YouTube or NASA that says video action? Must have been YouTube. Okay. But why is theirs jacked up with those lines? Okay, I'm 720 on that one. That's the highest. This one here should be 4K. That one's in 4K.
Solar array wing cameras outside of the Orion spacecraft. And you can see the light starting to come into view as the solar eclipse period is starting to end.
Integrity, still no coronal structure at this time, just continuing to grow in intensity.
See, I don't see the little lines on this one over here.
Copy, Victor. And reminder, you still should have several minutes before the eclipse classes need to go on. And we can send you up a reminder when you're getting close to take your eyes away from the D5 viewfinder. But you should be good for several more minutes.
The viewfinder, remember those?
Copy, thank you.
Viewfinders?
Send up the reminder, thank you.
Yeah, this is pretty neat. I get excited. I wonder if these are two different cameras. I mean, it's the exact same view. So I'm not really sure.
We all think we're starting to see something. I believe the most popular term is baby hair. As the light grows in intensity in the horizon on this side
baby
becomes
hair.
very distinct. You can still see Earth shine, even though the sun's brightness is definitely growing in intensity.
Love the description, Victor. I'm sure as the next couple minutes progress, more of those structures will continue to pop out.
I don't think of baby hair. Do you? What's he seeing? Is he seeing the same thing we're seeing? Because I don't see no damn baby hair.
Bueller. Bueller. Bueller.
Victor Charlie Twinkle Toes. Do you see baby hair, guys? You do? The people saying yes, where do you see baby hair?
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. The Artemis 2 astronauts on board the Orion spacecraft are currently observing an eclipse. And to the crew on board the spacecraft, the eclipse looks much like a total solar eclipse here on Earth, except the moon is much larger compared to the sun.
Come on back in. People are coming back for the
terrestrial
eclipse.
solar eclipse where the moon and the sun appear the same size in the sky.
Put on your glasses.
Structure. That baby hair is rapidly growing out toward the 9 o'clock and the 8 o'clock.
Baby hair is growing. Okay.
It's almost as if it were reaching out for Venus or for the Earth.
Baby hair is reaching for Venus or the Earth. What you are witnessing is a solar eclipse. The sun is behind the moon.
If you've ever seen the spotlight off the top of the Luxor at night in Las Vegas, this looks like what that wants to be when it grows up.
Patrice, that's my background. Are you guys talking about my background?
Integrity Science. Glad to hear you're following
That's my
your training
background.
of tell it like you see it.
Did you guys think that that was real? Y'all, that's my background. I better get rid of it. You guys thought that that was...
So far, it's pretty symmetrical.
That was just for the theme tonight.
There are 2 or 3...
Thank you, Colleen.
That are growing in intensity and in magnitude, and it's slowly starting to widen, starting to spread out across the horizon.
Yeah, that's just my background.
Pretty amazing view.
I hope you did. Shouldn't there be a more scientific term than baby hair? It's a little Epsteinish. I don't like the baby hair. I don't like that. Why do we got to bring babies into it?
And Integrity Houston, great words. Reminder for you, we are approaching the brightness level at which you should no longer be using the viewfinder on the D5.
You don't need your viewfinder anymore. Okay. Okay, I'm going to make that like less intense so you guys don't think that's real.
Integrity copies, and thanks for the heads up.
Integrity. I didn't mean to fool you guys. It's not real.
This is Artemis Mission Control.
And I think we're seeing some directionality. Some of it is going in different directions because it appears to be moving and combining and recombining as it moves. It's pointing in different directions.
I know what I'll do.
Some of it appears to be going like down toward the south pole.
We'll go
of the
full
moon,
screen.
And then coming back together and going out towards Venus and the Earth. And depending on how I stare at it, it looks like one large structure, but then it definitely has wisps, and you can see 3 or 4 structures inside of it. It's like watching a flame. It's like looking at a flame, and stand by. And and so it has some inherent movement. Now there's a very
There.
bright spot. There's a very bright spot.
No more confusion.
In the center of it, there's a towering light of.
Oh.
There's a towering light, and then
What the
there
heck
were, like,
just
two
happened?
streamers that were going 30 degrees.
Dude,
out
what
from it.
happened?
And now it is just extremely bright.
Wow. All of a sudden? How come it's not just gradually?
Houston, copies
It's also
all.
starting to get a little warm.
It's starting to get a little warm, he said. What?
And we copied all. We wanted to remind you at this point on the Eclipse glasses. Should be about time for those.
What is this? Put on your Eclipse glasses, folks. What is this?
Houston, we copy all. We are in Eclipse glasses. That was an absolutely spectacular, magnificent experience.
Thanks for the report. We sure wish we were there with you.
That's the sun? Like it's all full? Is that a reflection right here? What the heck is that? I mean, it just all of a sudden was there. I was like, boom.
This is Artemis Mission Control. The eclipse period is coming to an end, and we did hear that call up that the crew now has to put on those eclipse glasses to be able to protect their eyes for this final portion of the eclipse. And these views coming to you from the solar array wing cameras on the Orion spacecraft.
Houston, if you could give me about 20 new superlatives in the mission summary for tomorrow, that'll help my vocabulary out a bit. Thank you.
Oh.
We will solicit input from the team.
Why did we... Don't take it away. Why do you take it away? They always take it away when it's good. Oh my God, Tinkerbell. Now we're back to a visualization. Okay, well, at least we got that other one back. But we got a visualization as well. I feel like we need a song for this or something. Like, I need to play a song. This is pretty spectacular. I have a song in mind. My Gen X brain. And this isn't even one of my favorite songs, but it just popped in my head, and I think we should listen to it. I'm gonna go grab my pizza and eat a piece of pizza while you guys take a trip back to the 90s.
How many special people change?
This is Artemis Mission Control. There on your screen, you can see a live look inside the SERV, or the Science Evaluation Room, here in Mission Control Houston, just down the hallway from the Artemis Flight Control Room.
Integrity Houston, back with you after a data rate change. Regarding the SAW 3 camera T low caution, no action for you. It just got a little cool during the eclipse.
In a champagne supernova in the sky.
Okay, we copy here. Deputy copy my request for the mission summary to add about 20 new superlatives to help my vocabulary. I would appreciate it.
In a champagne supernova.
We copied it fantastically.
A champagne supernova in the sky.
In Integrity Science, this is basically wrapping up your fly-by-day observations. I can't say enough how much science we've already learned and how much inspiration you've provided to our entire team, the lunar science community, and the entire world with what you were able to bring today. You really brought the moon closer for us today, and we cannot say thank you enough. Science signing off, and can't wait to talk to you tomorrow morning.
Science Mission Control. The lunar flyby observation period is starting to come to a close following that eclipse. And there on your screen you can see a look into the Science Evaluation Room, or the SIR, which is embedded within Mission Control to provide science input. And they provided that input throughout the flyby operations today. They also have a back room called the Science Mission Operations Room that processes data, evaluates imagery, and supports rapid analysis. And then, of course, we have the science officer on console here in the Artemis flight control room, which you can see a view there on the bottom right-hand corner of your screen. The science officer throughout the flyby operations today has been Kelsey Young, who is the Artemis Science Flight Operations lead. And then to her left is Angela Garcia, who will be the science officer taking over for Orbit 2.
That dude's going home. He's like, peace out. Great song, huh? Look at this. We got our ship back.
Observation period, and now they will wrap up that period and complete some final tasks, downlinking some of the amazing imagery that they've captured throughout the day, as well as some of the observations that they've recorded. And now on your screen, you're seeing a live look from the Orion spacecraft from those solar array wing cameras. The solar eclipse period ended just a few minutes ago, and during this eclipse, towards the end of the flyby window, it lasted about an hour, and it was when the sun was hidden from view behind the opposite side of the moon from the perspective of the Orion spacecraft and its crew. And during that time, the crew saw a mostly dark moon, and they used the opportunity to analyze the solar corona, which is the sun's outermost atmosphere, while it was visible. And then once the sun was completely out of view behind the moon, the crew looked for impact flashes, which they reported seeing multiple impact flashes, and those are flashes of light from meteoroids striking the surface of the moon. They also looked for dust lofting above the limb or the edge of the moon, along with some deep space targets, including planets, and they noticed Mars off to the distance, and we also saw Venus on one of the solar array wing cameras early on in the eclipse period. The crew also looked at parts of the moon illuminated by Earthshine, which is the sunlight reflected from the Earth when they come around toward the moon's near side at the very end of that flyby window.
I'll probably get shut down if I play Harry Styles, though. But here you go. I'm gonna eat my pizza. Enjoy the view.
In my eyes, indisposed, in disguises no one knows, hides the face, lies the snake, in the sun, in my disgrace, boiling heat, the summer stench, neath the black, the sky looks dead, call my name through the cream, and I'll hear you scream again. Black hole sun, won't you come, wash away the rain. Black hole sun, won't you come, won't you come, won't you come. Stuttering, cold and damp, steal the warm wind, tired friend. Times are gone for honest men, sometimes far too long for snakes. In my shoes, walking sleep, in my youth. Won't you come wash away the rain, black hole sun? Won't you come? Won't you come?
Integrity Houston. Understand that you are still reflecting upon and consolidating your lunar observations. At your convenience, I have 2 items related to the upcoming ESC event.
Black hole sun, won't you come? Won't you come?
First, we wanted to let you know that the message for that upcoming event is on board for review at your convenience. That's message 3.06.04. The second item is that we've seen a couple of video blips in previous events. So during the HDTAO setup activity, we're wondering if Jeremy could please confirm for us that the TS rate is set to 1300 when you get to step 10.
Okay, Jenny. Yeah, we're pretty sure we've been in 1300 for all the PAO events. We've been tracking that when we swap between the HHP and the D5.
We copy, Jeremy. Thanks. And for the record, the phenomenal Jenny has gone on to her next appointment of the day, and you've now got Tess with you.
The phenomenal Jenny.
I'm sorry, Tess. Great to have you on board, Integrity.
No worries. Happy to be here.
This is Artemis Mission Control. We heard some communication there between the Capcom or capsule communicator. You're here in Mission Control, which for Orbit 2 is Tess Caswell, and the CSA or Canadian Space Agency astronaut on board the Orion spacecraft, Jeremy Hansen. They were discussing an upcoming public affairs event.
And Integrity, 3-minute warning for the maneuver back to bias tail to sun.
Here comes the sun, I say it's alright. Little darling, it's been a long, cold, lonely winter. Little darling, it feels like years since it's been here. Here comes the sun. Here comes the sun. I say it's alright.
The crew on board the Orion spacecraft recently completed their lunar observation period. It was an approximately 7-hour period of time in which they were focused on several different targets identified by the science team here on the ground that they studied and prepared for ahead of time. And then they also were referencing a lunar targeting package that was uplinked about a day ago with those final targets. Now they are completing some post-lunar flyby activities, so they're working to clean up their observations that they've made and also working to downlink some of the photos that they've taken throughout the day. The science team here on the ground will then work to get as much data as they can overnight, and then there will be a post-flyby conference tomorrow after the crew wakes up. And that's not a debrief, but a science data collection to capture their nuanced experience while they're still in the field and the experience is still fresh. And then, of course, there will also be a public affairs downlink event later in the day. Now that once the post-lunar flyby activities are complete, and then after that, the crew will go into some of their final activities for the day. They will have a private medical conference, or PMC, with the medical teams here on the ground. These are regular science or regular conferences that they have at the end of every day, and then there's also a flight director conference that they will have before they go
Hey, Cooter Clippers!
into their pre-sleep period, during which they can complete hygiene activities, and they will have the chance to eat their dinner and complete any other their final personal activities for the day before they head into their sleep
Thank you
period.
so much for gifting 5, Ishi. I love you, girl. What the heck? There it goes. Now we're back to the visualization. What the heck?
My friend the communist holds meetings in his RV. I can't afford his gas, so I'm stuck here watching TV. I don't have digital, I don't have diddly squad. It's not having what you want, it's wanting what you've got. I'm gonna soak up the sun, I'm gonna tell everyone to lighten up. I'm gonna tell him that I've got no one to blame. But every time I feel lame, I'm looking up.
All right, I am done eating. Whew. While we're still young. All right, enough of that. So here we are over here on this screen here, which was our secondary screen. Pretty cool view. And then we got an animation visualization, I should say. Yeah, we just saw a solar eclipse. That's pretty cool, man. That's pretty sweet. Oh. See, I don't know why they just keep switching stuff around. Like, they're anxious. Okay, so the visualization, see that? See the direction they're going now? It's different than it was earlier. Oh, hello, Summer Lou. Hi, baby. Oh, I forgot I had pizza. That's why she's in here. I don't think we can. I'm scared that I'll get that thing. The newer stuff seems to do that, Leo. Good night, Mary Dean. Thanks for hanging out tonight. Nicole P. Good to see you tonight. Thanks for coming in. Leo, are you mad? I'll try. You want me to try? What a beautiful sight. Love the purple shades. Incredible. Honey, those aren't real. That's just NASA's background. That's not actually it. This is really actually the only thing that we can see right now. My dog is not in space. Marcy is not in space. Okay, I'll play it at the end. Aw, thanks, Nicole P. Thanks for being here. Appreciate it. What was the name of it again? I hope I welcome everybody in. I hope that anybody who chats in here feels welcomed here. Oh, shit. Ashley Banfield tonight. This is the title. Breaking. FBI believes original Nancy Guthrie ransom notes were real. So what are the originals? You're too much. Good to see you tonight. I do. I'm glad to hear that, Nick. Aw, Patrice, you have a great night too. And I hope you enjoy your membership. I hope to see you soon. Good. I'm glad, Marcy. I'm glad. That's the kind of environment I want to have.
Houston Integrity, we're curious if you're ready for us to start the stream a bit early and to test scene and voice.
But did Derek actually ask for money, or did Derek simply just say we're waiting for the Bitcoin? That wasn't really a ransom note, though, right?
And Integrity, affirm. We are go to start the stream.
Is it a remake of Prince? Because if it's a remake of Prince, I'm playing Prince. Is it a remake of Prince, Leo? The sign of the time.
Okay, Houston, the stream has started. We checked the TS rates 1300 and audio is true. So I will give you a voice check now on the mic.
If it's Sign of the Times.
We copy. Good settings.
I like the Prince version. It's the sign of the times. Do-do-do-do. So which ransom notes? Okay, we'll play Harry Styles when we dance it out, okay? Yeah, summer in space. Uh-oh. We're glitching. Houston, we're glitching. What is that we're seeing? Like, what's that reflection? This, actually, this? Or what? This is pretty wild. It's not the same at all. I do like the Prince song.
I sent an audio check down on the handheld mic. Did you get it?
Sorry for the delay, Jeremy. We were talking that a bit, but it was a bit broken, so please repeat for us.
Whoa, this visual is weird. Look at this. Oh, there we go. We're turning. We're training. Harvey said things. Oh, you guys had Harvey on? I'll play it tomorrow, Linz. Thanks. That's effing crazy. I'll go live and review it tomorrow. So Harvey was on. You saw Prince? Wow. He was like the best Super Bowl halftime show of all time, was Prince. He really showed off his ability to play the guitar. Isn't this great, NASA? I mean, shit, I should bring back my background. The internet's blowing up right now about this whole moon deal being a distraction. I saw the green screen pictures on. Is it on? It's on X. Okay, we'll play it, Leo. I love you. What is this we're watching? Oh my God. You saw Prince 2, Ark? I'm very jealous. Prince is up there with Jimi Hendrix. Yeah, for sure. Isn't it funny how another one makes its way to TMZ the same day Savannah returns to work? But how would Derek? I don't think it's Derek, because Derek...
Integrity Houston, we like the scene. At your convenience, we'll take a 10 count with Jeremy in frame.
What? Oh, we get to see them now. Oh, no, we don't. What? What is... What?
Okay, copy that. Give us 2 minutes, and or 1 minute, and we'll do that.
1 minute before he can go on camera.
Copy.
What? So we need 1 minute. We have a visualization, and then the camera went out. I don't understand this. I don't know why they can't just keep the effing camera going. Okay, now it's back. Like, I feel like I'm being punked.
Great voice check and good words. We like the scene.
The scene? We like the scene. Enton said there were 2 letters? Was there 2, Lindsay? Short hate girl.
And Integrity Houston, we are seeing a black case.
This is Artemis Mission Control. We're currently 5 days, 3 hours.
Okay, we were a little
21
behind
minutes
on
into
that
the
one.
Artemis 2 mission,
Not on
following
this
a
one,
liftoff from NASA's Kennedy Space Center in Florida on Wednesday, April 1st. The crew on board the Orion spacecraft is currently wrapping up their lunar flyby cleanup activities. They're making final.
Houston Integrity, high priority PAO images from the Eclipse are on PCD1 in a so named folder.
So they're sending them the images?
We copy, Christina. Thanks.
And NASA astronaut Christina Cook there calling down to the ground regarding some public affairs imagery that was captured during the lunar flyby activities.
Public
To reference to
affairs?
PCD, that is in reference to their portable computing devices, which are basically tablets that they're able to transfer files and also follow along on processes and procedures and their timelines for the day.
No.
Harvey said there were 2 notes from the same sender, but it was the sender's 6th note. And those are the ones they're taking serious? Which ones are being taken serious? I'm so confused.
Ski, Utah.
The ones from the beginning. I guess I forget which the first ones were. I thought the first ones came in and were sent to TMZ and then sent to the locals. But okay, so Ashley Banfield had not Harvey on, and he gave more info. The 4 million and the 6 million ones. Interesting. Why didn't they pay them? Was that talked about? Because that's what I want to know. If Savannah and the police or, like the FBI thought they were real, why didn't they just effing pay it? Hey, Tech. We're watching a blue screen and a visualization from NASA. Oh, I'm saying, what the F FBI? What the F NASA? It's what's on my short. Oh, I'm not muted. I got up for a second. Sorry. Oh, the short I posted on TMZ. Oh, yeah, I didn't really have a chance to even listen to it. Oh my God, YouTube bad actors. I'm not muted. I got up for a second. Did I miss anything? YouTube bad actors, what's going on? No, I'm not muted. Can you guys freaking hear me? I just got up for a second. The TV in the living room wasn't working, so I got up for a second to fix it. I'm sorry, I didn't say anything as I just walked away. I don't typically do that. You guys are so used to me being so on point. I love that. I absolutely love that. My circle is a fake audio wave. When my audio wave's moving, it's always moving because I don't know how to.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. Currently on console here in Mission Control is the Orbit 2 team of flight controllers being led by Flight Director Diane Daly and the Capcom or Capsule Communicator, who serves as the single voice link up to the crew, is Tess Caswell. The crew on board the Orion spacecraft recently wrapped up their lunar flyby observation period, and now they are completing some cleanup activities and transferring some data and files down to the ground following that lunar flyby. Many of these files will be analyzed by the science team overnight in advance of a post-lunar flyby conference tomorrow once the crew wakes up. The crew is also preparing for an upcoming public affairs downlink event. And then following that downlink, they will have a few final activities for the day, including a private medical conference with their team here on the ground. These are standard conferences that happen at the end of every day. And they'll also have a private conference with the flight director here in Mission Control to go over the vehicle status and any other questions or concerns they may have for the remainder of their flight. We are currently in flight day 6. And we have a splashdown expected on Friday, April 10th. That splashdown expected in about 3 days, 21 hours, and 49 minutes from now.
Blue screen. Back to control.
During the lunar flyby, and as part of Artemis 2, it marked the first time in more than 50 years that humans were able to observe the moon directly and provided a critical opportunity to practice how lunar science will be conducted during future Artemis missions. The moon preserves a near-continuous record of solar system history.
I don't even understand physics.
Earth, and with no atmosphere, weather, or plate tectonics, the lunar surface retains evidence of ancient impacts, volcanism, and solar activity that scientists can study today. Studying the moon helps scientists understand how planets formed and evolved, how the moon influenced Earth's history, and how the early sun shaped conditions across the inner solar system. The moon also serves as a unique platform for studying the broader universe. The science on Artemis is designed around questions best answered by humans working alongside robotic systems, combining decades of robotic lunar data with real-time human judgment, context, and adaptability. Currently on your screen, you're seeing a look at the Artemis real-time orbit website.
How can they sleep?
You can access this website at any time.
I think they're sending files,
at nasa.gov/trackartemis. It provides updates on the velocity as well as the distance from Earth and the distance from the moon of the Orion spacecraft and its crew. The crew currently on board the Orion spacecraft includes NASA astronaut Reed Wiseman, who is the commander for the mission, NASA astronaut Victor Glover, who is the pilot, alongside the 2 mission specialists, who are Christina Cook and Jeremy Hansen of the Canadian Space Agency.
Good night, Kels. Love you,
Currently,
girl.
the Orion spacecraft is about 250,000 miles away from the Earth, and that distance will continue to close down ahead of that splashdown on April 10th. And they are now about 8,100 miles away from the moon, and that distance will continue to increase as they are now in the return leg of their journey.
Hey, I don't care how often you change your name. That's your prerogative. They're landing in the Pacific Ocean near, I think it says San Diego. And up above, we have some black magic woman going on. Looks like someone just smoked a bong in space. Bert and Ernie's, it's been a pleasure having you here, viewing this with us. That sound pierced your ears? Did you hear it like through my mic? Because I think that was my TV, or it was on here. I thought it was my TV. I think it was. Space cowboy, what you are. Remember that song? You guys know who that is? Name that tune. 'Cause I'm a space cowboy. That's what you are. I think that's the words. It probably sounds nothing like it. Did I see your DM? Let me check. I haven't really... I've been neglecting. I did not. Oh. Oh, I'll have to look at that. No, I haven't seen it. Oh, there's Jammers. Yep. Steve Miller Band. I'll look at that after I get off here. Hexy got it too. They're very quiet. So what they're doing right now, guys, is I think they're sending files to the ground, and they're gonna review those overnight, and then at the press conference tomorrow. So let's see what time they're gonna have their press conference, because I don't know what time these guys get up in space. What time will So it'd be April the 7th, right? It's only 10 o'clock right now. April 7th. Let's see. It's going to be 4 o'clock p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I've seen Steve Miller like a ton of times. He always came to Pine Knob. It says 4 p.m., but yeah. Okay, so Tuesday, April the 7th at 2:29 p.m. The Artemis 2 crew will speak with the astronauts aboard the International Space Station in an audio... Oh, wait. No. What? An audio-only conversation. And then at 4 p.m., they have a mission status briefing. That doesn't sound right.
Houston Integrity for ARS.
Go ahead, Integrity.
Hey, Tess, great to talk to you. Any chance we could drop the fan speed down for this PAO event?
We will put that in work. Great to be talking to you, too.
I don't know. I'm not seeing anything official. Oh my gosh, you two bad actors. I can't with him. It says at 10:36 they're having like some kind of wrap up. You too, Mars.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. We're currently 5 days, 3 hours, and 37 minutes into the Artemis 2 mission. The crew on board the Orion spacecraft has recently concluded their lunar observation period during the lunar flyby. As part of that lunar flyby, the Orion spacecraft and its crew made the closest approach to the moon at a distance of 4,067 miles away from the surface at approximately 6 p.m. Central Time, 7 p.m. Eastern Time. Now, although the Artemis 2 mission is a new opportunity to study the moon, teams are also conducting other scientific experiments, including on the crew themselves. Here's a little bit more about the science of the mission.
Artemis 2 is our return of humans to the moon, flying around the moon on board Orion. But along with that, we're doing a lot of great science.
Okay, so we're back to this, which means we're going to have to watch this one more time. You guys ready?
You'll notice the telemetry graphics have split.
Capsule body rates look good.
One for the booster, one for the capsule to follow their respective journeys.
Wow. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Wow. Look at 3 minutes, 30 seconds into flight. Oh, look at that. Oh, God.
Again, we're back on a video. I wish I could speed. Oh, I wish I could speed it up. Wait. Unfortunately, I can't. Oh, you mean the short? This one? I don't think I can. See, it doesn't give you that option. Isn't that weird? Like, it doesn't give you the option to speed it. You can volume, play. Oh, here it is. Shit. I never saw that. Okay, I can play it 2 times speed. Here we go.
You'll notice the telemetry graphics have split. One for the booster, one for the capsule to follow their respective journeys.
Wow. Oh, yeah. Oh, God.
You'll notice the telemetry graphics have split. One for the booster, one for the capsule to follow their respective journeys.
Wow. Oh, yeah.
You'll notice the telemetry graphics have split.
You guys are gonna get me shut down on here. That sounds terrible. That sounds terrible. The telemetry graphics have split. One for the booster, one for the capsule.
You'll notice the telemetry graphics have split.
Capsule body rates look good.
One for the booster, one for the capsule to follow their respective journeys.
Wow. Oh, yeah. Wow. Look at 3 minutes, 30 seconds into flight. Oh, look at that. Oh, God.
Mary Dean wants to get me in big trouble. She says go slower. You can't. I can only speed it up. Thank God. And it's only letting me go to 2 times. It's pretty bad. They're still showing a video, guys. Good night, Bert. It was such a pleasure to have you here. I hope that we'll see you again soon. You really kind of kept us all grounded in our like tinfoil hat moments. And I really, really appreciate that because we always need someone to even us out sometimes. I just have the video muted because I don't want to hear all this mumbo jumbo. She was totally faking. No, she wasn't. Bill O'Reilly disagrees.
Fuck it. Do it live. I'll write it and we'll do it live. Fucking thing sucks.
Are these visuals or is this a video? Let's see.
Is going to unlock a new generation of lunar science discovery. The human eye.
Okay, we're back in contact with the visualization. We're back in contact with radio control.
This is Artemis Mission Control. Again, we're hearing some communication between the ground here and the Artemis Flight Control Room in Houston, Texas, specifically the Capcom or Capsule Communicator, who for Orbit 2 is Tess Caswell and the crew on board the Orion spacecraft. That spacecraft named Integrity by its crew. They are preparing for an upcoming public affairs event, so they are discussing the camera views, which we will see here shortly. There on your screen on the left-hand side, you can see the Artemis Real-Time Orbit website, or ARO.
Wow.
Hey, XM Vibe. On Vibes? Exxon? And you have Chinese writing? What does that even say? Oh, why did it disappear?
Guys, I'm eating junk and watching rubbish. You better come out and stop me.
Keep the change, you filthy animal.
Following a lunar flyby earlier today, which can
Yeah, we're going to go over Banfields tomorrow.
The crew has been conducting some cleanup tasks, so they've been transferring some of their documentation, their photos and data that they captured during the flyby to the ground to be evaluated by the science team, and of course some of that imagery will also be
I love Princess
evaluated
Vespa.
by the public affairs team here at NASA and then shared with the world once it's available. The crew will also have a post-lunar flyby
It said
conference
salt
with the science
grilled
team tomorrow
IU?
following their sleep
What's that
period
for?
to go over some of their observations while it's still fresh and at the top of their mind. On the bottom right-hand corner of your screen, you can see a look into the Artemis Flight Control Room here
Wait,
at
is
Mission
that
Control
Trisha?
Houston, specifically the flight
Isn't that where
flight
Beth B
director
worked?
console and the
Didn't Beth B work at Exxon? Is that you, Trisha?
The flight director currently on console for Orbit 2 is Diane Daly. And throughout the Artemis 2 mission, there are 3 shifts or orbits of flight controllers who provide 24/7 coverage and support to the Artemis 2 crew and the Orion spacecraft and its systems during its journey around the moon. We are expecting a splashdown on Friday, April 10th. That splashdown will take place in about 3 days, 21 hours, and 33 minutes.
Oh, hi, Marcy. Oh, you're Trisha. Hi, Trisha. Welcome in, Trisha. Oh, the person writing the emails is trying to set up Zach, as in the car salesman. Hey, Crackerjacks. Thanks for hanging out with us all night. I hope you have a good night's sleep. Nick's. I don't think it's her. No, I don't think it's Trisha. I think it's just a rando that strolled on in. Welcome on in. We love our Whoa, why is my TV doing that? What was that noise?
During the lunar flyby that took place earlier today, Orion, again that spacecraft named Integrity by its crew, passed approximately 4,000 to 6,000 miles from the moon and provided the crew with a full disk view of the lunar surface. And from that higher vantage point, much farther than Apollo's lunar orbits on average, the astronauts were able to observe both poles and large-scale geological features in a single view. And there on your screen, you're currently seeing a live look inside the cabin of the Orion spacecraft.
Integrity Houston, we are 3 minutes out from an on-time start, and we have adjusted the fan speed. We'll take a thumbs up if you're happy with it. Copy, thumbs up.
Good night, Ashley Higgins.
Superlative thumbs up.
This is them now?
And there on your screen, you can see all of the Artemis 2 crew members.
Is this live now?
CSA astronaut Jeremy Hansen just floated out of view behind the camera, but you can still see NASA astronaut Reed Wiseman, NASA astronaut Christina Cook, and NASA astronaut Victor Glover as they prepare for an upcoming public affairs downlink event, which is scheduled to take place in just a couple minutes from now.
Oh. We have the downlink event, then we'll go to bed.
CSA or Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen.
Downlink event, then bed.
He is making himself comfy on some of the OX or Orion Crew Survival System suits that have been stowed for the outbound and now return journey.
Wow, they're bright-eyed and bushy-tailed. I did not expect them to look like this. What do you guys think? Let's get rid of that other scene because we're going to do the downstream thing. Oops, that was my fault. And
very greasy.
Shortly
we're going to go to bed.
The completion of these couple of public affairs downlink events, the crew will begin winding down for their day, and they will have the opportunity to eat dinner. Some of the items on their menu today for dinner include chicken with corn and black beans, sweet and sour pork,
Sheriff No
pilaf,
Nads is
spicy
back.
green beans, citrus fruit salad, and maple cream cookies.
Is this a replay of earlier? I thought they just fucking ate.
And now we will go ahead and stand by for the public affairs event beginning in just about a minute.
Lie by yourself.
Hey, Exxon, can we work on those gas prices? They're really bad. They're like really bad.
Integrity Houston, no action for the DU-1 caution. We're
Thank you,
taking
Kelly. That helps with the rising gas prices. I feel like Exxon needs to work on the gas prices. Look, it looks like I'm in control center. Houston, we've got a smell.
Integrity, this is Houston. Are you ready for the event?
Hello, Houston. Integrity is ready for the event.
Administrator Isaacman, this is Mission Control Houston. Please call Integrity for a voice check.
Integrity, Jared Isaacman, comm check.
Administrator Isaacman, we've got you loud and clear, sir. How us?
I've got you loud and clear. Artemis 2 crew, we have a very special guest who wanted to be the first person to greet you after your return from the far side of the moon. Reed, Victor, Christina, and Jeremy, it's my honor to introduce the President of the United States of America.
We've got it!
And made all America really proud, incredibly proud. We have a lot of things
We
to
did
be
it!
proud of lately, but this is there's nothing like what you're doing, circling around the moon for the first time in more than a half a century. and breaking the all-time record for the farthest distance from planet Earth. Humans have really never seen anything quite like what you're doing in a manned spacecraft. It's really special. I want to personally salute and congratulate Commander Reed Weissman, Pilot Victor Glover, Mission Specialist Christina Koch, and Jeremy Hansen. And I also want to thank the entire amazing team at NASA, headed by Jared, who's a very special guy, by the way. And you all made this day possible, and you've really inspired the entire world. Really, everybody's watching. They find it incredible. I just watched you go to the back of the moon, and people haven't been there in a long time, we can say, but it's going to be more and more prevalent because we're going to be doing a lot of traveling, and then you're going to ultimately do the whole big trip to Mars, and that's going to be very exciting. So you look at, we had no astronaut has been to the moon since the days of Apollo program. The Apollo program was also very special, but that was 50 years ago, and at long last, America is back, and America is back in many ways stronger than ever before. We're the hottest country anywhere in the world. The Artemis crew flew in the most powerful rocket NASA has ever made, ever launched, traveled over 250,000 miles, broke the distance record set by the legendary Apollo 13. And America is a frontier nation, and the 4 brave astronauts of Artemis 2 are a modern day, you really are modern day pioneers, all of you, and one of them happens to be a neighbor. You know who that is, right? You have a special person over there, a neighbor, and we like our neighbor. Your mission paves the way for America's return to the lunar surface very soon. We're going all out. We're doing everything we can, and it's headed up by Jared. We'll plant our flag once again, and this time we won't just leave footprints. We'll establish a permanent presence on the moon, and we'll push on to Mars. That'll be very exciting. I'm waiting for that so much. I'd love to be here, but maybe we won't quite make it in terms of timing, but we will be up in the moon, and that's going to happen soon. So America will be second to none in space and everything else that we're doing, and we will continue to lead the whole thing into the stars, this incredible journey into the stars. So I just wanted, it's an honor to speak to you, and I wanted to congratulate each and every one of you. And tell me, what is the most unforgettable part of this really historic day? The whole world is watching and listening. Please tell me.
President, this call is certainly special to all of us, and we really have a lot of faith in our administrator, Jared Isaacman, who is with you. We appreciate his leadership in NASA and in the international community. We are doing great things, and we are proud to be a part of it. I have to tell you, as we came around the near side of the moon, seeing all the sights that we've seen from Earth for all of our lives, but we're seeing them from a different perspective, and then we started to get a glimpse of the and we saw sites, Oriental sites that no human has ever seen before, not even in Apollo, and that was amazing for us. And then the surprise of the day, we just came out of an eclipse where the sun, moon, and the entire dark moon about that big right out the window that we were watching. We could see the corona of the sun, and then we could see the planet train line up, and we at Mars, and all of us commented how excited we are to watch this nation and this planet become a 2-planet species.
That is fantastic. You know, I had a decision to make in my first term, and the decision is, what are we going to do at NASA? Are we going to have it be revived, or are we going to close it down? And I had very little hesitation, and it's really great to have somebody like Jared involved because he really makes it much easier for me. But it was not even a question in my own mind. We've spent what we had to do, and then of course we have Space Force, and Space Force is very much related to what you're doing, and that was my baby. That was a very important one, and it'll turn out to be truly one of the most important, I believe, decisions I've ever made. So we're very proud of Space Force, and we're very proud of all of you. Does anybody else have anything to say? A lot of people listening.
Who's he? What? Oh.
Mr. President, to be here with you speaking about our incredible day today. I think one of the biggest highlights was coming back from the far side of the moon and having the first glimpses of planet Earth again after being out of communication for about 45 minutes. It really just reminds you what a special place we have and how important it is for our nation to lead and not follow in exploring deep space.
I'd like to ask, what was your feeling when you had no communication, zero communication? All of a sudden it was cut off by, obviously, your very special location. What was your feeling when you had no communication? A little bit different, perhaps.
Yes, Mr. President, it was I said a little prayer, but then I had to keep rolling. I was actually recording scientific observations of the far side of the moon. You know, that is actually the time when we were the farthest and the closest to the moon. And so we were really able to make some of our most detailed observations of the far side of the moon up close. And so we were busy up here working really hard. And I must say, it was actually quite nice.
Did you see a difference, a big difference, between the far side of the moon and the near side of the moon? Was there a difference in feel or difference in look? What did you see?
Well, Mr. President, we certainly did, and our science team really set us up well to understand what they thought we might see. And the gravitational pull of the Earth has had a profound effect on the near side of the moon, changing all those dark mares, those dark patches of the moon you see from Earth. It's very different on the far side. While you see some small patches of those mare in deep craters, it's very much absent on that side, so that's really neat. And while I have the microphone, sir, I just want to thank you on behalf of Canada. The space leadership you spoke of from America truly is extraordinary. I've said this many times before. A nation that leads like that and creates and sets big goals for humanity that brings other countries along with it is truly incredible. And I know that's a very intentional, not a necessary decision, intentional decision to lead by example and to allow other countries like Canada to share our gifts and help you achieve these mutually beneficial goals, like establishing a presence on the moon and eventually going to Mars. And Canadians are so proud to be a part of this program.
Well, I have to say, I spoke to a very special person, Wayne Gretzky, who I think you know, the great one. And I spoke to your prime minister and many other friends I have in Canada. They are so proud of you.
Wayne Gretzky.
And you have a lot of courage. I'm not sure if they'd want to do that. I'm not even sure if the great one would want to do that, to be honest with you. But you have a lot of courage doing what you're doing, a lot of bravery and a lot of genius. But they're very, very proud of you.
What's happening? Whoa, we've got an issue. They don't know what to do. It went off script. It went off script.
Administrator Alex, I'm going to just get a quick comm check, make sure you guys are still on the line and we didn't have a handover.
I am. Yes, I am.
And integrity, and back over to you, Mr. President.
Yeah, I think we might have gotten cut off. It is a long distance. It's a long ways. The reception's been great. There's a little bit of about a 9-second delay, but no, I just had a statement for, I don't know what you heard, but I was just saying they're very proud of your brilliant person from Canada on the ship. And Wayne Gretzky is a great friend of mine, and he's very proud of him. And the Prime Minister I spoke to, they're very, very honored that you have a courageous person from Canada. You have a lot of courageous people from Canada, so it was very nice. I'm not sure if you heard me say that, but it was very nice.
Yes, Mr. President, we heard that, and we do love our Jeremy Hansen. We love all our Canadian astronauts, Jenny Gibbons, Josh Kutrick. They're just great people, and they're such a welcome addition to our Corps.
Great. Well, I really look forward to, when we can, I look forward to seeing you in the Oval Office. I'll ask Jared to bring you over, and I'll ask for your autograph, because I don't really ask for autographs much, but you deserve that. You really are something. Everybody's talking about this. And I look forward to having you in the Oval Office at the White House, and we will celebrate your incredible achievements and triumphs. This is big. This is really big stuff. The whole world is talking about it. And if you have the time, I will certainly find the time. I've been pretty busy also, as you know, but I will absolutely find the time, and we'll get together, and I'm going to be giving you a big salute on behalf of the American people and beyond that.
Thank you for that, Mr. President. And when you want us, we will be there. And thank you for your leadership. Thank you to Jared for his leadership. Really, thank you for taking the time out today to visit NASA. It's really special for us, but it's really special for the team on the ground. A whole team of people all around the world pulled this off, and we just want to say thank you to all of you for this. It is the thrill and honor of a lifetime to have been on this journey. Today was amazing, but this 3-year journey has been amazing, and it was made possible by the American people and the Canadian people, and we're so grateful to you all. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much. And Jared, congratulations. We'll see you soon. And I know that you have Mars very much in your mind, so we'll start thinking about that pretty soon, I think. And thank you. Congratulations to everybody. I'll see you at the Oval Office.
Thank you for your time, Mr. President. It's been an honor.
Thank you very much. Bye.
Bye.
Integrity. This is Houston ACR. That concludes the event. Thank you.
Thank you to all participants. Integrity, we are now resuming operational audio communications.
What the heck just happened? So now we're back to the visualization.
Cut his mic. Cut it.
Evelyn, you missed the call from the president. How did he not have a delay, though? I'm still confused on this whole technology thing. Okay.
Integrity Houston, great job on the event. Just a heads up, we are on track to start the next event on time at 4:15.
4:15 a.m. or?
Okay, sounds great. We'll be ready.
So what now? We do visualization all night, or?
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. We just had that public affairs event with President Donald Trump and the crew on board the Orion spacecraft. And coming up in about 10 minutes, there will be another public affairs event. That event taking place at a mission elapsed time of 5 days, 4 hours, and 15 minutes. Currently on your screen, you're seeing a look at the Artemis real-time orbit
website, so we're getting another one in
which
10
provides
minutes.
Updates on the velocity as well as the distance of the Orion spacecraft from both Earth and the Moon. The Orion spacecraft and its crew, that crew including Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina Cook, and Jeremy Hansen, are currently about 250,000 miles away from the Earth, and that distance is starting to become smaller as they are now on the return leg of their journey. And they are about 9,300 miles away from the Moon. They made their close approach to the Moon.
Integrity Houston with a question about fan speed.
Go ahead.
Hey, Reed, we were wondering if this adjusted fan speed is something that you would like to keep going forward, or if it was just a specific change request for the events this evening.
I'm going to turn on that other feed again.
Certainly for PAO events, this is an ideal fan speed. If you're willing to give us this fan speed for routine habitability, I think we would take it and try it for a while.
So they're doing another public service event in 10 minutes. It's just so weird how they're like on display now, but...
And Reed, we are able to support keeping the fan speed in this config. Happy to keep it here to collect data.
Okay.
Okay, you got 4 happy astronauts up here. We'll take it. Obviously, when we go to exercise, we'll need to bump it up, but I think for quiet of living, this will be great.
We copy, and we love seeing those smiles.
Look at the GoPro in his hand. They're literally using GoPros. Isn't that crazy? They have like 1 million GoPros. Not 1 million, but... Oh, Sheriff No Nads Tomatoes innocent. He was at the house today, I heard. Twinkle Toes. Pretty cool. All right, I'm going to get up for a minute. I'll be back because I want to watch the other event with you guys. So I'll be back in just a minute. Where'd they go? I thought you guys could at least watch them like bop around while I was gone. What the hell? Every time I get up, something happens. Oh, I like that much better, that dimmer light. Who's a bitch? You're a bitch, girl.
Docking camera.
Oh, yeah.
Go ahead.
Look at the trumpet.
Just want to make sure we have the config you're expecting. I have the dual camera bracket is installed, the window shade is closed, and the docking camera is stowed in its Alpha 3 storage area.
Oh, they're back.
That's a good config.
Thank you.
And while I've got you, we are 3 minutes out from an on-time start of the next event.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. You can see a live look of the Artemis 2 crew inside the Orion spacecraft cabin as they prepare for another public affairs downlink event. There on your screen is CSA astronaut Jeremy Hansen along with NASA astronaut Reed Wiseman and NASA astronaut Victor Glover popping up.
That was you, bad actors.
Earlier today, the crew completed their lunar flyby observation period, during which the Orion spacecraft and its crew passed approximately 4,000 to 6,000 miles from the moon and provided the astronauts with a full disk view of the lunar surface. And from that higher vantage point, the astronauts were able to observe both poles and large-scale geological features in a single view. Towards the tail end of that observation period, they also were able to see an eclipse. And that eclipse period lasted about an hour and was when the sun was hidden from view behind the opposite side of the moon from the perspective of Orion. Since then, the crew has been working to clean up some of their observations and transfer some of the data and imagery down to the ground to begin processing, and the science team will take a look at that imagery as it comes down ahead of a post-lunar flyby conference tomorrow with the crew following their sleep period. Now we are standing by for a second public affairs event taking place in about a minute.
No, I didn't know that was you. That's funny. Toe Beans, hello. How you doing? Thanks, Cinnamon Hot, Hot, Hot. You know I love you. That just never goes well. You know what I mean? Just never goes well. Let me get rid of that picture too. Because we're going to have this next event coming up. And then I am going to cooter bed. Because I am cooterly tired.
Integrity, this is Houston. Are you ready for the event?
We are. Integrity, my butt.
Houston, Integrity is ready for the event.
Administrator Isaacman, this is Mission Control Houston. Please call Integrity for a voice check.
Integrity, Jared Isaacman, comm check.
Administrator Isaacman, we've got you loud and clear up here.
Isaacman.
I've got you loud and clear, and let's see if we can top that last PO event. That was pretty special. So we are going to spend the next 20 minutes doing Q&A from a number of questions that have been submitted, and we are going to start with one from me. You all have spent years preparing for this moment and imagining what it must be like when you look down at the moon, at the lunar surface. What has surprised you all that you did not anticipate?
Thanks, Jams, for giving a shit. Here, Let me get rid of the chat so we can see everything. Uh-oh. You're muted.
Go ahead. No,
it's on.
Administrator, great to chat with you. Just something that just shocked me because really using imagery and just the three-dimensionality of it, you know, from your experience of seeing the Earth from space, how it just seems different. And you look out in depth of things, and when we were on the far side of the moon looking back at Earth, it was just so obvious you had this sphere out in front of you of the moon and this three-dimensional. You really felt like you weren't in a capsule. You'd been transported to the far side of the moon, and it really just bent your mind. It was an extraordinary human experience. I'm so grateful for it.
What's with the stuffed animal thingy? What is that? Good night, Hexy. Thanks for hanging out tonight.
Integrity, Jared. Anyone else want to answer that one?
Thank you guys for being here.
You know, we had an amazing launch. The SLS is quite a powerful rocket, and got us into a 1,200 by, eventually a 100-mile orbit, and it clearly power and speed. And then we did our translunar injection, and we were going quite fast. And so with all of that speed, though, it still took us days to get here. And so the scope of all of the things to a 321-foot tall rocket was amazing. It just puts the power required to do this in perspective. But then even with all that power and to get to those velocities, it still took us days. And the breadth of the distance we had to cover, watching the distance from Earth count up and the distance from the moon count down was one of the most surprising things I've enjoyed.
Well, as I was trying to formulate an answer, at first I anything because there are so many things to choose from. I'll try to just narrow it down, but I'm going to go with something we did yesterday, a manual flight test objective, where we just basically got to sit at the vehicle. It was Jeremy and I this time, and just drive around using the rotational hand controller, basically just drive it with the stick, and how well it handled, how tight the control algorithms were, and watching it respond when we actually degraded it on purpose by going into 3 degrees of freedom control, by actually inhibiting some of the jets, which even though we have jet redundancy, of course, for each other in these complicated algorithms. So it was just amazing to be in a deep space spacecraft and just be flying it around by hand. The one other thing I'll say, how fast it has gone by. I'm not ready to go home. I can't believe that something this cramped of quarters can fly by and still be fun every single minute.
And I'll just close out with, I think just scale, Jared, is the thing that is just blowing my mind. You flew Polaris Dawn to some amazing apogee numbers, and on the International Space Station, we're 250 nautical miles up, and that's the most beautiful view I think a human could ever experience. And we are dealing with numbers that are 250,000 miles. And every time Mission Control points to this vehicle, either at the moon or at Earth, and it reminds me every day that humans have to go, we've got to explore, we got to go further to expand our knowledge, expand our horizons. And every time we take another step forward, it makes the world seem a little bit smaller and a little bit more manageable. And just putting these numbers in perspective, it is impossible as a human to look these displays and comprehend them, but here we are, and NASA is doing this, an international team is doing this, and they're doing it very well.
Excellent words, Integrity. So certainly a very wild insertion orbit. I can imagine the contrast between perigee and apogee, the scale of it all, the 3D, seeing the moon come alive, and then certainly manual control. Well, every Dragon crew for the last 5 years is very jealous on that.
Go
okay,
Dragon.
So we're going to questions here. This one, the Artemis 2 crew, inspire all of us, but what inspires you?
think as you get older, your answer to that question changes a lot. Certainly when I was a young boy and a young man, just seeing an airplane flying overhead, to me, that really lit a fire in me. And then I think when you reach your middle age, it is interesting to watch leadership throughout the world kind of change the course of human. You can watch that unfold. And now that I'm just a little bit over 50, you'll be there soon. Now that I'm just a little bit over 50, I mean, it all ties back to just family, and you understand just how much the people that you surround yourself with, and that is really every night when you go to bed, that's really what you end up thinking. At least that's what I end up thinking.
Thank you. All right, so here's a question. It's a good one. So for the Artemis 3 crew, what is the advice you would pass along for the next astronauts that will go in Orion?
That's a great question, Jared. We've actually been thinking about the Artemis 3 crew since we were assigned as the Artemis 2 crew. It was the beginning of how we came up with how we wanted to fly this mission, how we wanted to buy down risk for the program, and values as a crew. And so, over the course of these 3 years, we've taken a lot of notes. So we've almost got a book to hand them. But I think a few practical things, just sitting here that we've been living for the past 6 days, how you pack is a huge impact to how you will live on the journey. And so things like food and your hygiene products, and then you know what's going on with our waste management system, the technology that we have, practicing that and being familiar with that and being prepared mentally. I used it on the space station. I used it at home in training, but I'll be honest, I wasn't really prepared to have to use it for over half the mission. And but we adapt and overcome, and so I can't wait to talk to that crew.
I'm glad you said it, or else I was. We definitely have to fix some of the plumbing.
Oh my God.
Okay, this question is from Merriam-Webster. It's a wordy one here. So you are going to be, you've already surpassed more than 250,000 miles from Earth, farther than any human has gone before. So what are some words that come to mind when you try to wrap your mind around this very unique experience?
I'll be honest with you, the main word, because superlatives just don't do it justice, is humility. We would never be here if it weren't for so many people that came before us, starting with Neil Armstrong, Katherine Johnson, Dorothy Vaughan, civil rights movement leaders, everyone who worked on this spacecraft. Before we got here in our 3 years of training, we went all over the country and even to our European and Canadian partners to see the people who have put their hands on this hardware, the millions of parts from every valve, to this entire thing, the people that put on harnesses every day to rig it up in the VAB. They all passed the record. We definitely didn't pass the record up here alone.
So this is actually very similar to the question the President of the United States asked just a brief bit ago. But during the quiet moments on your journey, when you were out of contact with everyone here on Earth, what were some of the thoughts that tended to occupy your mind most?
Yeah, as Victor said earlier, when we were on the far side of the moon and out of contact with planet Earth, we all knew it, and it was a milestone. We saw Earth disappear, the Earth set. But we were so busy with the science, and we have such faith in our vehicle integrity, such faith in mission control, that we were just at complete peace and just doing our job. And just trying to do a good job to collect as much science data as we could while we were on the far side of the moon. And we were just giddy in here, like of our lives.
He's being a bit humble, but as soon as we went out of comm with planet Earth, we did have maple cookies as we just gathered together for about 30 seconds. Each one of us had a maple cream cookie and then right back into the science. But we had to take a moment to honor that time going behind Earth. And it was going behind the moon and out of touch with Earth. And that was a very surreal moment for this crew.
They did it again.
Copy that. Copy good maple cookies on the far side. And how has this journey changed? How has this journey already changed the way you see our home planet and humanity's future among the stars?
There's so many directions I think we could go with that. And I just, I think that there's, global, but I think real impact is local. And is to see the Earth as an entire thing and look at it, this system, and to see it all in once. But my daughters and just the things that we can impact directly, the people that I can touch, that I can speak to, hug, and show love and gratitude toward, is the thing that I think is going to change and last. And you also talked about the future that we're going to have in the stars. And, this mission, I think we swung for the fence and launched on our first try after learning a lot earlier this year. But I think it set the stage for us to go out and continue to swing for the fence hard in our Orion SLS and ground systems programs to go and get the next one teed up so that crew can knock it off out of the park. And so I have huge expectations for what's coming next.
Good words. Are you feeling homesick for Earth?
I will tell you, last of my eyes, I did start thinking about getting home. It's not homesickness at all, but the first time probably in 3 years, I let my mind get past the moon and back towards home. And I had to catch myself right there. You're an operator just like we are, and that is the place to be when you're up here. We got to look one step ahead. What's next? What's our next burn? How are we setting up our trajectory to get home? And we are going to do that. We are locked in, and we are definitely excited for the second half of this mission. And we are on guard. We are first crew to fly this vehicle. We are ready for any contingency in any scenario, and we are going to stay locked in every second until we are back on that Navy ship and then home reunited with our families.
And
Good
copy
answer.
that. Astronauts like being in space. That checks out. Okay, there's a lot of questions from the space photography community.
Yes.
How are the pictures going so far?
Not the pictures.
Well, we all love getting our hands on cameras and our eyes behind the lens here, because we're just trying to share the incredible things that we're seeing, and that's obviously the best way we can try to do that. I've been into night sky photography for a long time, and so this is really a dream come true for me. I have thought specifically to that community.
Not to interrupt her, but look at the image below. It looks pretty cool.
Vehicle. It's not like being on ISS where you can get the city lights below and the auroras and the spinning stars around the North Star. There's a lot going on. But what we got to matter is out of this world. When we viewed that eclipse, that was the one time we all said, we literally cannot capture this with a camera. Everything else, I think we've really put our hearts and minds into making sure we understand so that we can bring that home to everyone. But having to set the low light features for Earth shine on the moon while it's an eclipse, that was a new one. I had to dig deep in my book for that one.
And thanks for the iPhones. They've been working great.
Oh, shout out to Apple.
Very glad to hear that. And there are a couple billion people back here on Earth that are extremely excited to look at the imagery you've captured up there. Okay, well, I want to thank you all, Integrity. So Reed, Victor, Christina, Jeremy, on behalf of NASA and space-loving people across the world,
I deleted it, but probably
us
yes,
with you
Lisa.
to the moon. Thank you for your courage, all of your beautiful words that we've heard. You represent the absolute best of us. We are proud of you, and we look forward to welcoming you back safely to the good Earth very soon. Godspeed, and go Artemis 2.
Go Artemis 2. Go team.
Thank you so much, Administrator. We are just proud to be a part of this team, doing our work every day.
They forgot the delay
we are
there.
supported by a huge world of humans, and we are just honored to be a part of that. Thank you.
We'll see you soon.
We'll see you real soon.
Integrity, this is Houston ACR. That concludes the event. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you to all participants. Integrity, we are now